Good morning, wherever you are out there in social media. We welcome you to the live broadcast of the Intercol Games 2026, a games put on by the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. The moment you've all been waiting for 365 days now. It's about to go down, Intercol 2026. And with me, Sherry, and as we put a perspective on what is going to happen over the next 3 days, right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, we live trackside and to give you a track report as to what is expected to happen throughout the course of the next 3 days.
But Leslie, first of all, we must let them know that we have 24 schools participating, a total of, I think, about 936 athletes. So we can expect fire on the tracks. And I started that way to say expect fire on the tracks because we've been here in TNR Communications. They've been bringing most of the sport meets, and there was a concern about our tracks.
Well, there was a legitimate concern.
Right.
There were some issues of minor damages. The scoreboard was another contentious issue. But we're here to report to you that a lot of work has been done onto the track. The area right where we are standing here at the starting of the 100-meter track had undergone serious deterioration from the starting block, Sherry.
That's
and we're
right.
happy to report that some significant work has been done to repair this area, and now it looks in perfect condition as when the tracks were new.
That's right. It is an enhancement because we do know that we have some rather interesting athletes that would get on the starting blocks here this morning from all of the secondary schools. We have girls, we have boys, and I believe that 2026 is not a year to say, hey, the trophy going east, west, north, or south.
Well, the athletes have had several competitions throughout the year. We had the national relay meet, we had the developmental meets of the GAA, we had the national championship. And so they have already measured themselves against each other. But at the final event, the final day is when they go lane by lane at Intercol 2026. Who wants it more? Who is hungrier for it? Who has prepared more? And who is going for championship honors?
I think it all boils down to determination and the athletes that want it more.
Well, the defending champions in the boys, the Grenada Boys Secondary School and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the girls, they would go in as the obvious favorite in my opinion. The champions always go in as the favorite. But I can tell you, Sherian, there are a number of other schools that will be gunning for championship honors at Intercol 2026.
And I would just use this line here for you because you said going in as a favorite would be the Grenada Boys Secondary School and St. David's Catholic Secondary. But one of the favorite songs out of Trinidad in 2026 had to do with Where Legends Are Born. So we might see some of them at the front stage, but today we might see some of them coming out from behind the scenes.
Well, from what we've seen throughout the season, in the boys category, GBSS will definitely be hard pressed. SAS, for example, look really, really good in the meets prior to Intercol games, both in the boys and girls, and so St. David's too will be hard pressed. And then we also are seeing some very good performances from some of the other schools, the Boca Secondary, the Anglican High School, the Convent St. George, the St. John's Christian Secondary, MacDonald College, and several of the other schools will be coming for championship honors. We know that the character team has already been selected, but here is another opportunity for athletes to shine and to rise to the occasion and to see if they can secure a spot still on the character team.
Well, the most I would say to all the viewers, you got to stay glued to your television screens because all the action will be brought to you live right here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We will be bringing you live updates on the field events from the track.
Well, besides the track, Sherian, the field is also in very pristine conditions. There is a stiff breeze across the track as well, which is going to have some effect on the athletes as they perform. We see all of the officials taking up their positions. The long jump pits are ready. The people in the discus and the javelin to our left, they're getting themselves ready as well. And all is set for a prompt start to Intercol 2026.
I anticipate the outcome. Beautiful weather. And we just await the performances of all our athletes from the 24 secondary schools. And as I mentioned, 936 athletes will be performing. It would be the greatest show for the next 3 days.
Well, the expectation is high and the excitement is anticipated as these 936 athletes compete for athletic supremacy at Intercol 2026. Stay with us wherever you are. Invite your friends to join the live stream and enjoy this wonderful broadcast of Intercol 2026. And so what we're going to do now, we're going to go upstairs to the commentary team, Rondell John, Bernard Antoine and Basil Kellis, as we get set for the start of the first event today at Intercol Games 2026.
And welcome and good morning from the Kirani James National Athletics Stadium. GAPS Intercol 2026. This is the big one, Bernstein. Rondell, this is the big one today.
Definitely. This is the big one, baby. This is the one that we've been waiting for. It is the culmination of all the athletics activities that we had in the secondary schools over the past couple months and all the mini meets that we've had. It's time to show the best that you've got if you want to be crowned champion of Intercol 2026.
As was said on the field earlier, we anticipate a really keenly contested 3 days of competition. And this day one, the morning session, we have 23 events. 7 of those 23 events are final. So you don't want to miss this if you're on your way. You should hurry to get here. 23 events this morning in day number 1.
Well, I'm certainly looking forward to the GAPS Intercall 2026. As we heard from Sherian, some 936 athletes. But what is more interesting, for 360 athletes, this will be their first Intercol games. For some 576, they are returning. And so it really is a good blend of the future and those that have transitioned from the younger stage into what I would say maybe the senior and the junior departments. But certainly some good sub-juniors to look forward to.
Very much so, and it's a good point you made there, Clyde. Irrespective of what your form look like, if this is your first time on this stage, there will be some nerves. So the repeating athletes, those that are coming back, we anticipate that they will be a little bit more settled. But the competition brings out the best with excitement. Competition brings out the best with, it takes away those nerves. Once you get on the field, all that you are thinking of is to either hit a gun or it's time to perform in the field events. And we anticipate a really, based on what would have gone on for the entire year in the track and field world in Grenada here, the competition has been keen, very keen. We would have seen that right throughout, including our national championship, which was extremely keen. The first time that we would have seen a sprint to the end in most of the long distance events. I mean, we even had a distinction of witnessing 3-4 falls starting of 1500. So that in itself speaks volume as to the level of anticipation and competition that we expect over these next 3 days.
Well, the athletes have been working, they've been putting in the work, and today is a time to really showcase what they have learned from their coaches and bring their game plan into fruition and see what they can end up with, whether it's gold, silver, or bronze at the end of the day, and if possible, records too.
Yes, so this is the 54th edition of the Intercollegiate Games. We are celebrating here in 2026.
Well, certainly I know while we think about the athletes, I've been passing around the St. George's area and the banter has already started. I'm seeing persons with some representing 3 schools, 3 ties in one person's neck. Is just about the banter that is about to take place. I know all the alma maters, persons are just ready. They are ready to go for this, the GAPS Intercol 2026.
2026 is a show. 2026 Intercol is where you ought to be if you have any interest in track and field in Grenada. You will be here, and even for those online, we anticipate the rivalry will continue even online.
Oh yes, the Intercol has grown into what we might consider now as a festival. Intercol is not just a matter of an athletic activity that we're having here at the Granny James Athletic Stadium. It's a festival. Everyone is involved. You'll see the bus conductors in their ties, and many of the teachers of different schools are going to school with the school ties today, representing. And wherever the workers are, in whatever establishment, we know that the ties are on display and the banter has begun, and they're waiting expectantly to see who's going to bring home the beacon for 2026.
Oh yes, the season has been long, but this is where it all culminates. And the sponsor of these games today is the NLA.
Yeah, certainly NLA doing their part to support the sports, the culture, and the nation building. And we must say a big hearty thank you to NLA. I must say thank you to the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, because I know they are the driving force behind this, the Intercol meets.
Yes, and what you are looking at on your screen, the participants, we are going to start off in the field events, and we are making their way to the long jump pit. Event number 1 will be the girls long jump for sub-juniors.
Yeah, the long jump sub-junior girls. You will see a lot of the newcomers featured here, and newcomers, some of the first-timers, and may not be first time to the national stadium, but certainly to the Intercol games. And to me, this is the big thing.
This is a big thing, and we have some 34 athletes registered at this event. That's a girls long jump for sub-juniors. These athletes are implied they would have been in the primary school system last year. Most of them would have. 6 field events.
And pretty shortly, we're going to give you a refresher on the uniform, the color schemes for the teams that are represented here, the schools that are represented. Some will be sporting new uniforms, but I guess the distinct colors will still remain intact. So we'll be able to give you an update on the color schemes for the various schools so that you can follow, enjoy, and be able to score at the same time.
So as the excitement builds. And there we see the torch run. They're on their way into the Karani James National Stadium. What a beautiful sight. This really is something. It has been a recent feature. It was tried in the past and now it's being brought back on. So this is the torch run. Get it into the stadium, representing the start of these games.
Yeah, certainly the torch run has become a spectacle in itself, where all the schools tend to, just bring that flavor, that flair that the Intercol games has to it. We saw a number of schools really going out there, and passing that torch in some extravagant manner.
It's good, clean rivalry, and this is what you want. This is what you want. Arguably, it has been said that the intercollegiate track and field event in Grenada here is probably second only to Jamaica Champs.
Well, we'll always have this discussion, and it's up to your interpretation. But we are number one in the OACS, and we're sure about that.
Oh, by a long shot. By a long shot. And we are now regarded as one of the premier. And certainly in Grenada here, this event is arguably our biggest sporting event by far.
Yes, certainly the biggest supported event. You have the likes of some 23 secondary schools taking part, and you're talking about the entire school being in support. These bleachers, they look a bit empty today, but certainly as the days go by and you look at the colors and you look at the jubilation that will be part of this Intercol games, then you realize why it is the biggest meet for us here in Grenada.
And there we see on our screen there the torch runners. They are making their way into the stadium. Shortly we will get a good view of the torch runners in the stadium proper.
So we're inviting you to come on down, come on over. It's the GAPS Intercol Championships 2026. This is where you gotta be if you want to be part of live athletics action, track and field, right now, today, right here.
After months and weeks of early morning and late afternoon, evening training, this is where it culminates.
Yeah, it certainly culminates here. This is what many of the athletes look forward to. You're thinking about national championships. Basically, you're looking at the under 17 category, the under 20. Some of the younger ones, they don't really feature. But here at the Intercol Games, you get to see the future of the secondary school in terms of the sub-juniors and those that may not have really excelled at, let's say, the national primary school, but they're into the secondary school system and they've begun to train at a different level. And certainly you will get to see them showcase their talent and the development that they've had.
And one of the distinctive features of these games is a highlight of the field events. And so here we are going to make every effort to bring to you a lot of the live action of the field events.
So these are the competitors in the shot put senior girls. And they will be getting ready for the event. I'll make it as soon as the torch bearers get in, then we may just see the start of this competition.
Oh yes, and 936 athletes all getting a chance to showcase their talent in track and field here today. Our viewers, you will get a chance to see your relatives, your friends, your daughters and sons perform here today, whether they're doing field events or track events. This media is meant to showcase everybody. So not one single athlete will be left out today. So make sure that you stick and stay with us today, because your son or your daughter could be on show winning a medal in one of the events.
And there are some 25 athletes down to participate in or contest this girls shot put for seniors. 25 athletes representing a number of schools. We are going to go through the names. We are going to go through the participants as we get a little bit closer to start time in the girls shot put for seniors.
So certainly the action will heat up as the day goes along. The excitement will build. And TNR Communications, we are here to bring you all the action as it happens. Certainly, I know the viewers out there, many will be locked in to their screens. And as somebody says, it's very difficult to concentrate on work when the Intercol games has started. And so we make a disclaimer that bosses, you have to excuse your employees because the Intercol games has started.
And definitely so. The bosses themselves were past students of many of the secondary schools here on show, and they themselves will be supporting one of those institutions. So they should take it easy on the workers today. Maybe provide some refreshments for them to ensure that they work a little and they enjoy the athletics at the same time.
So it's day one of the GAPS Intercol. Looking at the national championships and looking at some of the results. I think the Intercol games, it's really going to be interesting to see how these young ladies and young men close off what will be for many a pretty long season.
As they sit in the competition area, we can see that I guess they are, psyching out themselves and getting ready to do their very best. At this current time, every school is at 0, and it's going to start with the first throw or with the first jump, and all the athletes are there ready to give their very best. And as we see, may the best boy or girl win in these events that we have coming up.
So on your screen, flag bearers for the various schools, the distinctive all-white, a little bit of adornment with black on the sides of the seam, and probably displayed as the AHS. It's at Anglican High School. It's the Anglican High School on your screen with the distinctive all-white. This has become a feature also at these games.
So we're expected to have a parade of the athletes representing the various schools that will be performing over the next 3 days. So you'll get an idea to see the colors and identify with your respective teams, because I know that our viewers are all ardent fans of athletics and will be supporting one or maybe two of the teams that will be on display here for the next 3 days.
And in the background, we see another team. While they're all making their way onto the field now. It's an explosion of a kaleidoscope of colors that will adorn our screens, the images over these next 3 days.
So we urge you, it's early days yet. The track and field activities have not officially started as yet, or some are just going into the limbering stages, just preliminaries, preparing for the event. So we're going to urge you to get the fridge stocked. Make sure you have some cool drinks available so that there wouldn't be much distractions when the event goes into high gear as the morning session proceeds. This morning we're going to have some 11 finals. And this afternoon we'll have 26 finals, giving us a total of 37 finals for day one of GAPS Intercol Championships 2026.
So the schools are lining up, getting ready for the parade.
The weather looks good. The weather looks fine. I think this is the perfect day to start this 26th intercollegiate games.
Well, we can certainly recall 2025. We were 2 hours late due to rain, and so today the rain is nowhere in the vicinity.
Let me have a quick look at what it is that the people in the Met Office are saying for today. And this is the public forecast for Grenada, and it's valid up to tonight. And for the next 3 days, it's just a 30% chance of rain today. So let's hope we stick on this 70% chance of no rain.
Yeah, this is what we will desire, that the rains stay away and that we can have a full day of action right here at the Sakarani James Athletic Stadium.
And with a wind speed between 16 to 26 miles per hour, gusting at times, as was predicted, we would prefer the wind to be as calm as is possible, especially during the sprinting events where time matters, and the wind assisted times will be discounted against records and so forth. So we hope the heavy winds stay away also.
Welcome to the Sakarani James Athletic Stadium. Presenting to you the 2025 Drum Corps champions, the local secondary school.
So we are going to go down to the field announcer to get a bit of a flavor of what you are witnessing on your screen. 2025 Drum Corps champions.
Games, we welcome the Anglican High School. Ladies and gentlemen, on the track is the Anglican High School. Let's welcome the athletes this morning as they grace the tracks in preparation for the 2026 Intercol Games. Up next on the track, Beacon High School. Actually, you're seeing now Bishop's College out of Carriacou. Let's make some noise. Let's welcome the students, the athletes, of Bishop's College. Up next on the track, Boca Secondary School. We want to welcome the boys from Tanti, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. They're up next on the track. In the interest of time, I'd like to ask our athletes to walk a little faster. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Grenada Christian Academy, all the way from Pearl St. Andrew. In the interest of time, we want to ask the athletes to just walk a little faster and wave to the audience as you walk by. Wave to your fans. And that was the Grenada Christian Academy. Up next on the track, the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School. They're in green and white today. Up next on the track, the Grenville Secondary School. They'll be in orange and black. And might I remind you, this is just a sample of the athletes. The competition has already begun. We have athletes jumping and throwing already. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Happy Hills Secondary School. They're in purple and white. All the way from Hillsborough, Carriacou, Hillsborough Secondary School. Hillsborough Secondary will be wearing forest green and gold. Athletes, we want to encourage you to walk a little faster as we are about to begin the official ceremony. Up next on the track, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. All the way from the north, Crown City, McDonald College. They'll be wearing maroon and white for the competition. Up next on the track, the Old Fort Cannons Presentation Brothers College. In Presentation Brothers College will be wearing royal blue. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present to you Nawasa Sass, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Up next, the defending champions in the girls division, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, from St. John, the St. John's Christian Academy. St. John's Christian Secondary School. Actually, before us, this is the SGI, St. George's Institute, and they will be followed by the St. John's Christian Secondary School. Up next, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. They'll be wearing red and white. Up next on the track, we present to you the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, the 4x400 meter champions from 2025. Let's welcome the athletes from the Sunset Parish, St. Mark's Secondary School. St. Mark's Secondary is followed by St. Rose Modern Secondary School. They'll be wearing royal blue with white and red. On the track is Wesley College, the athletes from River Road. And they'll be wearing yellow and brown for the competition. We want to welcome home of the Iguanas. The Wester Hall Secondary School is on the track. They'll be wearing fluorescent green for the competition. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, on the track, the athletes from the Westmoreland Secondary School. Let's give a lusty round of applause for all the athletes representing their schools today. It's gonna be 3 keen days of competition. 3 days of keen competition. Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to witness the torch run presented by the defending champions of Intercol 2025, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the Grenada Boys Secondary School. We want to say thank you to the defending champions of the 2025 Drum Corps Championship, the Boca Secondary School. Let's make some noise for the Boca Secondary School. And we want to also say congratulations to Mr. Godson Brown for leading these talented youngsters. Mr. Brown, hats off to you. And now the torch run, if you will rise with me to witness the torch run, the southern end of the stadium. Make some noise for the defending champions of the 2025 Intercol Games, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the Grenada Boys Secondary School. The torch run is being led by the defending champions, but of course we have representation from all the schools taking part in the championship games. So as they bring the baton home to pass on to the next winner, or maybe they'll hold on to it, as they bring home their respective flags and the torches of Intercol, let's make some noise for all our athletes, future Olympians. Let's bring them home. They're followed by one of our sponsors, the National Lotteries Authority, supporting sports, nation building, and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to invite God's presence on the proceedings, and we want to invite Reverend Dr. Osbert James to the podium for the opening prayer. As he comes, I have one announcement. Drivers of PAW 887, PK16, and P3384, we have an emergency. You need to move your vehicles immediately. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome for opening prayer, Reverend Dr. Osbert James.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts, acknowledging your presence among us today. You are the giver of life and strength, the source of every good and perfect gift, and we thank you for allowing us to gather in unity, peace, and celebration. As we begin these interdisciplinary school games, we commit this time, this place, and all who are gathered into your loving and sovereign care. We pray especially for the student athletes. Bless them with discipline of body, clarity of mind, and strength of spirit. Help them to remember that their abilities are gifts from you, and may they honor those gifts by striving for excellence with integrity, humility, and respect for one another. Teach them to compete with determination and courage, yet to win with grace and to accept defeat with dignity. We thank you for the teachers, coaches, principals, administrators, parents, and sponsors whose dedication and sacrifice have shaped generations of young people. We give thanks for the proud legacy of athletic excellence that has emerged from our schools, and for those who have represented Grenada with distinction near and far. May today's competitors be inspired by that legacy and encouraged to pursue greatness both on and off the field. Lord, we ask for your protection over all who take part. Keep the athletes safe from serious injury, protect officials, volunteers, and spectators, and may the competition be marked not by hostility or recklessness, but by fairness, friendship, and true sportsmanship. And may all that takes place be joyful and uplifting, and may everything be done here bring you glory and honor through Jesus Christ, our Lord, in unity and the power of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to remain standing as we pay homage to our country, Grenada. We invite Little Miss Grenada 2024, a student of the Anglican High School, Miss Saraya Abraham, to sing the national anthem. And we also invite the National Cadet Corps for the hoisting of the flag.
Hail, Grenada, land of ours, we pledge ourselves to thee. Hands, hearts, and hands in unity to reach our destiny. Ever conscious of God, being proud of our heritage, may we with faith and courage aspire, build, and advance as one people, one family. God bless our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Saraya. Let's give her one more round of applause. Such a beautiful voice. Saraya captured the prize of Little Miss Grenada in 2024, and now she's a student of the Anglican High School. Thank you, Saraya. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you now to take your seats. We now invite messages from the President of the Grenada Association of Principals, Secondary School Principals, and the Chairman of the Grenada Secondary School Games Association, Mr. Carl Ando.
Thank you. Minister for Youth and Sports, Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister for Education, Honorable David Andrew, Reverend Dr. Osbert James, principals, teachers, coaches, officials, parents, supporters, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, our outstanding student athletes, good morning. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you this morning as President of the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary School as we proudly open the 54th edition of Intercol, and an event that has stood the pinnacle of high school athletics in Grenada and has grown into one of the most anticipated and unifying occasions on our national calendar. Each year, thousands gather to witness not only exceptional performances on the track and field, but also the remarkable spirit, discipline, and determination of our young athletes. Year after year, our students prove that talent blossoms where opportunity is nurtured. And these games continue to serve as one of the most powerful platforms for that growth. These championships hold tremendous significance beyond school pride. It has been for decades the breeding ground for Grenada's athletic success on the regional and international scene. From this very platform have emerged athletes who went on to represent Grenada at Caribbean Games, the Commonwealth Youth and Junior Championships, World Championships, and the Olympic Games, carrying our flag with honor. So Intercol is not just a competition, but it is a pipeline of opportunity, a large part for dreams, and a powerful tool for youth development. For some students, this is the very first taste of organized competition. For others, it is a stepping stone, becoming Grenada's next great sporting ambassador. And for all, it is an experience that builds confidence, discipline, and life skills that extend far beyond the track. Today, we celebrate the spirit of competition, community, and school pride. We celebrate the early morning training sessions, the sacrifices of coaches and parents, and the balances of academics with sports. Our students demonstrate daily that true excellence is not limited to the classroom nor the field, but flourishes where both are pursued with hearts and passion. I extend our deepest gratitude to the government of Grenada, in partnership with the National Lotteries Authority, the main sponsor of this year's championships. Your continued investment in education, youth, and sports speaks to your commitment to nation building. Special thanks also to our diamond sponsor, the Investment Migration Agency, and our platinum sponsors, the National Sports Council, Blue Bubbles PA Rentals and Event Supplies, and Glenelg Spring Water, the official water of the Games. Thank you for ensuring that events like this remain strong, sustainable, and impactful for generations to come. I also extend special appreciation to all other corporate sponsors whose continued support has helped elevate this championship. Your investment in youth development through sport continues to make an immeasurable impact. To the principals and teachers, your leadership shapes environments where excellence thrives. To our coaches and volunteers, your passion and mentorship develop both skill and character. To our parents and supporters, your encouragement fuels your children's dreams. Motivate them to engage in physical activities so they will learn the significance of discipline, resilience, accountability, and teamwork, all of which are crucial for personal, social, and professional growth. And now to you, our athletes. Today is your day. Run with courage, jump with confidence, throw with strength. And above all, compete with integrity and respect for one another. As Olympic champion Jesse Owens once reminded us, the battles that count aren't the ones for gold medals. The struggles within yourself, that's where the real victory is. Let this guide you today. True sportsmanship is measured not only by medals, but by character, grace in victory, dignity in defeat, and respect for every competitor who stands beside you. You serve as exemplars of excellence, integrity, and sportsmanship by showing to your peers and fellow Grenadians the results of your discipline, your training, your hard work, and the many sacrifices you had to make to be here today. As we begin this 54th edition, let us celebrate not only athletic talent, but the unity, passion, and spirit that define us as Grenadians. May the games be safe, may they be fair, may they be fierce, and may they be unforgettable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we invite our beloved Minister for Education, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, to make some remarks.
Thank you very much, Madam Mistress of Ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge our Minister for Mental Health, Youth, Sports, Honorable Delma Thomas, President of the Principals Association, other principals, athletes, specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is that time of year again. It is that time when school pride and national pride would soar to the highest. The rivalry is real, and the rivalry is not only among athletes, and it's not only among schools or students. Certainly, the rivalry engulfs the wider society, sometimes up to the level of the cabinet room. But that's all good. That's all fine. Because today we compete and tomorrow we combine. Because after all, Carifta Games are right around the corner and there is one Grenada team, one Grenada Carifta team that's going to do well. So today we come with our preferences, we come with our preferred schools and our preferred colors and our desires. And that's great. But one thing is certain, regardless of the scores at the end of the day, athletics will win. Good performances will win. And at the end of the day, great performances will emerge. Congratulations to all of you athletes who are representing your schools. Do so with pride, do so proudly, and make yourselves, your communities, and your schools very proud. I want to put on record our thanks to the government of Grenada and the various agencies, the NLA, the IMA, and all of our sponsors for continuing to sponsor these games. Special thanks also to the Games Association and the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools for your continued leadership in this regard. The Ministry of Education thoroughly supports this undertaking as it serves to holistically develop our nation's students and to provide them access to career opportunities and advancements in sports. Today, compete keenly, compete fairly, and do your best. And at the end of it, the Ministry of Education, as I said, thoroughly supports, and I wish that the best team, the best performances emerge victorious. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education. And now we move swiftly on to our energetic Minister for Youth, Sports, and Mental Health, the Honorable Delma Thomas. This will be followed by the athletes and officials' oath, and we will let you take your seats in the stands.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to stand here today to officially declare this Intercol Games open. This event represents competition, discipline, teamwork, and incredible potential of our young people. To our athletes, I encourage you to compete with pride, give your very best, and uphold the values of sportsmanship. You are not only representing your schools, but your communities and your country. As a government, we remain committed to the development of sports at all levels. We continue to invest in facilities, programs, and opportunities, and to incentivize and support our national athletes as they strive for excellence regionally and internationally. Last year, we took a significant step by introducing, recognizing the individual champions by supporting them with finance towards their education, because we believe in rewarding excellence both on and off the field. This year is no exception. We will continue this initiative. To our patrons, I ask you for your full cooperation in ensuring a safe and enjoyable environment. Please, I beg, refrain from pelting bottles or any form of behavior that can harm our children and others in general. Last year, we had a very unfortunate incident where a child had to stay home for extended period because a bottle was pelted and affected our eyesight for months. And so this year, Intercol and going forward, we want to avoid all these incidents. And so I urge all supporters, please, 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 refrain from pelting. Let us have clean fun. Let us support our teams. Let us waste our flags and bandanas, but please do not pelt. I acknowledge the government and the national authority for being our main sponsor, for providing in excess $350,000 in support of Intercol this year. As a government, we committed to continue providing the necessary support to Intercol and all other sporting activity. Let this be a day of unity, excitement, and positive energy. It is my honor to officially declare Intercol Games 2026 open. And I say, may the best teams win. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Delma Thomas, Minister for Youth, Sports, and Mental Health. Indeed, may the best schools win. And now we invite from the Wesley College, Mr. Jonathan Alexander, to do the athlete's oath.
On behalf of all the athletes, I pledge that we will participate in the GAPS Intercol 2026 Championships in the true spirit of sportsmanship, abiding by the rules which govern them for the glory and honor of our schools and the success of the games. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. And now we invite for the official's oath, Ms. Shakira Collymore. This will be followed by the departure of the athletes and our officials. And we will sing along the Intercol song.
On behalf of all officials, I pledge that we will participate in the GAPS Intercol 2026 Championships with complete impartiality, observing the rules which govern them to ensure the smooth running and high standards of the games. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan and Ms. Collymore, for the athlete's oath and the official's oath. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say special thanks to all of you for joining us for the opening ceremony. I want to say thank you to our viewers online, and I know you will stick with us for the next 3 days. I want to thank the athletes, and at this time, I'd like to invite again the Boca Secondary Drum Corps to play us off. This will be followed by the departure of our principals and officials. All right, we invite the officials and the Principals Association to take their departure at this time.
opening ceremony of the 54th GAPS Intercol Games 2026 edition. And Leslie, I think that has set the tone for what I will make to be a very interesting and exciting day of athletic competition.
Well, Clyde, 24 teams, 736 athletes, I think it is. 936 athletes, 3 exciting days ahead of us. And we can tell you, the viewers out there, it's going to be a thrilling 3 days of athletic rivalry. The defending champions in the boys, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and in the girls, the St. David's Catholic Secondary. All of the other 23 schools combined in the boys and girls division will be going for championship honors, maybe even at the individual level, at the school level as well. And all the talk that we've been hearing for the last 2-3 weeks, all the posts on social media, all the bantering comes down to the final 3 days.
It does come down to the final 3 days. And it's 3 days where the best of the best will showcase why they are the best. So we look forward to the next 3 days. I know the atmosphere is a bit charged right now. The banter has started, even while the action has not started on the track, but I can tell you the banter has started. People repping their schools.
Well, we have completed the official ceremonies. The schools have done their bit. The coaches have done their work. The athletes have done their work. The parents have done theirs. And it's all going to be laid out on the track now to see what the athletes do for themselves, their schools, and obviously for the country later on. So we thank you for joining us wherever you are, the thousands of you that are already viewing the broadcast on the various social media platforms, on the GBN as well. And we welcome you to 3 exciting days of Intercol 2026, an event that has been put on by the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, and they're working in close collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sports and also the Grenada Athletics Association to ensure that these games are of the highest standards. Quite a number of officials all over the arena, and they are excited just as the athletes are to provide exciting competition. Clyde, I had the opportunity to visit the athletes' village this morning. I can tell you from after 7 a.m., some schools are already there. And what impressed me most at that time was the discipline of the athletes in the athletes' village. They were all sitting there very calm, composed. Their coaches and managers were with some of them. And nobody was running up and down. There was no horseplay or anything like that. They were so well disciplined in the athletes' village this morning. Maybe not sure what's going to happen later on today, but from what I saw, it was a very good account of the athletes in the athletes' village this morning.
Well, you definitely need to expect that. I think after the victory has come under your belt, you will get a bit agitated, but for now, nothing really has started yet, so I could well expect that, they're just anticipating what just may be for them for the day.
Well, on screen we see the warm-up for the long jump. It's the long jump sub-junior girls, so we can just give you an idea of some of the events that will be happening this morning. There will be 5 final events this morning: the girls shot put senior, the boys discus throw junior, the girls long jump sub-junior, the girls high jump junior, and we're also going to see the Octathlon 100-meter hurdles open. These will be some of the final events this morning. But while that is happening as well, we're going to have some preliminaries in the girls 100-meter hurdles for seniors, the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior, the boys 100-meter dash sub-junior, the 200-meter dash junior, the boys javelin throw sub-junior, the boys shot put senior. All these will be happening in our morning session. Clive, the athletes are here. They are raring to go. They've prepared well. They've had some competition readiness, so to speak, with some of the meets that have happened, and the expectations are very high for these athletes and their schools.
Yes, certainly the expectation is high. You know that the track year actually runs from, let's say, August into maybe, I would put it up to May, right? And certainly these athletes have prepared. They've taken part in competition to assess, their readiness for this Intercol Games. A number of development meets happened prior to the Arisa National Champs. Then you had the National Champs, and now the culmination, the make of it all, the Intercol Games.
Well, we can tell you in the sub-junior girls long jump, 34 athletes have been registered. Going to give you a quick rundown of the names. We have Haley Edwards of Grenville Secondary, Shania Lewis of J.W. Fletcher, Rena Hosford, St. David's Catholic, Lily Rose Jones, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Jemiah Hosford, Anglican High School, Micaiah George, Happy Hills Secondary, Eliza Plenty, Hillsborough Secondary, Cariana Phillips Sass, Asha George, Happy Hills Secondary, Emma Frederick, McDonald College, Carla Paris, SJC SS, that's St. John's Christian Secondary, Shaper, Ikuna Francis, I beg your pardon, from the Hillsborough Secondary, Shakeda Orr from Wester Hall Secondary, Kiana Sampson, Grenada Christian Academy, Charlene Williams of Wesley College, Destiny Batiste, Boca Secondary, Renika Cyrus, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Amanda Williams, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Peyton Bettel of Bishop's College, Isaiah George of Westmoreland Secondary, Leah Rose Charles, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Kira Felix, Berian Christian, Samantha Grant, Wester Hall Secondary, Shaquanda Paul, St. David's Catholic, Kelana Modest of SAS, Dominic Joseph of Westmoreland Secondary, Zilla Smith of Grenville Secondary, Darcel Barry Anglican High School, Chloe Mitchell of the Boca Secondary, Brianna Horsford, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Deja Williams of McDonald College, DeQuina Richardson, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, and we have Horsford Flavini of the SGI, St. George's Institute, and Jemiah John of St. Joseph Convent, St. George. 34 athletes, Clyde registered for the girls long jump sub-junior, and the record for this event is 5.58 meters, established in 2016 by Shanti Mitchell.
Yeah, certainly the 34 athletes, they will have to qualify first, meet the standard to advance. So they will, the field will be broken down before we get to the finals. And so they have to ensure these young ladies that they get across the standard mark before they can move forward.
Well, the way it's done, Clyde, is that the top 8 will emerge into the finals. So they have 3 rounds of jumps. Top 8 goes into the final for a 3-jump shootout.
And so it's going to be a battle for the top 8, and then a battle for supremacy. On your screen, competitor from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School.
That's Kelina Modest. She was one of the standout athletes for SAS this year, and she has a good chance. Leah Rose Charles is also there. She's a pretty decent jumper as well for the St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
Yeah, Rose Charles did compete well at the primary level. This is her first Intercol Games. And so she's one of the new athletes that will be featured out of the 360 that is here first time at the Intercol Games.
Well, this is a moment indeed for these 360. And as you mentioned that, we look back to the number of athletes from the different schools. And of course, the co-ed schools, we expect them to have more athletes than the others. And out of the 936, 78 of these athletes come from SAS, both boys and girls. St. David's, who is also a co-ed school, I think they have a 40-something athletes. So too is the GBSS in the boys category with 40-something athletes. And these are some of the schools with a larger number of athletes here today. So it takes a lot to prepare these athletes. And I was mentioning to you that very early some of the schools were here at the Athletes Village, and I was so surprised to see McDonald College here after 7. And I said, what time did you all leave Sates to come down? She said, we didn't come from Sates. We're actually camping in St. George. So I think that's where we need to go with the schools from the outer parishes that have to come down day after day after day, because they've recognized that this can be a disadvantage to them to have to go back up every evening, get a few hours sleep, wake up early, come back down, and after competing. So it's good to see McDonald College camping in St. George's, and so the athletes are here bright and early, fresh and ready to go.
Yeah, certainly it makes for better competition. While they're not traveling with the planes, you know, you tend to get jet lag when you travel, but certainly traveling this long distance, it does make the body feel a bit tired, and so it's good that they can be close to the competition area so that they don't have to really expend that energy. But, you know, as you say that, and you look at even some of the schools right here in St. George, they tend to camp together, you know, and have the kids together and be able to maybe review and reflect on what has been the day's performance, maybe look at, you know, strategies going forward. So it does make for good planning from the coaches.
So as we look on screen now, we see the girls shot put senior also in progress. 25 athletes registered for this one, and we're going to give you a quick rundown here. We have Ebony Moraine of St. Joseph Convent St. George, Nekenia Joseph of St. Joseph Convent St. George as well. From the Westerhall Secondary, Teresha Joseph. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Shade John, one to look out for. I'm about to take her through now is athlete 1726 of SAS. And that looks as though is the athlete Avia 1725 Avia Fletcher. We just had a through there from SAS. Azaria Williams of Wesley College is there. From the Hillsborough Secondary, Kamaya Charles. St. David's Catholic, and Naomi Augustine. Niana Alexander from the Hillsborough Secondary, Tiara McIntosh, McDonald College. We call Avia Fletcher of SAS. Kimora Andrews of McDonald College, Naomi Douglas of Bishop's College. And about to make a through now is Kimora Andrews of McDonald College. Let's just pause to see what she does here. Pretty decent throw to start from Kimora Andrews, McDonald College. We also have Talia Richardson of the Greater 7-Day Adventist Comprehensive. Shanika Sylvester of Happy Hills Secondary. Shantanek Paul is there from SAS. Danisha Alexander from St. Rose Modern Secondary. Makeda Joseph of Happy Hill. Alan Pursue of St. Joseph Convent St. George. Carissa Felix of the Boca Secondary. Keziah Andrew of Anglican High School. As we pause again for another athlete. This time is from the Bishop's College, it looks like here. That's Naomi Douglas. That's what I threw there from Naomi Douglas from Bishop's College. And we also have Amira Alexander from Boca Secondary, Amia Henry of Anglican High School, Aishana Andrew of St. Joseph Convent St. George, and McKenny Smith from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School.
25 athletes, all looking to get a chance to become the champion shot putter. Can tell you this, last year, Xenia Collins of the GSS, she won this event with a throw of 10.30. Looking at some of the athletes that are here, for example, Tiara McIntosh, she's a returning senior.
So we just saw there, just to pause a little bit, Shantanek Paul of SAS with a decent throw, but she still had some distance inside the circle. She was very far from the edge of the circle, so she may want to have a look at that. But pretty much all of the athletes we've seen so far just around the same distance in the shot put for senior girls.
Yeah, and Paul with a good throw. She is the second place athlete from the Ariza National Champs, the 2026 Ariza National Champs, behind Naomi Augustine. So she's one to look forward to.
So they have their work cut out for them. Naomi Augustine, Shantanek Paul coming up head on head again. St. David's Catholic Secondary and the SAS. It's going to be a little difficult for us when they come with these uniforms, Clyde. They're not wearing the school uniform, so to speak, and so it's going to make it a little difficult for us to call them. So not as good as the previous attempts from what we saw from the other competitors. We expect to see the girls long jump sub-junior, as we mentioned, in progress. The boys discus throw. They are crossed inside of the cage and getting themselves ready. They have not started yet. St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew is now attempting in the shot put for senior girls. Just above the red arc there. Not close to the lead, as we saw a very good jump from what looks like St. Joseph Convent St. George in the high jump, which is now at 1.51 meters. And the high jump is happening for the girls junior. So a number of field events in progress. And then we're going to see in a short while the start of the heptathlon girls 100 meters hurdles. And then the senior girls and senior boys. Another clearance for Hillsborough Secondary School in the high jump. Back and forth to the short put now. Looks like Boca Secondary School.
Yeah, that throw looked very impressive there, Leslie.
To me, it looks like the best throw so far for the morning from the girls. We still have not seen Naomi Augustine from the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Anglican High School is going to have an attempt. That's your Hillsborough Secondary School athlete here, attempting now 1.51 meters.
And that's Kalani Kwashi of the Hillsborough Secondary School.
We welcome the viewers out of Carrico and P.T. Martinic. Your girls and boys are here, and they're going to represent admirably. Here she goes. Well, a very far leap from the bar. I was actually coming down on the bar. I'm sure if she adjusts her run-up, she would be able to clear the side, because technically she didn't look too bad. I just felt that the leap to the bar was just a little bit too far.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there. You want to get a little closer, maybe get a bit more angled. She came from a rather straightish approach. You want to get a bit angled so that you can go across the trajectory of the bar.
Well, she's heading over to her coach for some instructions. He's obviously going to tell her something about the run-up, I presume. But they're in conversation now, and we see that happening on the international circuit as well. The athletes, after every jump, you see they look towards the coach to get some instructions as to how they can improve. We see the boys getting ready for the discus throw in the junior category, I beg your pardon. We're back with the high jump. Hillsborough Secondary School.
So she's on a third and final attempt. And she unable to get over that height of 1.51.
So early disqualification for Hillsborough Secondary in the high jump.
So we
Kalani Kwashi making an early exit. The long jump continues, sub-junior girls. Hillsborough Secondary here in the long jump.
That's Azariah Plenty of the Paddy's Hillsborough Secondary School. She's the next on the runway. Of course, the record for the long jump sub-junior girls is 5.58 meters. And that was set way back in 2016.
Well, let's see what Eliza Plenty has in store for us here. Journeying from Karakou and about to hit the runway for the long jump sub-junior girls.
Meanwhile, let's see the bar for the high jump. It's being set at 1.54.
St. Joseph's Convent.
That's Michaela Patrick. And she's over. She is over 1.54. Really well done there. It looked rather easy for Patrick. I think the record for the high jump sub-junior should be 1.63. Let me just...
Indeed, it is 1.63. Skeeter Isaac, the current record holder. We're trying to give you a bit of everything that's happening at the moment. The high jump for the juniors, the long jump for the sub-juniors, the shot put for the senior girls, and then we're going to have the junior boys discus in a short while.
So the bar at 1.57. Moves in increments of 3 from here on in.
Looks like Jada Woodruff of the St. Joseph Convent St. George. Failed attempt here by Convent St. George's.
And that's her first attempt, so she does have 2 more attempts.
So the game record for the junior girls high jump 1.63 meters. Skeeter Isaac, the record holder, established in 2005.
But Clyde, very overcast conditions now. Not too hot, maybe ideal for some of the athletes. Maybe some may need it a little warmer. But nonetheless, it's very early and they will want to take advantage of the conditions.
Yes, certainly want to take advantage of it. Just in the distance, there seemed to be a slight drizzle in the distance. Not certain that it's going to get all the way down here.
Well, a good clearance on this occasion. She did some adjustments. And now she has successfully cleared 1.57 meters.
So she will continue to move up. The bar goes to 1.60.
But there is a drizzle on now, Clyde. See the athletes taking cover, so too are the officials making some adjustments in covering some of the equipment. So it seems as though the high jump would be suspended for a moment. We see the officials covering the jumping mat now. Athletes seeking some resolve underneath the tent, the small tent that is there for them. And the heavens have opened up. I mean, if you look over the Granite Hills, we can see the rains coming there. And we may just have a suspension in proceedings while the officials make some adjustments for the rain that is coming.
Yeah, certainly it's not looking the prettiest. On day 1 of Intercol Games 2026, just slight hold up for the rain. Again, we got a start last year. We had similar conditions. This year we were able to get off to a good start, but unfortunately the rains are here. And let's hope it doesn't remain too long with us.
Just for those of you keeping scores, we want to alert you on what the points allocations are. So for the individual events, the first position gets 7 points, second position gets 5 points, third 3 points, fourth position gets 2 points, and for positions 5th to 8th, they get 1 point each. For the team events like relays, and also for the combined events like the Octathlon and Heptathlon, they get 13 points for the first position, 9 points for second, 5 points for third, 3 points for fourth, 2 points for fifth, and the sixth, seventh, and eighth also gets 2 points. So that's how the points would be distributed amongst the finalists. Everyone in the finals would at least earn 1 point for the individual events, and for the combined and team events, 2 points each. That is important in the scheme of things, especially when it gets down to the final events and the persons are doing all of the permutations and combinations and want to keep their individual scores. And of course, on a daily basis, we remind you of those allocation of points for those of you who are tabulating for yourselves.
Yeah, certainly points up for grabs. These points matter. These athletes will be putting all effort in to ensure that they get into the top 8. You look at a list of 34 athletes for one event, and it's only the top 8 that carries points. So apart from getting onto the podium, you have to get into the top 8 to get to the podium.
Of course, and then we have the age categorization for those of you who are interested in that as well. So sub-juniors must be born 2012 and 2013. The juniors must be born 2010 and 2011. And the seniors from 2009 to 2006. These are the age categorizations for the athletes that are competing. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a short break and come back with more live action when the rain has subsided and the events are recommenced. Until then, we say stay with us. We'll be back with more live action shortly. So we welcome you back here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the GAPS Intercol Championships 2026. We just had a slight hold up in the proceedings because of the rains. The rain has actually subsided, and now we are going to continue with the events that are happening on the field. So we have a number of them. The long jump for sub-junior girls is still in progress. So too is the high jump for juniors. The discus for the juniors about to be started, and the shot put for the senior girls also in progress. So we're going to have Bunstein and Bernard to continue with the commentary, and so again, stay with us for exciting track and field here at the National Stadium.
So we are getting ready for the first event on the track. Just had a little sprinkling of showers of blessing with Bernstein.
Oh yes,
It's not rain.
We call it showers of blessing. It was only a 30% rain and 30% defeated 70% today.
Yes, so we expect for the remainder of the day, as we look out into the distance, where the rain actually comes from, there's no sign of further rain, so let's hope it stays like that.
So we'll be getting ready for the first track event for the day. In the meantime, there was a sighting of some shot put action, but we were getting ready for the so it's the Heptathlon girls 100-meter hurdles open. In lane 1, Maya Robinson of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Rachel Etienne of Anglican High School. She's in lane 3. In lane 4, Jadesia Mark of SAS. Lane 5, Matisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College. Lane 6, Teresa Bean of Happy Hill Secondary. Cillian Charles of St. David's Catholic is in lane 7, and Soraya Walker of St. Joseph's Convent.
So it's the Heptathlon girls 100 meters hurdles open. First event on the track. And let's see what it gives for the remainder of the day. It's a good way to start. The Heptathlon Bernstein is becoming a very popular event in these Intercol games.
So it's 7 events. First flight, which is the 100-meter hurdle, and we see some movement from Bishop's College in the middle of the track. Lane 5, that's Montisha St. Bernard. Bishop College, she seemed to be in control of this one. On her inside is Jadesia Mark of SAS, but it's Bishop College, SAS, and it looks like Anglican High School, your top 3.
Yes, a good run there, right from the inside. That's Montisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. That's a time of 17.49 seconds. And second position there, of course, this is the Heptathlon girls. There we see a good run there by Montisha St. Bernard from Bishop's College. 17.49 is a winning time, but of course it's a multi-event, so it's all about points on this, the first day.
So in the first day, the girls will be doing the 100-meter hurdles, the high jump, the shot put, and the 200 meters. That will be the 4 events that they'll be, well, the 4 flights, because it's actually 1 event, but we have 7 disciplines, and this is the 100-meter hurdles for the Heptathlon for girls.
This is the second set, if you want to call it that. So it's Hazard in lane number 1. She's from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Rogers, she's in lane 2. She's from SAS. In lane 3, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. McFoy in lane number 4 from Bishop's College, from the carrier crew is Marlena Joseph. Antonia George from GSS. From Anglican High School is Janelle Smith. And the Happy Hill Secondary School, Arisha Regis. She's running out of lane number 8.
So it's the second flight in the girls heptathlon open. That's Melina Joseph of Boca Secondary in lane 4. St. David's Catholic in 1, SAS in 2, St. Joseph's Convent St. George 3. In 4, Joseph of Boca Secondary. Lane 5 is empty. Lane 6, that's George of Grenville Secondary School, and Smith of Anglican High School in 7, and Arisha Regis of Happy Hill Secondary, making up the field here in the second heat of the girls 100-meter hurdles heptathlon. That's open event.
And they're on the status orders. It's 100 meters hurdles heptathlon girls. It's an open event. They're off.
And here they go. It's heat 2, and it's St. David's Catholic in lane 1. GSS is showing some spirit there in lane 2, but in the middle of the track. As we seem to have lost our signal there.
So it's Hazard from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 17.71. She's the winner of this second heat in the heptathlon girls. Antonia George from GSS, 17.94. Janelle Smith, Anglican High School, 19.61, 20.47. It's Boca Secondary School. Marlena Joseph. And in 5th position from SAS, 21.05. Rogers. And then 6, Happy Hill Secondary Schools, Regis and McFoy from St. Joseph's Convent St. George, 23.34.
So we have just witnessed the second batch of the competitors for the girls 100-meter hurdles open in the heptathlon. We have another flight coming up shortly, and this is an event where the girls will be doing 7 events over 2 days. They'll be doing 4 events today and another 3 tomorrow. So we're getting ready for the next batch shortly.
And we would have heard announcers talking to the winner of the girls high jump for junior, Michaela Patrick. She's out of St. Joseph's Convent St. George. She, in fact, is our national champion in the girls junior at our recently held national championship. Congratulations there to the first gold medalist of the day, Michaela Patrick from St. Joseph's Convent St. George.
Okay, congratulations to Michaela, indeed. Quite impressive in the high jump this morning as we get ready for
so it's the 3rd flight.
Heat 1. This is Heat 1 of the girls 100-meter hurdles senior. So we have moved on into the girls 100-meter hurdles senior. The action is heating up here. The weather been threatening a bit, but now the rain has subsided and the sun is out in all its glory, which means that we're going to have a beautiful morning of athletics here as we get ready for the girls 100-meter hurdles senior Heat 1.
Jada Roberts from Anglican High School. She's in lane number 3. Christiana Charles from SAS. She's in lanes 4. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane number 6. From Boca Secondary School, Nikia Roberts. She's in lane number 7. So 4 starters, and they're off.
And here we go. It's 4 competitors. It's Christiana Charles of SAS, and on the inside is Christopher of St. David's Catholic. As they come over the hurdle, almost simultaneously going down to the finish, but it's Christopher just edging out Charles there. in quite a competitive heat, the girls 100-meter hurdles senior.
That's the girls. That's the completion there of heat number 1. The girls 100 meters hurdles. That's for senior girls.
As we saw there, it's still the heats. It's early. There'll be a final sometime later. The athletes would want to conserve some energy for the final because that is where the medals are being decided and the points being allocated, and knowing that it's competition time, points is of the essence. So here are your winners.
So that's Christopher 15.30 seconds, Charles from SAS 15.48, Roberts from Anglican High School 17.68, and from Boca Secondary School in Nikia Roberts, second Roberts in here, Nikia Roberts from the Boca Secondary School in 17.93. Heat number 1, the girls 100 meters hurdles, that's senior girls. Heat number 2 is up next.
So these are the heats. Remember, 8 of these competitors are going to get into the final this afternoon. And the finals are where the points and the medals are being distributed. Let's get the start list for heat number 2.
We have another 4 athletes to face, 5 athletes here to face the starters. And heat number 2 of the girls 100 meters senior the hurdles. Ariana Williams, she's in lane number 1. Soraya Phillip in lane number 2. Niana Alexander in lane number 3. In lane number 4, Natalia Strawn from St. Joseph's Convent St. George. And in lane number, she's in lane number 4, that's Strawn. And in lane number 5, Tiana Joseph from Grenada Christian Academy.
So we're getting ready. Incidentally, Niana Alexander in lane number 3 is from Hillsborough Secondary School. And this is heat 2 of 2. 9 competitors in all from heat 1. So that means only one person will be left out of the final. No one wants to be that unlucky person. And here they go. This is heat 2 of 2. On the outside, it's Anglican High School, Convent, St. George's in the middle. Here comes a strong run from Boca Secondary. Over the final hurdle, it's Boca Secondary, Anglican High School, St. Joseph's Convent, and Bishops, or Hillsborough Secondary, that's it.
It's a good run back there from the athlete in lane 2. She did have a bit of a hurdle hitting at the very first hurdle. She came back well to take this one, and in the end, fairly easily in the end there. The athlete there from Boca Secondary School, that's Soraya Phillip, 18.82 seconds. Anglican High School, Rihanna Williams, she was second in 19.19, and Natalia Strawn from St. Joseph's Convent in George in third position in 19.82.
So it was all about getting her rhythm back there, Soraya Phillip. These hurdles, it's rhythmic. You've got to get it right and make sure that you're smooth over the hurdles, get into rhythm, get into the flow, and once you get that consistency going, you tend to move swifter and get over the hurdles quicker, and eventually you're able to win the race.
And then we see Philip there hitting the first hurdle and then recovering well to take the win at the end.
So we're getting ready for the boys. The senior boys, 110-meter hurdles. As the athletes gather at the start line, the boys 100-meter hurdles, senior. They'll get into the start list shortly and enlighten you as to what is happening in this event.
So it's 110 meters boys, that is senior boys. We have 2 heats. It's a top finisher in each heat, and then 6 next best times. So 2 heats, The winner of each heat automatically goes into the finals, and then the next 6 best times. Your 100 meters for boys, seniors, 110 meters hurdles for senior boys. That's up next. The record for this event was established in 2025 by Kyle Ned. Kyle Ned, who has distinguished himself rather well over these Intercol games in 2025, and certainly in this event. The record stands at 14.71 seconds. And as we said earlier, this was established in 2025. Heat number 1, in lane number 2, Josh Thomas, he's from the GBSS. Caleb Alexander from PBC, in lane number 3. In lane number 4, Deshaun Jones from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. In lane number 5, from Boca Secondary School, Jamal Nichols, and from SAS, Golden Junior Joseph. He will be in lane, run out of lane number 6.
So these are some of the familiar names in the 110-meter hurdles. Some of the athletes that we've seen over and over again. Golden Joseph, Junior of SAS, Josh Thomas of the GBSS, Caleb Alexander of PBC, Deshaun Jones of St. David's Catholic, and Jamal Nichols.
So let's look for
Boca Secondary.
Let's look for the technique in here. This is one of the technical events. Good technique. You would see the difference.
So Golden Joseph, he was our junior champion from last year, and he's now into the senior ranks.
So he comes into this event, Bernstein, with some pedigree.
Oh yes, but he'll have the other young men to contend with, the likes of Josh Thomas, Deshaun Jones, Caleb Alexander, and Jamal Nichols. They're all vying for a spot in the final later on, and they're here to give it a shot.
So Golden, he's running out of lane number 6. So keep your eyes peeled. And lane number 6, that's the reigning champion in the junior boys hurdles. Up to the senior ranks, let's see what Mr. Golden brings to the table here today.
So as we wait for the start of Heat 1, it's Heat 1 of 2. We're going to have 2 sections here, and the winner automatically gets his spot. Automatically gets his spot into the final. So we're awaiting to see the battle between Josh Thomas, one of the perennial competitors in this event, and Golden Joseph, not trying to outdo any of the other competitors, but the running should come from lane 2 and lane 6. But I guess that the other athletes are here for a reason.
Absolutely. So it's again very quickly in lane number 1, GBSS's Thomas. In lane number 2 from PBC, it's Alexander Jones from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Usually pretty good technicians, the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary. It's Deshaun Jones. He's in lane number 4. From Boca Secondary, Nichols, he's in 5.
And we expect to see a better display of the hurdling technique in this section with the senior boys. They've been doing this event for a number of years now, and as the time progresses, they should start mastering the event. So we expect to see some top-class hurdling from these young men.
And Joseph in lane 6. The winner, you are into the finals, automatically into the finals. And it's the next 6 best times. So it's 5 at least before the start in heat number 1. And 5 athletes.
And they're trying to get themselves into the final, still bearing in mind that the record in this event is held by Kyle Ned, one of our more outstanding hurdlers of late.
So of the 2 heats.
As we see a competitor from the Grenville Secondary School in the long jump. That looked like the sub-junior girls long jump.
It is the long jump for sub-junior girls. That's in progress. And then we see on our screen, it's Haley Edwards. No, it's Dacel Barry from Anglican High School. That's Barry from Anglican High School on your screen. That's a girl long jump for sub-juniors. And some 34 athletes down to compete in this event. The game's record is 5.58 meters. Let's turn our attention back to the track. The boys 110 meters hurdles. That's senior boys. It's about to get on the way.
So it's heat number 1. Heat 1 up to the winner gets an automatic spot into the final later on today. And the next best 6 times will join the winner from this flight and the winner from heat number 2, which will be coming up shortly. They're getting ready.
They're readying themselves. The top 8 will go through to the finals.
And here they go. They're off. It's the boys 110-meter hurdles. It's Josh Thomas and lane 2. Also Golden Joseph, as expected. It's Joseph and Thomas. It's Thomas much in control of this one. So Thomas of GBSS, an easy win for him here.
Easy win for Thomas. Here we see the replay here. And right from the start, quite easily, the athlete in lane number 4 would have had some bit of a stumble, but it's Thomas and Golden, as was expected, as was spoken of earlier, through to the top 2 finishers there. And Josh Thomas from the GBSS, your winner, 15.18 seconds. Golden Joseph from SAS in second position, 15.82. Not as clean as one would expect. But in the end, relatively easy win there for Thomas. Second position, it's Joseph from SAS, and PBC, that's Caleb Alexander in third. Jones, that's Deshaun Jones from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 4. And Nichols in 5th position.
Let me say that I think Thomas made it look easy. He made it look fairly easy in heat number 1. Joseph had some difficulty with the hurdles, but Thomas, your clear winner here. That's in heat number 1. The final is later on, and maybe Joseph will have some things to fix with his coach, and maybe we'll see something better from him in the final.
Yes, and heat number 2, that's up next. That's Kamal Joseph, starting out of lane number 3 from GBSS. Michael Daniel from St. Davis Catholic Secondary School in lane number 4. Ethan Auguste from the PBC. He's running out of lane number 5. And 6 is Rick Cade from SAS, and from Boca Secondary School, Jamal Kador.
Well, Kamal Joseph, we've known from the junior ranks, character athlete representing Grenada, but now he's here in the 110-meter hurdles, senior. Ethan Auguste of PBC, another of our sprinters, now into the 110-meter hurdle. So switching up the events a bit, but we know that it's Intercol, it's competitive, and the points really matter. So the athletes are showing their dexterity here.
Yes, and it's a good thing at this age, before you zero in on where you are going to settle, it's good to have a go and see where the fit is best. So 5 athletes in heat number 1, another 5 in this heat number 2. Your top 8 finishers will go into the finals later.
So we're getting ready for heat number 2 in the boys 110-meter hurdles, senior.
The game's record is 14.71. 14.71, that's a game's record. This was established in 2025 by Kyle Ned.
So as we look at the athletes on the start line there, focused on the hurdles. They've got to go over those 10 hurdles, and they're all getting ready.
So it's GBSS in lane 1, St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 2, PBC in lane 3, SAS in 4, and Boca Secondary, lane number 5.
So it's actually lane 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 being used in this event. So we're getting ready. They're on the mark. Joseph, Daniel, Auguste, Cadet, and Cadeau.
Your boys, 110 hurdles. That's for senior boys.
And this time they're off. In the middle of the track, it's PBC, that's Auguste on his outside, St. David Catholic Secondary. It's Auguste of PBC. SAS is right there, but it's going to be Auguste of PBC. Cadet of SAS, that's Rick Cadet in second position. We are with the official times.
It's very close to call at the end there. It's a good run back from the athlete from SAS. And it's, in fact, it is the athlete from SAS who pulled this one off. It's Rick Cadet. We thought he had a pretty good run back at 15.21 seconds. That's Rick Cadet, the winner there, and Auguste, who led for most of the way in second position, 15.22, just a mere 0.01 of a second. And Mark Daniel in third position from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 15.47. Kamal Joseph from GBSS in fourth position, and Jamal Kador in the fifth position.
So it was Cadet edging out Auguste, former 400-meter hurdles champion, but now coming down to the 110-meter hurdles, found that the competition was tougher there, being edged out by Rick Cadet of SAS. But they're all going to get into the finals.
Yeah, one would have thought that young Kamal Joseph there eased up just about 5 minutes. He thought he had it won. And in fact, the race is never finished until you cross the finish line. And there we see here a very clear lead of about 5 meters and easing up there. But pushing through the line was the athlete there from SAS, whereas the athlete there from PBC would have eased up with just a few meters to the line. And so he was nipped, as you would recognize there from Cadet, nipping him right at the line to take this heat.
So the final is set for the 110-meter hurdles, but just you must need to take note that the 4 fastest finishers there was Rick Cadet of SAS, 15 point. It was actually Josh Thomas, 15.18. Then we had Rick Cadet, 15.21, and Auguste, 15.22 seconds, and Golden Joseph, 15.82 seconds. So it's charged. The atmosphere will be charged this afternoon when we get ready for the 110-meter hurdles. It's all going to be excitement this afternoon. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
So up next on the track is the Octathlon. And you get in a view here. Competitors. Shot put. That's a shot put for senior girls. We had some 25 athletes, competitors listed here. And we should get you an update of where things are with the senior girls shot put. Just a matter of short time. But we are still on the track.
So the hurdles are being removed, which means that we're going to be getting ready for some speed shortly. And we're now going to have an interview with Sherry Ann. So we move over to Sherry Ann on the field. Sherry.
High jump, that's Michaela Patrick, St. Joseph Convent St. George. We will come back to her and Sherry Ann shortly.
So we expect to see the girls 100-meter dash for sub-junior coming up shortly, followed by the 100-meter sub-junior dash for boys. So stay tuned. The excitement is building. We have an interview coming up shortly as we see a number of field events in progress. We'll keep you up to date with all the activities happening on the field as we try to keep you covered and keep you entertained with every single bit of action out there on the field. This is TNR Communication, and nobody else does it like us.
It's the Intercol 2026 from the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary School, GAPS. Main sponsor in LA. You're not missing anything on the track, as the track is being readied for a suite or a series of short sprints.
So we're getting ready for the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior, and we're going to see the reuniting of some of the battles that we've had throughout the athletic season among the girls. And you may not want to move away from your screens at this.
What's continuing is the long jump for sub-junior girls. The record in that event is 5.58 meters. This was established a long time ago, 2016 in fact, by Shante Mitchell. That's 5.58 meters.
So this looked like the boys in the Octathlon. So doing the 100-meter event. So it should be the boys in the Octathlon doing the 100-meter event. Sometime during the course of the day, they'll be doing the long jump, the shot, and the 400-meter event. Multi-events, athletes. These are the Iron Boys. They're not yet men, so you won't call them, or future Iron Men, we'll call them.
Yes, it's 8 events over 2 days.
Boys, 100-meter dash, lane number 2, Grenada Secondary.
So here we go in
Richardson. Lane number 3, Najico GBSS, Javelin Noel. Lane number 4, Nawasa Sass, Jamarai Fletcher. And lane number 5 is vacant. 3, 4, and 5 for this first section of Octathlon boys 100-meter dash.
the 3 boys to face the starters of the Octathlon 100 meters open.
So it's Adonis of GSS. He's in lane 2 on your track. You'll see that. In lane 3, GBSS, and in lane 4, it's Sass Jemiah Fletcher.
It's GBSS, SAS, and GSS.
And here they go. And it's a close battle here. It's GBSS and SAS. It's Noel of GBSS, Javelin Noel of GBSS just edging out Fletcher of SAS, and Adonis of GSS in the 3rd position. 3 competitors here. The Octathlon boys 100-meter dash open.
11.54. That's Noel from GBS as the winner. 11.66. It's all about points today. 11.6 is from SAS. Champ Maury Fletcher, he's in 2nd position, and Ali Shawn Adonis from GSS with a time of 12.64 seconds. The first event in the Octathlon for boys. Continuing events on the track.
we know that the Octathlon could be a very grueling event. It is, and these young men, I want to congratulate them for participating in this 8-eventer.
Where is heat number 2? That's up next. Heat number 2 is up next. Continue with it, Octathlon for boys. 100 meters. And we get our lane assignments.
Carissa Felix, Boca Secondary.
So we getting ready.
In the senior girls.
We're getting ready there for the Octathlon. Heat number 2. Heat number 2, the Octathlon for boys. 100 meters. That's Richardson, Cameron Richardson from GSS. Boca Secondary School here, Trevor Joseph, he's running at lane 2. Juani Morel from St. Joseph's. Heat number 2 from SJCSS. Heat number from lane number 4, Cornel Pierre from the GBSS. Lane number 5, Diron Batiste from Westerhall Secondary School. Lane number 7 from Randy Jones from SAS. And then lane number 8, Keon Jacasal from PBC.
Well, it's good to know that in this event we have Randy Jones, who last year represented one of the schools from Carriacou, now a member of the SAS team. He also won the long jump last year and was also in the 100-meter final. And we have Quanel Pierre of GBSS, one of the names that we're very familiar with in athletics in Grenada. So let's see what happens in this 100-meter dash for the senior boys of the Octathlon.
St. John's Christian Secondary School in lane number 3. Juani Morel.
And here we go. It's a fast one. It looks like Randy Jones of SAS just edging out Quanel Pierre there. And we know it's going to be a fast time. These are guys who have gone sub 10 in the past. Sub 11.
And there we see here the 10.7 to the winning time of Randy Jones. And it's a legal win. Second position at 10.89. And Bernstein, you are correct. They're both sub 11 on this day. A good run in there from the athlete from SAS. 10.72. You get some good points in this Octathlon. 10.89. Cornel Pierre, Cameron Richardson from GSS, 11.55 seconds. Jacques Assal from PBC in 11.57. Trevor Joseph from Boca, 11.64. Diron Batiste from Westerhall, 12.33. And Quani Morel from St. John's Christian Secondary School, 12.81. A good run at
10.72 in the Oct. And it's a wonderful time. It's quite impressive.
It is quite impressive. You got quite a bit of points in there. So that was the completion of the first events of the Octathlon. And up next on the track would be the 100 meters for sub-junior girls. 100 meters for sub-junior girls.
So already on the track we see one of the favorites. That's Haley Tyrrell of SAS. She was disqualified last year. She had a false start, and I think this year she'd want to redeem herself. But the competition will be coming from all the other girls in the field there. Let's look at the start list and let's see where the competition will be coming from.
So it's a time of redemption.
But the girls are only vying here for a shot at the medals in the final.
The record in this event is 11.70 seconds. That was established in 2003. Let's take the lane assignments.
Lane number 1 representing the Nawasa SAS. One of the big names in this one, Haley Terrell. Lane number 2 representing the Wesley College, Charlene Williams. Lane number 3 from the Sister Isle representing the Bishop's College, Khadija Modeste. Lane number 4, Grenville Secondary, Anya George. Lane number 5 representing the Westmoreland School, Dominic Joseph. Lane number 6 representing the St. George's Institute, Vanessa Hosford Flavini. And lane number 7 representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Raina Hosford. And lane number 8 representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Leah Rose Charles. Quite a stacked field in heat number 1 of 5, sub-junior girls, 100-meter dash.
Bernstein, it's a stacked field indeed.
Stacked indeed. Some familiar names there.
Yes.
Haley Tyrrell, Leah Rose Charles, and St. David's representative there. It's going to be some fires on the track.
From lanes 1 to 8, this is going to be quite competitive. Look for the running in lane number 1 and 8.
And Hosford will have something to say in this event. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Rena Hosford. She's there.
So it's Terrell in lane number 1, Williams in 2, Modeste, she's in 3, George in 4. In 5, it's Joseph. That's Dominic Joseph from Westmoreland in 6. And it's good to see a representation here from SGI, St. George's Institute. She's in lane number 6. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 7. And St. Joseph's Convent St. George in Leah Rose in lane number 8.
So they're getting ready. Tyrrell has already gone 12.17 seconds. We expect to see something faster than this to threaten the record. But they're getting ready.
11.70. That's the game's record.
And they're off. And a clean start. And already in lane 1, it's Haley Tyrrell taking charge of this one. Running by herself. She may want to turn it off. She didn't. But it's an easy win for Tyrrell of SAS. Sending a warning to everyone. I'm ready.
Absolutely. And in the 100 meters, as easy as you can get. There we see Tyrrell here all by her lonesome. Enough time to have a look over her left or right shoulder. Nobody was in sight. So in fact, with 15 meters to go, she literally shut it down. An easy win from Tyrrell there. And that's Haley Tyrrell with bad memories of 2025. She did it, and she did it in style rather easily. A distant second was Leah Rose Charles. And we expect when these finals come around, this is going to be a lot of excitement. It's the top finisher that's the only guaranteed spot into these finals because there are 5 heats. So it's the top 5 finishers and the next 3 best times. 12.27. That's 12.27. That's the winning time. 12.80 second place finisher and 12.95. That's the third place finisher. That's Rihanna Horsford from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. The minor places from Westerhall Secondary. That's Dominic Joseph, 13.31.
So running true to form, Tyrrell shutting it down and 12.27. Would you say that the record is under some threat this evening?
Well, the ease with which she won this race gives you a lot to hope for. In heat number 2, let's take the lane assignments.
Grenada 70 Adventist Comprehensive, Daquana Richardson. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Kaylee Charles. Lane number 3, St. Mark Secondary, Adisa Bartholomew. Lane number 4, Westerhall Secondary, Tristana Charles. Lane number 5, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Brianna Hosford. Lane 6, Beacon High School, Daviel Cooper. Lane number 7, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Kyla Henry. And lane number 8, Nawasa SAS, Denise Mitchell.
Junior girls, it's heat 2 of 5. So the starters are there, ready to book a place in the final. And remember, it's only the winner
that is guaranteed a spot in the final this evening.
Seemingly there are no odds-on favorites for this one, so this ought to be quite competitive.
So if you want to be in the final, you got to win.
Heat number 2 of 5. The girls sub-junior 100 meters. This is the future of sprinting among females right here.
Oh yes, some of them are having their first taste of Intercol. Others are returning for redemption and for a place on the podium on the winner's rostrum this evening.
It's good to see St. Rose in here. St. Rose Modern Secondary. She's in lane number 7. That's Henry.
And here they are. And in the middle of the track, we see some, it looked like Wester Hall, St. Joseph Convent, but it's SAS in lane 8. That's Denise Mitchell of SAS. She's going to take this one. Wester Hall in secondary in second position. And we wait for the time and the official result.
It's a pretty easy win there. Here we see the replay. And Denise, right from the start, she was leading right from the start. A bit of a competition there at the early stages from Wester Hall Secondary School. She didn't have enough to even come close to the eventual winners. That's Denise Mitchell from SAS, 13.35. Second position from Wester Hall Secondary School, Tristana Charles, 13.96. And in 14.23 seconds, see a third place finisher from St. Joseph's Convent St. George. That's Brianna Horsford.
So another win for another SAS athlete. So that's 2 SAS athletes into the final already for this evening's final. We have 5 hits. So that means that there'll be 5 number 1 places in there, and then the next 3 fastest time will get into the final. 13.96 may be the time to beat if you wish to get into the final this evening.
Heat number 3, that's up next. And it's like number 3, like heat number 2, there seemingly no odds-on favorite, but a quite familiar name in Connor Marie Monroe. She's running right at lane 6. So let's take the lane assignments.
Number 6, GTC Anglican High School, Connor Marie Monroe. Lane number 7, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Jemiah John. And lane number 8, Classic Lighting, Grenada STA Comprehensive, Olivia Barry Charles.
So in case
Double time, 13.31 seconds. Win and you are automatically into the final. If not, you've got to run faster than 13.31 seconds. Heat number 3 of 5, sub-junior girls, 100-meter dash.
So in case you missed it, here are the lane assignments. In lane number 1 is Kiara Walters from SGI. Zaya George from Westmoreland Secondary School or Senior School from GCA. Is Kiana Sampson. Hillsborough Secondary from the Sister Isle Carriacou. That's Patrice. She's in lane number 4.
So the athletes have been asked to stand. We're going to ensure that they are all comfortable and the officials got the equipment all in order. The field is just been given some little bit of reassurance or just running through some of the rules.
So Bernstein, this one should be quite competitive. There are no odds-on favorite here, save and except a common name from running out at Anglican High School. It's Connor Marie Monroe from lane number 6.
So let's keep our eyes on the track. And this time they're off. Quite a clean start there. It's Monroe. That's Monroe of the Anglican High School. Seem to be in control of this one. St. Joseph's Convent. That's
John in second position. Conor Marie Monroe, your winner of heat number 3. All smiles as she books her way into the final. 13.04 seconds, her winning time. Monroe in control.
And
St. Joseph's Convent in second position.
In the end, it's quite an easy win from Monroe there. 13.04, that's her winning time. And second position, Jemiah John from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, 13.57. And third position, the athlete there from St. George's Institute.
So we're getting ready for heat number 4 of 5. The winners and show off a place in the position in the finals this evening. And the next 3 best times will join them for the big dance coming up later on this evening.
Heat number 4 up next.
So we've seen some interesting sprints in the 100 meters for sub-junior girls already.
Lane number 1, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jelena Panchu. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Ashel Romain. Lane number 3, GTC Anglican High, Ava Plenty. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, JW Fletcher, Renika Cyrus. Lane number 5, Wester Hall Secondary, Summer Alexander. Lane number 6, Grenville Secondary, Haley Edwards. Lane number 7, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Zeta Robertson. Lane number 8, Classic Lighting Happy Hill Secondary, Micaiah George. Heat number 4 of 5, Sub-Junior Girls, 100 meter dash.
Heat number 4. We have the athletes there, the lanes assigned. That's the sub-junior girls, 100 meters. They're down to starters.
So we're getting ready for the start. Boca Secondary, McDonald's College, Anglican High School, Wester Hall, Grenville Secondary, Happy Hill. And they're off. This is the 100 meter dash sub-junior. It's McDonald College, that's Romain, Ashel Romain in control of this one. She's pulling away from the rest of the field. She's going to take this one. Anglican High School in second position. And we wait for the official result and times.
A relatively easy win again. It seems to be a common theme. All the winners winning rather easily. It's with some distance. It's an athlete there from McDonald College. That's Ashel Romain.
So Romain taking this one, 12.97, quite an impressive time. Sub 13. Not many of the athletes have gone sub 13 for the morning.
There's Romain there. Winning and winning easily. She had this in control right from the 50 meter mark and not much of a challenge thereafter. One more heating. That should be up next in the girls. Sub-juniors, 100 meters.
Lane number 1, we've got the St. Mark Secondary, April David. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Amira Cato. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Rena Hosford. Lane number 4, GTC Bishop's College, Kira Felix. Lane number 5, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Ekona Francis. Lane number 6, Wagiti Sonova St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Tamira Newton. Lane number 7, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Jadeja Williams. And lane number 8, Wesley College, Janelle Frank. 5th and final heat.
That's your lineup there. The 5th and final heat. The winner goes through to the finals automatically. and then your next 3 best times. So far we have had a heat number 1 by far the fastest time, the winner in 12.27 seconds. And then heat number 4, winner with 12.90. Only 2 heats under 13 seconds. Let's see what heat number 5 brings to the table.
So we're getting ready for the final heat of the girls 100-meter dash sub-junior. And they're off. And a good start from MacDonald College. St. David Secondary is also there in the mix. It's St. David in control. That's Newton of St. David, MacDonald College, and Hillsborough Secondary tussling for 2nd and 3rd position.
Yeah, the 50-meter mark there, the athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Newton, that's Tamara Newton. Gained the lead there and walk it right through to the end, rather easily in the end, at a time of 12.66 seconds. This is the 3rd of the 5 heats. That's under 13 seconds for the winner, 12.66 seconds. A good control run there. 20 meters to go, she had this one all wrapped up, eased up to the end. That's Tamara Newton winning the 5th and final heat. Mira Cater from MacDonald College in 2nd position, and Iquana Francis from Hillsborough Secondary School in position number 3.
So the stage is set for the final this evening. We have some impressive time. 3 sub 13 clocking. We had 12.9 seconds from Ashel Romain of the MacDonald College. 12.66 from Newton of St. David, and 12.27 from Haley Tyrrell.
We also had in heat number 1, the 2nd place finisher, Leo Rose, also under 13, 12.80 seconds, and 12.9 seconds for Rena Hosford from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She was in 3rd position, but also under 13. So they would get themselves into the finals.
The girls have done their part in the 100 meters sub-juniors. The boys are now taken to the track as we go.
Lane 1, Job Samuel, Bishop's Booker Secondary. Lane 2, Albert Carrington, Grenada Christian Seventh-day Adventist. Lane 3, Demari Sabazan, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane 4, Bartholomew Moore, J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Lane 5, Aquil Cumberbatch, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 6, Alex Lendor, Hillsborough Secondary. And lane number 7, Dishon Oliver, Nawassa SARS.
What we see here is actually a prelude to the finals. We have the 2 fastest sub-junior boys in this heat, in the likes of Dishon Oliver of SAS and Aquil Cumberbatch of St. John's Christian Secondary. These 2 have been dominating this age group category over the season. And the Cumberbatch from the St. John's Christian Secondary may be a virtual unknown to many, but he has been right up there with Dishon Oliver of SAS throughout the season. And the 2 of them would want to maybe get the psychological advantage going into the finals later on this afternoon.
Well, the winner will have the psychological advantage because one sure to advance, the other will have to wait and see. And certainly both of them will want to make sure that they stay close to each other and not allow any gaps in terms of the timing. Going to be an interesting one here. As you said, Leslie, these 2 boys have really been in good form over the season.
So they're going to have a first go at Intercol 2026 in this the preliminary, the first of the heats. They're up and running, and is the boys, the sub-junior boys 100 meters. Dishon Oliver looking good here, and as we said, Cumberbatch is going to trail him, but it's an easy victory here. He cruises over the finish line. Dishon Oliver of SAS, Aquil Cumberbatch of Shaper in second, the two top finishers.
Yeah, good strong run there from Oliver from the get-go. He was up, out, and really pushing it, ensuring that he left nothing to chance. And this is what you want when the top athlete qualifies automatically. So he has made his statement, Oliver. So you look at him there, focused, looking up and ensuring that he's in the position that he wants to be. And that's the first position.
So this is just the first of the heats in the sub-junior boys 100 meters. There are going to be 5 heats as well, similar to what we saw in the girls category, but already Dishon Oliver sending a message out there to the rest of the field, coming into the finals later on.
Well, we're getting ready for heat 2.
From the Western Secondary School, Javelin. From the Waikiki Sonoma, St. David Catholic, Matthew Gray. From the Hillsborough Secondary,
So that's the boys heat 2 of 5.
So heat 2, we will see the likes from, we will see McDonald College, Shaper, Happy Hills Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary will be there. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, St. David's Catholic, and of course Westmoreland Secondary. These are the schools lined up for the second heat. As we see here, the boys who will be competing in the discus, that's the sub-junior boys discus, just been introduced over the studio microphone.
Well, looking at heat 1, heat 2 of the 100 meters. I'm looking at one of my past students here, Leslie, in McFarlane, actually representing
Lane 1, Kashim Ganis, McDonald College. Lane 2, Adriel Philip, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 3, Shavrik Alex, Happy Hills Secondary. Lane 4, Devian Alexis, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 5, Tyler McFillan, J.W. Catholic Secondary. Lane 6, Christian Collins, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And lane number 7, for Westmoreland Secondary, Benjamin Smart. Your lane assignment.
Yeah, so that's the lane assignment for heat 2. And, I was just saying McFarlane, one of my past students, Collins, another one of the athletes that I would have interacted with quite a lot. Featuring here, Collins has been in some good form also. Looking at him run down Oliver over the Ariza National Champs. So he will want to make a statement here. On the starters orders. Clean start, here we go. Let's see the statement coming from Collins. He's moving away, but he does have some competition on his inside. He just moves ahead now and takes this one. Pretty good run there from Adriel Philip from St. John's Christian and Kashim Ganes. So let's see what the times will be. That is the important thing.
Well, Christian Collins has secured a position into the finals later on this evening by virtue of winning. And Phillips of St. John's Christian Secondary was second. He would have to see what the times of the others look like. We'll try to give you the time that Christian Collins returned. But what we know for a fact that he has secured his spot into the finals later on this evening.
Yeah, the first place will automatically qualify.
So we're getting ready for heat 305. The boys wanting to dash. Sub-junior.
So again, another full field. 7 athletes are present.
Right up lead number 1. Zealand Charles, Appial Secondary. Lead 2. Ramon Beggs, Westmoreland Secondary. Lane 3, Rikel Simon, Beacon High School. Lane 4, Aidan Bishop, MacDonald College. Lane 5, Jabari Charles, Booker Secondary. Lane 6, Jamal Alexis, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 7, Tyrone Samuel, Westerhall Secondary. Your lane assignments.
So again, another good looking field. It's good to see Westerhall Secondary here. Terion Samuel, another athlete from the St. Dominic's Catholic School, Leslie.
Well, they're all here representing now for their secondary school. So we have Zealand Charles, Ramon Beggs, Rikel Simon, Aidan Bishop, Jabari Charles, Jamar Alexis, and Terion Samuel. Your lineup here for heat 3 of 5 in the sub-junior boys 100-meter dash. Looking for a place into the finals. The only automatic spot into the finals is the winner of the heat. And then the next best 3 times would be chosen. The games record here for the 100-meter sub-junior boys, 11 seconds flat. Ronnie Olivier, and he's one of our cameramen here today. Ronnie, take a bow wherever you are. I'm sure you're very much concerned about this record today. Time will tell.
But again, a lot of the newcomers, you're seeing them here, Leslie.
So they're ready to go. Heat 3 of 5. There they go. Nice clean start. In lane 1, looking good is Zealand Charles from the Happy Hill Secondary School. Happy Hill Secondary School looking good here, but on the outside looks as though it's Westerhall Secondary. Indeed, Westerhall Secondary. Terion Samuel, the automatic qualifier.
Yeah, really left it pretty late there, Samuel, but he did the business. The automatic place will go to him, so he's assured of his place in the finals. And there you have it, 12.14 seconds for Samuel. Jamar Alexis of the PBC, he's in second, so he will have to wait. But certainly Samuel booking his spot, and he will join Oliver and Collins.
Well, I'm sure the likes of Sherion would have felt good to hear Happy Hill Secondary School name being called, leading at one point in time. We're going to wait to see if they're going to emerge into the finals later on today. We didn't get the times for the first 2 heats. We're going to try to get that and share with you. But we have a 12.14 from the Terion Samuel of the Westerhall Secondary.
Lane 1, Kamal Gordon, Westerhall Secondary. Lane 2, Tahir Nelson, Grade 7-day Adventist. Lane 3, Akel Briggs, GBSS. Lane 4, Jonathan Labari, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 5, Trevor Alexander, Wesley College. Lane 6, Jaden Henry, Grenville Secondary. Lane 7, Caleb Edmond, Bishop's College.
Well, there you have it. The boys 100-meter dash sub-junior, heat 4 of 5. Akel Briggs in lane 3. He is the fastest of the GBSS athletes in the sub-junior category. I'm sure he's fancying his chances of emerging as the top athlete in this heat. But he would have good competition from Jonathan Labari of Presentation Brothers College just to his right. Caleb Edmond of Carrico, a virtual unknown, and let's see what he can deliver on the big day. The ankle's a bit wrapped up, the left ankle, as they get ready to go.
But certainly it's good to see the likes of Labari and the Briggs. We've seen them at the Ariza National Championship performing. They performed pretty well. And again, they want to make sure that you get yourself into the finals automatically. Let's see who emerges. Clean start. Here they go. And it seems to be Briggs with the early running. Briggs have gone and left the others. Labari, he will follow, but look at Briggs. He's looking smooth. And so automatically, Briggs gets himself into the finals. So Labari and
congratulations, Magical GBSS. Akel Briggs, 11.51 seconds. He's into the final automatically.
Well, Akel Briggs, 11.51, the winner of heat number 4 or 5 in the sub-junior boys 100 meters. Looked pretty much relaxed and well composed and easing into the finish line and sending out some signal too and some threat to the other guys in the finals later on.
Certainly he looked relaxed and he's made his statement.
Well, he was faster than the previous heat for sure.
Lane 3, Eden Klein, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 4, Andre Coutin, Grenada Boys Secondary. Lane 6, Rodney Barry, Wesley College. Lane 7, Tishan Lambert, SAS. And lane number 7, the Nelson Tucker, SGI.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignment for heat 5 of 5 in the boys 100 meters sub-juniors. And lanes 1 and 2 are scratched at the moment, so we're going to see what happens here. We have Tishon Lambert of SAS, who has been doing well. So too was Andre Coutin of the GBSS. Aidan Klein of St. David's Catholic Secondary is one to also look out for. And St. Mark's Secondary, Shondell Harriman is also there to give some good challenge.
Yeah, certainly you need to keep your eyes on Lambert and Klein. They have been running well also.
So the results of the girls 100-meter hurdles open. That was heat 1, Montisha St. Bernard, Bishop's College. Jadissa Mark was second in 1910. And these are just the results of one of the flights in the girls 100-meter hurdles. But we go back track side for the final heat in the sub-junior boys 100 meters. We have Grant, Harriman, Klein, Coutin, Barry, Lambert, and Tucker. So we now see the athletes getting themselves ready. Already some people are making their own assessments on what they've seen so far. It's quite a bit early. We're still in the morning, the first morning of day 1. But I'm sure the pen and paper is out, the calculators are out. All of the analyses are already being started.
53.77 meters. It's a new record. As in Philip Telesford.
So quite a bit of excitement around the stadium.
Seems as though a new record was established somewhere. It looks like the discus.
So he has one final for left.
We're going to get that for you and share with you as we go back to track side for the 100-meter dash sub-junior boys, the final heat. Again, we have Harriman, Eden, Andre, Rodney, Tishon, Danielson, and Kareem. They're on the starters order as they're rearing to go. It looks like a good start. Let's see who comes out early. St. Rosemont Secondaries there. Out there in lane 4, I think it is. St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Aidan Klein. Aidan Klein would advance to the finals. Running out of lane 4. And it looks as though it was Sass on the outside who picked up the second position. You have to wait for the time. 11:66 for Aidan Klein. And Tishon Lambert of Sass was second in 11:81. And Kutain from GBSS was third in 11:96. The top 3 in this, the boys 100 meters sub-junior. And we can confirm that making their way automatically into the finals would be Aidan Klein, Akel Briggs, Tyrone Samuel, Christian Collins, and Deshaun Oliver.
That's the top 3. That's the top 5 from each heat. And now the wait is on for the next fastest 3 that will join them. And you never know, it just may come from one heat.
Well, the last heat to me appeared to be the fastest. We had 3 sub-12 times. So even the second place in Tishon Lambert from Sassy was at 11:81, and Andre Kutain of GBSS in third at 11:96.
Yeah, certainly interesting. It will be interesting to see how that final will stack up.
But the sub-junior category is an interesting one. I think from what we saw over the season, SAS with Oliver seems to be the school that can dominate maybe the sub-juniors. The juniors and the seniors may be a lot more competitive and maybe indecisive at this moment. But Deshaun Oliver has had a very dominating season so far.
Yeah, certainly he has been running well, Oliver.
For the junior boys discus throw.
So what we will do, we're going to go down to the discus and we get a view of the record-breaking throw from Telesford.
The World Juniors as the World Under 20 Championships.
And here he is, Kazim Telesford.
And Kazim has already made the qualifying mark for Carifta, the national qualifying mark. And he threw, I think, 53 as well in national champs a couple weekends ago. And today, a record-breaking performance from Kazim Telesford.
Yeah, again, the record stood at 51.50. And he has already gone past that. 53.77.
Well, at national champs, he threw 53.38, so has incrementally increased on that. Enough to earn him a record-breaking performance.
Yes, certainly this is what you want from your athletes as they get closer to the Carifta Games. The steady improvement, it's coming. Though it might be centimeters, but it's coming.
So the high jump in progress, athlete from SAS easily walking over the bar.
High jump.
This could be the girls' high jump in the junior category. Happy Hill Secondary. Looks like a 2-leap jump. You see the red flag going up. She needs to take off on one leg.
So that's the first round of the high jump. Bar set at 1.10.
St. Joseph's Convent, St. George on the runway now. This looks as the girls' high jump juniors.
So we head now, ladies and gentlemen, into the final three throws in the junior boys discus throw. Kyle Abraham of SAS into the circle.
Well, Leslie, just a little bit of results coming in. And Kelowna Modeste of SAS winning the sub-junior long jump. A distance of 5.38 meters. The record stands at 5.58. So not far away from the record was Modeste. Leah Rose Charles of St. Joseph Convent St. George, she came in second with 5.35 meters. And believe it or not, Westmoreland is on the board. Dominique Joseph, she jumped a distance of 4.89 meters for third position.
Well, it's good to see Westmoreland Secondary picking up a bronze medal here and getting some valuable points as well. We also have results for the girls' shot put senior. Naomi Augustine, the favorite, and a character athlete. She was first from St. David's Catholic Secondary in a personal best of 11.98 meters. Carissa Felix of the Boca Secondary School was second in 10.22 meters. And Teresa Joseph of the Westerhall Secondary School was third in 9.9 with 9.9 meters. So Westerhall Secondary School on the board as well. And for quite a number of years, Westerhall Secondary Schools were not competing in the girls category, so it's good to see them competing and making points as well.
Yeah, certainly. So you look at, that should be Deshaun Smart.
A full throw for Smart as well.
Foul throw.
So the positions will
Well, Smart is better known for the javelin. Already made the character standard in the javelin. But he's also a decent discus thrower as well. But a false throw on this occasion.
The goal goes to St. David Catholic Secondary.
Again, this would be another false jump by Happy Hill Secondary. She's still leaping off both legs.
Yeah, she just needs to remember that she needs to leap off one leg. Still first round, so you have time to get it correct.
Well, a clearance here by her teammate, also from the Happy Hill Secondary School. The next event on the track would be the girls 200-meter dash junior. We're going to have, again, a number of heats. There are going to be 4 heats. And the top winner from each heat would advance, and the next 4 best qualifying times. So the athletes are on the track, and they're ready for heat 1. Eliza Rose Benjamin, SGI is there. Zariel Charles, Nubia Renwick, Tishana Bascom, one to look out for. She's in 6th. Rishana Charles in 8th. There they are, and raring to go. Girls 200-meter dash junior, they're up and running. And already St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tishana Bascom looking very good here. She is the favorite to qualify into the finals from this heat. And already she enters the home straight into the lead. And Tishana Bascom could maybe turn up the throttle now and cruise home to secure a position, get a good lane as well. Tishana Bascom, a very clear winner here. And on the outside, in lane 8 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Rishana Charles in 2nd.
Yeah, good strong run there from Bascom. She ensured that she got out early and maintained her position, not really letting up. I don't think that she's at full throttle, but you can see her not really willing to relax until she got home. It would be important to see the time that she just ran.
She's automatically into the final. 27.0.
.04 seconds.
So there you have it, the first of the 4 preliminaries in the Junior Girls 200. Good and comfortable run for Tishana Bascom, 25.56. And Rishana Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy in second in 27.04. She would wait to see the time of the other heats. Eliza Rose Benjamin from the St. George's Institute. She was in third. As the second heat is about to start. And we have some familiar names there. Kylie Williams of the Anglican High School, one to look out for. She's there. Sarana Hall of the Boca Secondary. Jayla Antoine St. Mark Secondary. She's out there in lane 8. Dwayne Alexander of the Grenada Christian Academy. She's there in lane 6. They all would fancy their chances going up against Kylie Williams, who might just be the favorite in this heat.
Yeah, Kylie Williams, the sub-junior champ in this event last year. She has moved up to this junior category. So a lot of the Anglican High School hopes rest on her shoulders.
The junior category is so competitive. The Tishana Bascom, the Kylie Williams, the Rihanna, and it's just a very competitive group in the junior category.
Well, we're going to keep our eyes on lane 4 and 5, Hall and Williams. We've seen them at the national championship. Here we go, clean start, and early running will come from Dwayne Alexander. She's out early, but here comes Williams, rounding the curve now. Williams taking command of this one. Kylie Williams, Anglican High School. Here comes Sarana Hall of Boca, but Kylie Williams looking strong and powerful here. She's going to take this one, so she's automatically into the final. Hall will have to wait to see what happens.
But I thought there was a good, strong start from Dwayne Alexander from the Grenada Christian Academy. But by the time they round the turn and head into the home straight, Kylie Williams really established a dominance, a 25.72 result for Kylie Williams. And Sarana Hall was second in 26.30. And Dwayne Alexander of the Grenada Christian Academy was third in 26.41, the top 3 finishers.
Yeah, again, so Williams just settling the nerves, ensuring that she's automatically in. She doesn't have to wait for anything.
There's an interesting name in the third heat here, Clyde. Running out of lane 1 for the Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown. We know her for prowess in the 1500 meters and these days the 800, even down to the 400, but here we see her going even further down to the 200 at Intercol.
Well, I've seen her go as low as the 100 meters, and so we know that she is a good 800, good 1500 over the last season or so. I've seen her strength in terms of the sprints, and so let's see how she will stack up in this one.
Well, it's good to see the distance runners and the middle distance runners doing the sprints as well. It tells you that they would have a kick for that last 100 meters, 120 meters in their longer distances. But Annalisa Brown is there. Micaiah Frederick from St. Mark's Secondary, one to definitely look out for. She has been turning some heads in recent times. Michaela Patrick, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Christian Alexis of J.W. Fletcher is there. Destiny Harry of SAS. Karina Lashington is also there from St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Rihanna Thomas of the Anglican High School. Keep your eyes on her. She's in lane 8. And this is another prelude to the finals, I would think, with Rihanna Thomas, Micaiah Frederick, and Annalisa Brown. Well, they're on the starters' orders. It's a race that you really won't want to miss, although it's just heat 3 or 4 in the preliminaries of the girls' 200-meter dash juniors. Looks as though it's a false start right out of lane 8, right in front of us here. Rihanna Thomas, she may just be the unlucky one here. Her hands are on her head. She seems to be aware of it. And that might just be an anticlimax for her at Intercol 2026 in the 200 meters.
Yeah, it certainly will be anticlimactic for her.
Yeah, she was out first. She was out ahead of the gun as well. What a disappointment here for Rihanna Thomas. She's waiting for the decision, unless there was something else with the equipment or she's going to be running under protest. But it was clear to us that she was off from the block before the gun went.
Yeah, so it's just a matter of confirming from the officials. It's a bit unfortunate. At this stage, you want to ensure that, you get off the block and you get into your running, especially when you have that sort of potential that Thomas has.
Well, the starters have conferred and they're about to make the decision. From the looks of it, we see the green card. Well, there's also the red card in the hands of one of the starters. So we're going to see what it is. And the red card comes out. How unfortunate for Rihanna Thomas. She came in with some pedigree and some expectation. And this is not good for this race. This is not good for Rihanna. And this is definitely not good for the Anglican High School.
Well, certainly, after working hard for the entire year, you want to be able to showcase, that which you have been working on. And she would not get that opportunity. It's unfortunate. But as the saying goes, the rules and regulations are there to guide, what happens in events like these. So the Anglican High School, they will be short of a potential finalist.
Well, they still have Kylie Williams, who can maybe return some redemption for them. But the athletes are down again. The third of the 40. It's a good start here now. And we see from SAS Destiny Harry making up good already out there on the outside. But look at Annalisa Brown on the inside here for Boca Secondary School. Destiny Harry is fading away. Annalisa Brown enters into the home stretch. She has good competition from Micaiah Frederick of the St. Mark's Secondary School. But Annalisa Brown is going to win comfortably in the end. And Micaiah Frederick will settle for the second position and wait to see the time going into the finals.
Yeah, good strong run from Brown. She ensured that she got into her running just at the right time. You look at her, she's not trying to expend too much energy. She's just controlled, ensuring that she got across the line. The automatic spot belongs to her. Looking relaxed right there is Annalisa Brown.
So she ran 25.21, Micaiah Frederick 25.34, and Karina Lashington of St. Joseph's Convent St. George 26.78, the top three finishers. So it's going to be highly competitive, these finals. I see some very close times between the top finishers. We're going to round them up for you at the end of the next heat, which is the fourth of the four preliminaries. And we will see there Claudicia Samuel, she is from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Kevon Joseph of Westerhall Secondary. Jayla Maras of Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. Tamara Harriman of St. Rose Modern Secondary. Brianna Oliver of SAS. Minna Lewis of St. Joseph Convent St. George. Sydney Douglas, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And Amika Charles of the Hillsborough Secondary. She's supposed to be in lane 8.
Yeah, you gotta keep your
lane
eyes.
Number 2, Westerhall Secondary, Kevon Joseph. And lane number 1, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Claudicia Samuel.
So we're gonna look at Douglas. Keep your eyes on Maras. Oliver is also there, so the running will come from lanes 4, 5, 6. Well, 5, 6, 7 rather. Winner could emerge from right there. Here we go. Let's see. Making up the early stagger is Oliver. Oliver surging ahead. Douglas running well also, but Oliver in the middle of the track. She's looking strong and powerful. Westerhall secondary. And I make it there. Kivana Joseph. She's looking also looking strong. There is Joseph, but here goes Brianna Oliver. And Oliver will take the automatic spot. Joseph will have to wait and see what happens. Douglas fading a bit into third position, but Brianna Oliver, she's looking for her official timing.
But it was a good run from Brianna Oliver, but I was very impressed also by Kivon Joseph of the Westerhall Secondary. So 26:10 for Brianna, and Kivon Joseph 26:20 in the second position. And Sydney Douglas of St. David's Catholic Secondary, she was third in 27:53, the top three finishers. But a good run from Kivon Joseph of the Westerhall Secondary, just behind Brianna Oliver of SAS.
Yeah, good strong run there.
So that was the final of the 4 preliminaries for the girls 200 meters juniors. The junior boys are getting themselves ready for their preliminaries as well. And so they're going to also have 4 preliminaries. Again, the top of each of the hits plus the next 4 best times would emerge. So from the junior girls, Bunstein, we saw here some impressive times. And so the top 4 would have been Brianna Oliver. We also saw Kylie Williams, Tishona Bascom. She was also amongst them. And of course, we saw Annalisa Brown of the Boca Secondary School.
Dante Oliver. Lane number 4, Happy Hill Secondary, Jared Alexander. Lane number 3, Boca Secondary, Giovanni Green. And lane number 2, Dexter PBC, Marquise Castle. Heat 1 of 4, junior boys, 200 meters.
Well, the gauntlets have been laid down here, Clive, for this, the first of the 4 heats in the junior boys, 200 meters. A prelude to the finals again. We have the Akashi Stephen running out of lane 7 for the GBSS. And the man who has been very impressive all season long, Giovanni Green of the Boca Secondary School, he's in lane 3. Giovanni Green qualified for Carifta with a sub-22 performance at the national champs. And there they go, they're up and running here. The 200 meters junior boys heat 1. Look at Giovanni Green out there in lane 3. Kashi Stephen out there in 7 is also looking good. Giovanni Green looking easy on the inside here. He turns into another guy. Now Kashi Stephen with a slight lead over Giovanni Green. It's Kashi Stephen. Green is looking just too easy, but Kashi Stephen wins easily. And some concerns for Giovanni Green, if you ask me.
Yeah, certainly some concerns there. And not finishing the race as one expects him to.
Well, that's the kind of athlete Giovanni Green is. We saw him at the national champs running at 10:88 in the preliminaries and coming back and running 11 point something in the finals. And then coming with a blistering 200 meters, 21 something. So seems to be a little bit inconsistent, Giovanni Green, but he was a talking point coming out of the national champs. But we can't take nothing away from athlete number 524, Kashi Stephen. He earned himself a good place into the finals.
Certainly has earned himself an automatic spot. So he's first into the finals, Stephen.
Well, the time has not yet been posted for Kashi Stephen. But it looks like a 22 point something in my estimation. In the meantime, we're getting ready for the second preliminary. We will see Damari Lendo, Omari Amade, Michael Aberdeen, Nathan Fraser, Joshua Braffett, Shaquille Bascom, Jaden Strawn, and Kiwani Matthew.
Yeah, Shaquille Bascom of Westerhall Secondary. He has been running well. Also, his bar secondary, Damari Lendo. So these are some junior boys that have been around Michael Aberdeen. did feature in the Horizon National Championships Aberdeen. So it's about putting all the seasons together in this one.
Well, you know, Clyde, this junior boys category, I think, is the most competitive category in all of the categories, boys and girls combined, at Intercol 2026. Because we have some names there that can beat each other on any given day. The Cache Stephen, the Philip Mitchell, the Giovanni Green, and others who are challenging for those top 3-4 positions, you know.
Yeah, I like the competition among these boys. It tells us that possibility of a really good, strong 4x1 or 4x4 team for the Carifta Games. When you have them running just around similar times, and that is what we expect for the finals, that they're going to be right there.
Classic Lighting SGI, Nathan Fraser. Lane at number 3, Classic Lighting MacDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane number 2, the Wesley College, Mario Amede. And lane number 1, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, the Marley Lendor.
So there they are. The record that they will be chasing is a record of 20.60, and none other than Sir Kirani James himself. And this is going to stand the test of time for a long time. 20.60, the record that still stands with the junior boys, established in 2008.
Yeah, it will take some getting if any of these youngsters intend to get past that mark. 20.60. The boys, again, the junior category, it's really competitive, both the girls and the boys. But I think what we've seen from the national championships, from the relay meets and all the different events that we've had, we have a good crop of athletes who are really running well. So the boys are on their mark. Clean start. Let's see. Early run-ins. MacDonald College. MacDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. He's been running well this season, and he's going to come off the curve in first position. Aberdeen, but he does have some pressure on him. Is he going to hold fast? Yes, he does. Crosses the line with some comfort.
Well, it's good to see MacDonald College crossing the line first. Michael Aberdeen, the winner of Heat 2 of 4 in the boys 200 meters junior category. And second to his right would have been from the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Joshua Braffett. So 23.66 for Michael Aberdeen. And in second was Joshua Braffett of St. Rose, 23.93. So MacDonald College and Rose Modern Secondary putting a stake into the finals. That's Michael for sure. And then Shackle Bascom of the Westall Secondary, 24.09.
Yeah, good run there from Aberdeen, continuing his good form.
Well, we'd have loved to have gotten the results of Heat 1 with Cache and Giovanni, just for comparative purposes as well. As we look at the lineup for the third of the 4 preliminaries, again, some very familiar names. We have the Philip Mitchell, Victor McIntosh, Nathaniel Alfred, Tikwan Boswin, Christian Cato, Jaden John, Keon George, Alvin Franklin. Another prelude or a peep into the finals, as we see a matchup here between Philip Mitchell and Nathaniel Alfred.
Yes, certainly.
SDA Comprehensive, Keon George. Lane number 6, Grenville Secondary, Jaden John. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Christian Cato. Lane number 4, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Tikwan Boatswain. Lane number 3, Najiko, GBSS, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 2, GTC Bishop's College, Victor McIntosh. And lane number 1, Nawasa Sass, Philip Mitchell.
Well, the boys are ready to go in heat 3. Sorry, heat 3 of 4 in the junior boys 200 meters. Again, the top spot is an automatic qualifier into the finals. And then the next 4 best times would join them. Mitchell, McIntosh, Alfred, Boswin, Cato, John, George, and Franklin. And as we see, the early run-ins and the winner would come from either lanes 1 and 3 from what we have seen throughout the season so far.
Certainly, keep your eyes on 1 and 3.
And these are all first-year junior boys, and they're already dominating on the junior scene.
So they're all set and ready to go. Clean start.
They're up and running, 200 meters, junior boys. Philip Mitchell in lane 1 already looking good here and eating up some good track on the inside as they run the turn and transition into the straightaway. Philip Mitchell has a slight advantage over Nathaniel Alfred of the GBSS. It's Mitchell of SAS and then Alfred of GBSS as he cruises into the finish line here now. Looks an impressive run by Philip Mitchell. Nathaniel Alfred for second. And again, 21.98 for Philip Mitchell. A very strong run indeed. 22.73 for Nathaniel Alfred of the GBSS. A clear statement here sent out by Philip Mitchell.
Yeah, certainly Mitchell making his statement, booking his spot. So he's automatically in. Pretty fast heat, 21.98.
Well, it looked faster to me just from the naked eyes than what we saw from Kashi Stephen. We still have not gotten the time that Kashi did, but at 21.93 is something like what Giovanni Green did at the national champs, but he was not in good form today, and not a good sign for the Boca Secondary School. So from what we've seen here, we see Akashi Stephen automatically into the finals. We also see from McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen and Philip Mitchell from SAS so far. We still have one more preliminary to go. And Clyde?
Well, you can look for Philip Sampson, St. David's Catholic.
Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Relani Bascom. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Zuriel Fleming. Lane number 5, the Wesley College, Jonathan Alexander. Lane number 4, Beacon High School, Malachi Noel. Lane number 2, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kelson Francis. And lane number 1, Wagiti Sanova St. Davis Catholic, Samson Philip. Fourth and final heat. Only the winner qualifies automatically. 23.93 seconds is your bubble time.
Well, there you have it, the starting lineup for the junior boys, 200 meters, the fourth of the 4 heats. And they're looking for a position into the finals. The winner automatically qualifies. And there are some impressive next best times that they would have to beat, Clyde.
Yeah, certainly some next best times. Good times. Let's see who qualifies here automatically. Keep your eyes on lane 1 and lane 7. We just may have had a false start or faulty start. We wait to see. Boca Secondary, Kelson Francis there, just maybe guilty of.
So I'm also looking at Amir Ellis out of lane 3 from the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Maybe not to win, but to give a good performance in this event. He has a lot of support from home, from his family. His mom is his biggest cheerer, Amir Ellis, St. Rose Modern Secondary. He's running out of lane 3. So the starters have conferred, and they're making their way onto the track to announce the decision here. Lane number 2 gets the red card. The dreaded red card is Kelson Francis of the Boca Secondary School. We never like to see when these cards come out, the red card.
No, I never really like seeing them at all, whether it is football, whether it is athletics. Once you see the red card, you know it's danger. And so, Boca Secondary has lost its place here in the 200.
Kelson Francis must be feeling a little bit dejected now. Very unfortunate circumstances when these athletes who worked so hard for the season have to be told that they cannot continue in that kind of fashion. Although the infringement would have been committed by them, it's never a good sight to see the athletes go out like that.
Yeah, it's not something that you want. And that's a key part of the whole idea of sprinting. You have to hold your nerve on that block. So I often tell persons I think the start of the races are, for me, the hardest part. Because you want a good start. Let's see who will get the best start here. And here we go. Samson Phillip out quickly. So too McDonald College. Happy Secondary running well here also. But on the inside, it's Phillip. Keep your eyes on Phillip. And here comes Happy Secondary. That's Relani Bascom taking this heat automatically.
Well, good run by Relani Bascom of the Happy Secondary School. Sherry-Ann Noel would be happy. Gary Simpson would also be happy. Happy Hill Secondary has earned their rights into the finals of the 200 meters junior boys. Relani Bascom it is who has put them on the stage. And in second would have been from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Samson Phillip.
Well, Phillip will have a long wait to see.
22.77 for Bascom and 23.16 for Samson. In third was Zuriel Fleming of McDonald College, 23.51. The top 3 finishers in the final heat. So in addition to the 3 that we've announced, Relani Bascom will join them at 22.77. And we saw a very impressive time from Philip Mitchell of 21.98. To me, the fastest time going into the finals. Kashe Stephen was very impressive as well. And then, of course, we had from McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen in 23.68. Some of the faster times would have been Nathaniel Alfred, 22.73. And we also saw a 23.56 from Kean George of the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. They would have to wait. 23.51 from Zuriel. He would also have to wait to see what happens going into the finals.
Certainly, the sprints final will be interesting in the junior category. So we will take a break. The next 2 voices you will be hearing will be Bunstein and Bernard Antoine.
Very exciting. 200 meters, Bernstein.
Oh yes, the 200 meters has lived up to expectations. We've seen fantastic runs from Philip Mitchell of SAS, from Kashi Stevens of GBSS, and a number of other athletes showing the promise and the potential. And we look forward to the final coming up this evening. We do not yet have the final 8, but from what we've seen so far, it's going to be a cracker.
What you're looking at on your screen is the girls' high jump, and that's for junior girls. High jump for junior girls, that's ongoing. We'll give you an update in a moment as to the height that's being attempted presently. But up next on the track, though, it will be the girls' 400 meters hurdles. That's for junior girls.
So far the day has presented a lot of excitement. We can look forward to an evening session that is second to none in terms of the excitement that we're expecting to be displayed by the athletes who have been giving a great performance, a great account of themselves so far.
Yes, and we expect this to be competitive throughout the 3 days of competition. So it should be the junior girls 400 meters hurdles, and that will be followed by the 400 meters hurdles for junior boys. We are going to go down trackside for an interview with Sherian. Sherian, come in.
With us here now is Michaela Patrick. Michaela Patrick is the gold medal winner here in the junior high jump. You're a first year junior. You cleared a distance of 1.57 meters. You were going for 1.60, but you didn't make it. The record is 1.63. Speak to us about the jumps and the preparations for today.
I really tried in training. I had an injury last year, so that's probably why I wasn't able to jump it today.
You're also one of the athletes who have been selected onto the character team. How happy are you and what are you looking forward to?
I'm very, very happy. I really hope for this season that I will clear 170 and get a medal in character, a gold, hopefully.
And how do you feel about the athlete picking up the first medal for Convent?
I'm very, very happy. I'm very happy for Convent and I'm very proud of us.
Thank you very much. That was Michaela Patrick. She is the junior high jump gold medalist here at Intercol on day one of the competition.
It's 6.53 meters. Randy Jones.
So we seem to be having some problems, difficulty with the audio, but on your screen, Randy Jones of SAS with what is a record jump in the long jump. We'll give it a distance in a moment, but he has established a new record in the long jump for senior boys. And Randy was your winner from 2025 when he represented one of the schools from Carriacou.
So we do apologize for the faulty audio a short while ago. It was Sherian Noel interviewing the winner of the high jump. That's Michaela Patrick from St. Joseph's Convent in St. George. That's a high jump for junior girls. She was the winner of that event.
So we'll try to update you and inform you about what is taking place at the long jump for senior boys. A record already been established by Randy Jones of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. And we should be getting ready for the 400-meter dash for senior girls, followed by the senior boys.
So we're now going to go into the hurdles. In fact, It's 400 meters. Senior girls. And 400 meters senior boys. Those are the two events up next on the track.
The 400 meters seem to be our event, Grenada's event, the event that we have been most famous for
record of 50 points
in the past.
Well, certainly one of the events that we have distinguished ourselves. No less a person to Karani James.
And we must not forget the exploits of Alain Francique.
Well, that's where it really started, and you're absolutely correct. The foundation was laid by Francique. The torch or the baton was passed on to James.
And Rondell Bartholomew was in the mix also.
And Rondell Bartholomew, absolutely.
So we're getting ready for the 400-meter events shortly. It's still the morning session where we had some 11 final events, most of which has been on the field. Currently, you're looking at the high jump. Clearance by the athlete from St. David's Catholic. 1.28 meters, the current height. Still a number of girls participating in that event.
On the tracks for event 68, 400-meter dash, senior. The record stands at 54.53 seconds. Kishara George, the current record holder.
So the high jump is still in progress. Happy secondary there. The stub in the rod, the stub in the bar.
So up next on the track is the girls 400 meters dash. That's for senior girls. It's 3 heats, and it's a top finisher in each heat. Then the next 5 best times. The game's record stands at 54.53 seconds. Established a long time ago, 2001, by Kishara George.
2001, this is 25 years old record. And let's see if we can have a performance today that can eclipse that record. Records are meant to be broken.
That's where the excitement comes in, Bernstein. The record is being challenged. It means that some serious effort would have gone into this. And we expect to see the likes of Jamea Williams, SGI, Soraya Phillip. Let's go down the trackside to get a lane assignments.
Senior. 3 heats. The winner advances automatically into the finals. Plus your next 5 best times. Yelena Simons. Running for lane number 7, Anaya Frederick. Beacon High School. Lane 6, Kayla Kalia Olive, McDonald College. Lane 5, Kayana Alexander, St. Joseph Convent St. George. Lane 4, Niana Alexander, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 3, Fiona Edwards, Westerhall Secondary. Lane 2, Sierra Phillip, Booker Secondary. And on to lane number 1, Jemiah Williams, St. George's Institute, SGI.
There you have it. That's your lane assignments there. And it's really good to see an entrant here from lane number 7, Bernstein.
Erasing that 20.
From Beacon. That's Anaya Frederick. First sighting of Beacon today.
Welcome, Beacon. It's nice to see that what we might call one of the smaller schools or one of the schools with fewer entries competing here for a place in the final. Beacon High School in lane number 7, Anaya Frederick. So we're getting ready for 400-meter dash senior girls, heat 1 of 3.
They're chasing a games record of 54.53 established some 25 years ago. One Kishara George, a name that has become quite synonymous with middle distance running in the Grenada circuit.
Yes, she has made her name on the local circuit, on the international circuit. Current record holder, senior girls, 400 meters, Kishara George, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So it's SGI, Boca Secondary, Westerhall, Hillsborough Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent St. George, McDonald College, and Beacon, all under status orders. And they have been asked to compose themselves out of the set position. That's the official do a final checking. A little bit of the nerves there might be.
So the athletes need to settle themselves and get ready. So we're going to try it one more time. 400-meter dash, senior, hit 1 of 3.
So they're officially off.
And this time they're off.
3. Senior girls,
It's
400
a
meter
senior
dash.
girls 400-meter dash in progress. We on the outside, McDonald College. McDonald College seem to be holding their own, being challenged there by St. Joseph Convent, St. George.
That's Alexander.
So it's Alexander of St. Joseph Convent, St. George, and on the outside, Olive. It's Olive of McDonald College. As they take the turn and head into the home stretch to book a place into the final. St. Joseph's Convent being challenged on the outside by McDonald College. Olive heading for home and booking a place into the final. McDonald College. Convent will have to wait to see what her time will be, if she'll get a spot into the finals later on this evening.
So the winner to automatically go into the finals, and then it's the next 5 best times. Your winner from McDonald College, running out of lane 7, Kayla Olive. Kayla Olive from McDonald College, your winner. Good competition. The athlete there from St. Joseph Convent, St. George, that's Alexander and Olive, good tussle right to the end. By some 5 meters, it was Olive taking this first heat.
Alexander seemed to be in control of most of the race, but when it came down to that final 50, Olive seemed to possess more strength and determination and was able to outlast her in this first heat in the girls' 400-meter dash for seniors.
So it's the 400 meters. Heat number 2, that's up next. So we have some 7 athletes registered for this one.
Yeah.
Let's take the lane aside.
As we get ready for the next event, we want to call all students taking part in the march past. All students taking part in the march past, please report between the cricket and the athletic stadium now. Once again, all students taking part in the march past, please report between the cricket and the athletic stadium immediately.
So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 3. Your lane assignment from lane 7. Representing Boca Secondary, Nikaya Roberts. Lane 6, Amaya Henry, Anglican High School. Lane 5, Shade John, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 4, Josephine Clark, Beacon High School. Lane 3, Kelly Lewis, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 2, Joseph Antoine, Happy Hill Secondary. Right of lane number 1, Kit Fletcher, SAS.
We have the 7 starters here, and Beacon is represented here in lane number 4. The standout name on paper here, because you have to put an asterisk whenever you see Shadi John. She'll be running out of lane number 5 from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Heat number 2.
And they were getting ready for heat number 2. And they're off. Shadi John, most known for her 100 and 200 meter efforts, is now in the 400 meters and seem to be taking control of this one. It's a very measured race at the moment. It's John of St. David's Catholic and Anglican High School in the lead pack at the moment as they go down the backstretch. This is a girl 400 meter dash senior. It's heat 2 of 3. The winner will automatically book a place in the final this afternoon. John still there, but now going to work from the Anglican High School, Amaya Henry. Henry is there just getting ready to push for home. It's Henry putting more effort into it, trying to finish ahead of Shadi John. Will she be able to maintain? She holds on. Amaya Henry of the Anglican High School, the winner there of heat number 2 of the girls 400 meter dash senior.
That's the winning athlete there, Amaya Henry from Anglican High School. You get the impression, Bernstein, that was a very controlled running. It's some 62.58 seconds. Your winner, Maya Henry. Shadi John in second position on the outside looking in.
A very measured run there indeed, and John seemed to be holding back and knowing that this is not one of her pet races, but wanting to get into the final to give some points to her school because this is a competition and they're all in it to win it.
Yes, and there's a points distribution right to 8th position in the finals. So it's important to get into the finals. It's the top, now the winner of each heat, then the next top 5 finishers. That will get you into the finals a little later in the meet. Heat number 3, that's up next. Seven athletes registered here. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Annie Logie from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She's in lane 2. In lane 3, Corona Gelino, Anglican High School. In lane 4, Jada Pierre. In lane 5, Anisha Horsford. In lane number 6, Tiana Joseph. And in lane number 7, Rashona Phillip, St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Again, it's good to see one of the smaller schools represented in this event. That's lane assignments.
Number 7, Rashona Phillip, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Lane 6, representing Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. Lane 5, Anisha Harford, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane 4, Jada Pierre, Wesley College. Lane 3, Kariana Jeleno, The Anglican High School. Lane 2, Annie Logie, St. Joseph Convent St. George. And right to lane number 1, Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Girls participating in the girls 400 meter dash, senior Christopher, Logie, Jelino, Pierre, Horsford, Joseph, and Philip, your competitors.
Well, Bernstein, based on what we would have seen right throughout the season, the running should come from at lane number 2.
Annie Logie.
Annie Logie.
Yes, one of the familiar names in terms of middle and long distance running. Also showed a versatility in the sprints, 100 and 200 meters over the season. So let's see what happens here. And it's a clean start. It's the 400 meter dash for senior girls, heat number 3 of 4. A strong run already from the athlete of St. John's Christian Secondary, that's Anisha Horsford. She is running strongly down the backstretch. Grenada Christian Academy also saying something in this race, but we see some movement from Annie Logie. She has gone to work in this event as she keeps chipping away on the leader and now has taken control of this one. It's Logie of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, your leader as we head into the final 100 meters of the girls' 400 meter dash for seniors. Logie, it is in full control, in cruise control as we may say, as she steps over the line, some distance from the rest of the field. Anglican High School, Grenada Christian Academy making it top 3.
Yes, and this is as expected, according to the form books, 60 meters, the distance between Logie and a second place finisher. So rather easily at the end. There we see Logie here, some 30 meters there, the gap, and that she would have increased right towards the end there, some 60 meters in the end, winning rather comfortably.
So one to watch for the final coming up this afternoon. Annie Logie of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, already taking control of this one.
Time of 57.69. That's a flash time for Annie Logie there.
Quite a special time indeed by Annie Logie of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. 57.69, the winning time for Logie there. In second position, Jelino of the Anglican High School, 1 minute, 2.24 seconds, and Tiana Joseph of Grenada Christian Academy, your third place finisher in 1 minute, 2.57 seconds. Remember, it's only the winner that is guaranteed a spot into the final this evening, and then the next 5 best times.
So up next should be the boys, senior boys, 400 meters. There are 5 heats. 5 heats in this one. As the top finisher, the winner, will automatic qualification into the finals, and then the next 3 best times. The time to beat, or the game's record here, is 45.30 seconds, and this was established in 2009 by Karani James. It would take some running to get close to this record here today, and it would be some sight if we get anything close to this.
It would be quite a sight indeed. We would love to see one of our boys go sub 47 or sub 46 today. But we got to keep wishing and hoping that they can reach that landmark sooner than later.
So we see on the screen
5 heats.
a continuation.
Your winner automatically qualifies for the finals, plus the next 3 best times.
Continuation of the Octathlon for girls.
For heat 1. Rid of lane number 1. Kemal Murray, Grenada Christian Academy. Surrender of lane number 7, Kemal Murray, Grenada Christian Academy. Lane 6, Ration Charles, St. Max Secondary. Lane 5, Josh Thomas, GBSS. Lane 4, Junior Alexander, SAS. Lane number 3, Daniel Simon, Wesley College. Lane 2, Michael Alexander, Westerhall Secondary. And right of lane number 1, Tarek Thomas, McDonald College. Your lane assignments.
In this first heat, that's the first of 5. McDonald College in lane 1, Westerhall Secondary School in lane 2, Wesley College in Donald Simon, he's in lane 3, SAS. Junior Alexander, that's 4. Josh Thomas, GBSS in 5.
Quite an interesting field that we have here for this event. Josh Thomas, one of the better known names in this event. We expect some running from Junior Alexander of SAS McDonald's College. Tyreek Thomas should make a good show in this one also. And we expect the rest of the field to compete for a spot in the final. The boys 400-meter dash, senior, is heat 1 of 5. Only the winner is guaranteed a spot in the final. And a bright start for the 400 meters for senior boys. We see St. Mark's Secondary with a positive run there also. Thomas, Josh Thomas of GBSS is there. On the outside, it's Grenada Christian Academy. But SAS is making a strong move in the middle of the field. Also McDonald College in lane 1. But holding on and looking good is the representative that's from Grenada Christian Academy. It's Grenada Christian Academy. In the middle of the track there, it's SAS. It's SAS in the middle there. It's SAS holding on. That's Josh making a move for it, but it's going to be SAS. GBSS seem to be holding on to second position, but
a bit of gamemanship there from the athlete from SAS, that's Junior Alexander. He was as comfortable to have enough time to look around his left shoulder and his right shoulder. There he is there, right at the 50-meter mark, having a look at the left, having a look right. You see the competition is coming, but in the end, a controlled run. The athletes from SAS, they're 50.05 seconds. That's Junior Alexander, your winner. Josh Thomas from the GBSS, 50.29 in second position, and Murray in 50.35.
So quite an impressive run there. Positions 1 and 2 will be battling it. That as we go into the final later this afternoon, I think the stage is set for something fantastic in the 400 meters this afternoon.
So heat number 2 is up next. We saw quite a competitive first heat. First 4 finishers, top 4 finishers. So let's go to lane.
Lane 6, Max Richards, Westmoreland Secondary. Right of lane number 3. Kamal Joseph, GBSS. Lane 2, Shem Smith, JW Fletcher Catholic Secondary. And lane number 1, representing Hillsborough Secondary, Jalen John.
Jalen John, lane number 1, Shems Smith, J.W. Fletcher. The odds and favorite runner at lane number 3, that's Kamal Joseph from the GBSS.
So Kamal Joseph, our Cariflo representative from last year and winner of these events as a junior, now stepping up to the senior realm, will have to be tested. Let's see what he does here. And they're off. And already Joseph in the middle of the track is trying to take possession of this one. On his outside is Wesley College, but it's Kamal Joseph of GBSS who seem to be in charge going down the backstretch. J.W. Fletcher showing some heart here, running on his inside, but it's Kamal Joseph. As we go down the turn, with 150 meters to go, it's still Kamal Joseph, a strong run on his inside from J.W. Fletcher. But Joseph continues to hold on, continues to press to the finish. It's Kamal Joseph who is going to take this one. And the boys, 400 meters dash for senior J.W. Fletcher in second position. We are with the official time and positions.
It's a good run there by Joseph. He has stepped up, as you have said, Bernstein, into the senior ranks. Here he is, closing in on the finish line. Not much of a competition in the end from the athlete there from J.W. Fletcher. So Kamal Joseph from the GBSS, 50.15 seconds with Shem Smith, J.W. Fletcher, 51.43. And the Hillsborough Secondary School athlete in third position.
So quite an impressive time, 50.15 in heat number 2, 50.85 heat number 1. The stage is set for something impressive this afternoon in the final.
Heat number 3, that's up next. We have some 7 athletes here registered for heat number 2. Thus far, Bernstein, it has been quite competitive.
Quite competitive indeed.
But the big names would have won the first 2 heats, as expected.
So Yelena Simons,
Let's go.
43.05 in the boys 40 meter dash. Senior. Lane 8. Daniel Douglas, St. George's Institute. Lane 7. Deron Sincere, Boca Secondary. Lane 6, Taj Thomas, Presentation Brothers College. Lane 4, Davin Charles, Grenada 7 Days Comprehensive School. Lane 3, Jaron Noel, St. Mark's Secondary. Out of lane number 2, Shama Anju, St. John's Christian Secondary School.
Athlete from the Boca Secondary School, that's Deron Sincere, running out of lane number 7. He has been producing some good stellar run right throughout the season. Sincere has.
Deron Sincere, formerly of SAS. We're noticing that some of the athletes are moving from one school to another. It happens in many areas of sports. So it's nothing new when we see athletes moving from one school to another.
Nothing new. We have a non-starter from lane number 5. the athletes from Happy Hill. So it's at lane number 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Sincere, the one to look out for in lane number 7.
His competition should come from lane number 6. It's Taj Thomas.
And it's a clean start. And here we go again. Already, you see some movement from SGI on the outside. That's Daniel Douglas of SGI. He's running strongly down the back stretch. Sincere is there. And also Taj Thomas of PBC. That's your 3 top contenders at the moment on the inside. A strong run also from St. John Christian Secondaries, Shamor Andrew. As we go down the back stretch, it's PBC in the lead right now, but St. John's have something to say. St. John's Christian Secondary on the inside in lane 2. That's Shamor Andrew. It's Andrew who's going to take this one unexpectedly, but it's a strong run. He had something to say. The favorites don't always win.
Well, the athlete from St. John's Christian Secondary there came into these finals relatively unknown, posting what can be regarded as somewhat of an upset. And in the end, good spirited run, 49.25 seconds. The best run for the day. Certainly the best run for the day.
This is what Intercol brings out in the athletes. He's the first sub 50 athlete for the day.
Both athletes, Tash Thomas and Shabo Andrew, 49 seconds. Even the third place finisher in Sincere, who came in as a favorite, just about 50 seconds. So it's going to be quite competitive. One would expect all 3 finishers here, the top 3 finishers in this heat, to make their way into the finals. The only one that's guaranteed.
Well, it's warming up. It's warming up here because in the next heat, our champion, our national champion, who have already gone 47.74, Darrell Daniel, is going to show what he can do in this heat. He has to run faster than 49.25, which is the best so far if he wants to set himself up as a top candidate for the gold medal here in the final coming up later.
Jamal Kado, Boca Secondary. Lane 5, Keston Billy, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And right over lane number 3, Darrell Daniel, Nawasa Sass.
There you have it there. Only 4 athletes are registered this heat.
So we're expecting some fireworks in this heat because the athletes in the previous races have already gone sub 50. 2 of the athletes have gone sub 50 and 50 low, 50 high from another 2. So we're looking for something special from Daniel of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary in this event.
Well, 3 athletes facing the start as the odds-on favorite, easily. It's Daniel running right to lane number 3, the athlete from SAS. That's Darrell Daniel. Let's see what he brings to the table in this seat here.
Let's see what the others are bringing to the table. Maybe another surprise for us in this heat.
Last heat saw very fast finishing athletes from St. John's Christian Secondary.
Heat 4-5 in progress, and here we go. It's Boca Secondary, St. David's Catholic, and Daniel of SAS. Boca Secondary, Kado, still in the lead as we see Daniel now going to work, but it's still Boca holding on there. Daniel already making up the stagger. He has now gone past all of his competitors and now in cruise control. Daniel it is, taking the top turn, getting ready to strike for home with some just about 100 meters to go. It's Darrell Daniel, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, showing that he's a class above the rest of the field. It doesn't happen normally that in a 400 meters you got some 30 meters separating the winner from the rest of the field in the senior boys, but it happened here today.
Yes, and he came in the odds-on favorite to win this one, and he certainly didn't disappoint. He still remains the odds-on favorite for these finals later. That's Daniel there in cruise control at the end, doing it and doing it quite easily. That's Daryl Daniel, your winner. Time of 47.
49.6.
49.60 seconds. 49.60 seconds. So these finals are going to see some under 50 athletes running. It make for a very, very competitive finals. Heat number 5, that's up next.
So the stage is set for something fantastic this afternoon. Viewers, we have something special coming.
St. David Catholic, Christians calling. From the Nawasa Sass, Caden, Antoine. From the Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Ghana, Philip. And your field leader, 42.39 meters, Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Bishop. That's your final 8.
We were trying to get a peek there.
We move to the final heat in the boys 400 dash senior. I'll give you a lane assignment shortly. Hit 5:05. Right of lane number 6. Representing Wellesley College, Keston Thomas. And lane number 5, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. Lane 4, Roselle Ross, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 3, Johnson Lewison Jr., Grenville Secondary. And right of lane number 1, Javid Jaldu, McDonald College.
So that's the start list for the final heat of the boys 400 meter dash senior. We're expecting to see some running here from Johnson Lewison of Grenville Secondary School. He's been doing pretty well in this event. However, Kit Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy will have something to say, as well as McDonald's College, Javelin Jaldu.
So this should be a very competitive race, Bernstein. It's no odds and favorites here.
These athletes would have seen what went on earlier in the heats, and so they know that they have to give it their best shot if they want to make it into the final this evening. Only the first place finisher gets his automatic berth into the final.
Ross from Hillsborough is in lane number 4.
And they're off. Let's see who's going to book their place into the final. This evening is the final heat of the boys 400 meter dash senior. Lewison of Grenville Secondary is setting up himself nicely to finish here outside. On the outside is St. Mark, the representative from St. Mark. As we go down the back stretch there, it's McDonald College. McDonald College, that's Jaldu of McDonald College, holding on there. Keith Charles striking for home toe. Let's see how we're going to go as we finish. On the outside, that's Wesley College. Wesley College, first place, 50.34, the flash time, booking his place into the final, Wesley College.
Might have come into this event here on Heralded, where it's Wesley College, Keston Thomas to the finish with some distance with the second place finisher.
So congratulations to Wesley College. You've got your athlete into the finals. 50.41, the time rounded up to. That's Keston Thomas of Wesley College, as we wait for the final 8 who is going to step on the track for the 400-meter final, which should be coming up this afternoon. And what a race we were looking forward to.
So Thomas, your winner of heat number 5. Guaranteed his place into the finals, and then it's the next best, 3 best times. Will give us our 8 finalists later today.
The high jump continues as the senior girls high jump. Bishop College with an unsuccessful attempt there. Next, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. The height now stands at 1.37 meters.
With me now is Kazim. Tell us for the junior athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Kazim, you had a remarkable day at the discus pit. You threw 53.77 meters, erasing that 2017 record of 50.51 meters set by Calvin Lacquet. Speak to us about the throw and how do you feel to achieve this feat?
Well, the throw was very good. I could have gone more, but it was a good throw. And I expect to get more in the Chapelet tomorrow.
You also had a throw of over 56 meters, but unfortunately that was a foul throw. It is something that you've been going after. Speak to us about the mindset inside there.
Well, when I started off, I was a little shaky. But after I speak to myself, talk to myself, and I put my head in the game, and I guess I had to get big truths.
You're also on the Carifta team. What can we expect from you?
Expect a gold medal from me.
Thank you very much. That was the gold medalist, the record holder for the discus junior boys, Kazim Telesford, the athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Very much, Sherry, for this interview. We're getting ready for some more action on the track. We're going to have the 400-meter hurdles for, it looks like the ladies in the heptathlon. So we've just witnessed the completion of very exciting 400-meter heats in both the male and the female division. As we witness St. David's Catholic making an attempt in the high jump here. It's been unsuccessful, a red flag. The height is still 1.37 meters. Happy Hill Secondary will be next on the runway. This one is successful. Getting over the bar there. Happy Hill Secondary clearing 1.37.
That's Arisha Regis. So in fact, it's the high jump for the heptathlon girls. It's an open event. And a good clearance there from Rachel Etienne from the Anglican High School. So the heptathlon for girls continues.
So up next will be Janelle Smith of the Anglican High School.
So 4 events and contested over day 1, day 2, another 3 events.
Smith just having a slight touch of the bar, but once it is disturbed and it falls to the ground with you still on the mat. As we see another field event in progress here, that's the javelin for sub-junior boys. As we see the fans packing into the venue. So the sub-junior boys javelin is in progress. St. David's Catholic. That's athlete number 1909. Javelin sub-junior boys in progress. That was Christian Niles of St. David Catholic Secondary School. Now we see from the presentation Brothers College, that's Reynold Ashton. He's next on the runway.
Boys javelin throw, sub-junior boys, some 22 athletes registered here.
Somewhat short of the 30-meter mark. We're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles.
We're down to the final 8 in the javelin for sub-junior boys. Athlete here from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. This is the final 8.
Pretty close to 40-meter.
So the field has been reduced from 22 to the final 8. They're into the last set of throws. The game's record of 58.54 meters. It was established last year, 2025, by Deshaun Smart.
So that was Christian Collins of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Next, representing the Boca Secondary, well, it's SAS 1761.
That's Antoine. It's Caden Antoine. It's a good throw. It's preparation for the next event on the track. Hurdles, 400 meters hurdles.
Boca Secondary, 430. That's Ghana Philip. He's also in the top 8. These are the finalists in the sub-junior boys javelin throw. From the McDonald College, that's Adon Bishop.
Bishop there from McDonald College.
So these are the future javelin throwers of Grenada. They are the sub-juniors.
Sub-juniors. They're chasing a game's record of 58.54. The high jump open, Octathlon, girls continues. I say Octathlon is a heptathlon for girls.
So we're trying to give you as much coverage of the field events as we possibly can, making sure that all the athletes are fit yet here today, whether it's track or field. St. John's Christian Secondary, that's Tyreek Charles.
There's Charles there. Another successful throw.
As we switch back to the high jump.
It's athlete there from Intercol High School. Heptathlon open. It's an open event. Interesting jumping style. This is scissors, as it's referred to.
And back to the javelin. Another throw for Reynald Ashton of PBC. Next on the runway in the javelin. As we see, these boys are following in the footsteps of so many impressive javelin throwers that we've had. We've had Trevor Modeste, Selwyn Smith, Eros Rapier, a number of javelin throwers who came before Anderson Peters.
Yes, yes. Good throw. Athlete there from Presentation College. And it's good to see the field events taking some prominence. Not playing second fiddle to anything just now.
Well, their fans, their parents, their friends, their neighbors can say, hey, I saw you on TNR Communications, being featured in your field event. You were seen, you were shown on television or whatever device that they've been seen on.
So up next is Christian Collins from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He's going to have his throw. It's not a successful throw there from Collins.
So these boys are going into the final rounds of throw. In a while, we're going to know who the gold medalists, all the medalists are.
Next up on the runway to throw is an athlete from SAS. That's Antoine. That's Caden Antoine. It's one of the technical events.
Yes, you got to ensure that you get it right, that you have a quick arm movement also.
It's about strength, it's about balance. The technique really matters. So one of the better throws that we have seen thus far. That's the boys' javelin throw for sub-juniors. Down to the final 8. Started with some 22 young men. The field had been whittled down. The 8 best throwers on the day.
So it's Booker Secondaries. That's Ghana Philip. He's got quite a quick arm and some power.
Oh, that's
and
another
some power also.
It's another good throw, challenging for the lead, I would imagine, right there.
It's just
it's about 40
beyond
meters.
the 40-meter mark. Yes, just about.
Certainly must be challenging for the lead with this one.
Ghana Phillip of the Boca Secondary School. One of the further throws that we've seen.
In the foreground, the shot put. The guys are limbering up, getting ready to start. Up next is the guy from McDonald College.
Oh yes, McDonald College. And this one is a big throw. McDonald College.
Oh, in the last little while, this certainly is the longest throw.
This looks like Bishop.
So far.
Looks like Eden Bishop.
This is Bishop indeed. Some 10 meters it seems. 8 or 10
and
meters
he's
beyond
pumped.
40.
And he has done something special. As we look at the rest of competitors.
As he was quite pleased with that last throw. The game's record stands at 58.54. When we get a reading, we will let you know if in fact he has challenged this record, but he certainly looked as pleased as a punch.
Oh yes, he is. Oh. I know that smile. That's Eden Bishop.
Heptathlon continues. High jump. It's all about points here. Finishing as high as you can go. Points keep adding.
So we're getting ready for the girls 400-meter hurdles junior. Kenzie Mudu of SAS will be in lane 1. Delena Joseph of St. David's Catholic. She'll be running out of lane 2. Sierra Augustine of the Grenada Christian Academy in lane 4. In lane 5, Jada Sandiford of the Anglican High School. Chelsea Providence of McDonald College will be in lane 6. And in lane 7, Sahana Hall of Boca Secondary. And they're off. That's the girls 400-meter hurdles junior. Boca Secondary on the outside, SAS on the inside, McDonald College, Anglican High School, Grenada Christian Academy, all in the mix. As they go down the back stretch, it's Boca Secondary in Shahara Hall. As we see them going down the back stretch, this is going to be a tough race. It's going to be quite curling. Remember, they have to jump over these 10 hurdles. On the inside, we see Mudu of SAS. She's out of your shot right now, but on the outside, it's Boca Secondary. She's on the outside there. It's Boca Secondary. As we get ready for the final 100, on the inside is Kenzie Mudu of SAS. So it's Boca Secondary and Mudu Secondary. Boca Secondary seem to be ahead at the moment as she dashes for home, completing the final hurdle and steps over the finish line. Mudu of SAS in second, McDonald College third.
Good run there. Boca Secondary School Hall finishes in first position. 73.18 seconds. 73.18 seconds. Mudu is second in 76.16. And Providence of McDonald College, 76.88 seconds. Those are your top three finishers. It's the first heat of 2. The girls, 400 meters hurdles. That's for junior girls. It's the top finisher. Then the next 6 best times. So Hall would have booked a place directly into the finals, and the other 6 finishers will be looking on.
Girls 400-meter hurdles, junior. Quite an interesting event, but they managed to get around the track, get over the barriers, and complete the race.
And it's about technique, it's about stamina, it's about strength.
Well, it's one of the events that we are working on to master, and the athletes are continuing to work on their technique and strategy, and eventually they're going to get to where they want to be, but it's going to take some time and some hard work and dedication from the athlete, and the coaches themselves will have to apply strategies in order to get the athletes to master the technique.
Absolutely, they're on a status orders now. Well, not quite. They're getting themselves ready. The games record here is 66.97 seconds, and this was established a long time ago in 2018 by one Alicia Charles. And now they get onto the max.
And here they go. It's heat 2 of 2. It's the junior girls 400-meter hurdles. In the middle of the track, we see SAS, GCE, but in the lead, it's the Anglican High School. Looking very strong, running rather smartly there. She has already opened up a gap from the rest of the field as she go down close to the 200-meter mark. Anglican High School it is. So it's Anglican High School in control at the moment, being chased by St. David Catholic. SAS is also in the mix. Anglican High School it is. 80 meters to go, still hanging on, still running strongly and getting over the barrier quite easily. She is making that final dash home in lane 6 from the Anglican High School. Your winner, St. David's Catholic and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, picking up second and third positions.
Not much of a competition in the end. Philip there. St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She was a non-starter. But Shania Nelson, your winner from the Anglican High School. Shania Nelson winning this one rather comfortably in the end.
So here is your winner from the Anglican High School, Shania Nelson. So we're getting ready for the boys version, the junior boys, 400-meter hurdles.
There are two heats, and here in this one. The game's record is 56.94 seconds. That was established in 2017 by Corey Joseph. Heat number 1, that's up next.
So as the boys go through their pieces and set themselves up, we expect to see in lane 1 Ethan Edwards of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Kenton Olive of McDonald College, he should be running out of lane 2. From GBSS in lane 3, Alion James. From Boca Secondary, Kishon Franklin will be running out of lane 4. Tavon Hall of SAS, he'll be in lane 5. In lane 6, Kimon Joseph of Hillsborough Secondary, and from the Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip. He'll be running out of lane 7. That's your field for event number 49. Heat 1, the boys 400-meter hurdles, junior.
Yeah, this one promised to be competitive. There's no odds and favorite here. So we expect a keen competition right to the finish.
There's no favorites, so we expect
Lane number 5, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tevon Hall. Lane 4, Boca Secondary, Keyshawn Franklin. Lane number 3, Grenada Boys Secondary, Allion James. Lane number 2, MacDonald College, Kenton Olive. And running out of lane number 1, representing St. Davis Catholic Secondary, Ethan Edwards. Heat number 1 of 2.
That's your lane assignments. St. Davis Catholic Secondary School in lane 1, McDonald College in 2. GBSS is run right of lane 3 in Allion James. Boca Secondary School in lane number 4, SAS in 5. Tevon Hall in 6. It's Kimon Joseph from Hillsborough Secondary School. And in lane number 7 from representing the Presentation Brothers College, Anthony Phillip. They are on the starters orders now.
So you got to win to book your automatic spot into the final. So it's a clean start. And the boys, 400-meter hurdles for junior. And we see some movements from SAS. SAS is there, moving quite smoothly, pretty early in the game, making up the stagger on Presentation Brothers College. So from SAS, it's Hall of SAS. Boca and the rest of the field is trying to catch up, but it's Hall of SAS in control. GBSS is making a strong run in the middle of the field. That's Allian James. James is there, but Hall seemed to be back in control after having a little niggle in one of the earlier hurdles, but it's Hall as he presses for home. Hall it is of SAS. That's Tavon Hall, GBSS and PBC in contention for second and third positions.
Absolutely beautiful run. The difference really, Bernstein, is the technique. There was some good hurdling, no jumping over the barriers. Here we see Hall there, all by himself, but 10 meters clear of anybody, and there he was, cruise right to the finish. The technique made a difference.
He looked quite smooth throughout the encounter. He just had a little niggle somewhere in the earlier hurdles, but once he got himself back together, he proved that he was a class above the rest.
Yes, and time of 55.04. It's a good time going into the finals. Not sure what the wind speed is like, but the record in this event stands at 51.94. 56.94, and the wind doesn't matter in this event, so we are looking, after confirmation, this may be a new record, 55.04.
And this is just in the preliminaries without anyone pushing him to the finish line. So let's wait for confirmation, and then we'll declare the record to Tavon Hall.
There are no limitations, there are no advantages where the win is concerned. with a time of 55.04. What a remarkable run. The heat number 2, that's up next.
So we're getting ready for heat 2 of 2.
Heat number 2, that's up next. And lane number 1, Pope, representing Hillsborough Secondary School. He's a non-starter. In lane number 2, Boca Secondary School, that's Ezekiel
Boys.
Best. Okay.
400-meter dash. Hurdles. Lane 6, Samson Philip, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 5, Omar King, Prevention Brothers College. Lane 4, Michael Simon, Thus. Lane 3, Kutain, GBS. Number 2, Ezekiel Best, Boca Secondary.
Lane number 2, it's Ezekiel Best from Boca Secondary School. And lane number 3, Noah Coutain from the GBSS. That's Noah Coutain from the GBSS. The athlete from SAS, that's Michael Simon. He's in lane 4. In lane 5, Omari Peterkin from the Presentation Brothers College. He's in lane 5. And running out of lane 6, representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Samson Phillip. The games record, old games record I might add here, stood at 56.94. We just see a run just now in heat number 1 of 55.04. It would take some running to get even close to this.
Up and out, here they go.
So we're ready, and they're moving. Already we see the Presentation Brothers College, Boca Secondary is there, SAS is there, GBSS. As we move down, but the SAS is taking control here. He has made up the stagger on PBC. It's the best of Boca Secondary there, but it's SAS. That's Michael Simon of SAS. As he takes that turn there, GBSS is making a comeback, and Noah Coutain, but SAS is holding his own there. Here comes GBSS as he strides to catch up with SAS. But SAS is running a very controlled race there. GBSS seem to be exerting a lot of energy. SAS just getting into the final phases there. SAS, GBSS is going to be close to the finish. SAS just edging me out there. Putting a lot of effort into this one was Noah Coutain of the GBSS. And we wait for the official result and times.
You get the impression that Bernstein that Michael Simon from SAS was rather controlled the race to the end. Again, seemingly the difference that stood out, or certainly that is standing out, is a technique. 2 athletes from SAS, this event, they were actually hurdling compared to some of the athletes in the race that was jumping over the hurdles.
So it's Simon of SAS in first position, followed by GBSS, that's Noah Coutain in the second position.
So it's a 56.16 second. That's 66. 66.16 seconds. That's a winning time in heat number 2. As we would have intimated, the rather spectacular run, heat number 1, a time of 55.04. This is a record that stood since 2017. So it took some real effort by Corey Joseph. This was established by Corey Joseph in 2017, and to come even close to this record after such a long time, Tavon Hall would have done extremely well in the heat number 1.
So we're getting ready for first medal presentation as we go down to the house announcers who's going to take us through the medal presentation.
So while we await the dips from our principals, ladies and gentlemen, making their way off the field, the girls and the heptathlon high jump open, top 3 positions from the GTC Anglican High, Rachel Etienne, 1.43 meters. From the Nawasa SAS, Jadisa Mark, 1.46 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, establishing a new record from the Wagiti St. David Catholic Secondary, Jania Hazard.
Congratulations. To dip first, we have Mr. Gary Jones, principal of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Mr. Jones has dipped for position number 4. Up next, Miss Narissa Celestine James of the Happy Hill Secondary School. Mrs. James has dipped for position number 2. We now call on the principal of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Mr. Kenny James. Mr. James has dipped for position number 5. We now call on the principal of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, Miss Laurel Bartholomew. Miss Bartholomew has dipped for position number 1. We now call on the principal of the Presentation Brothers College, Mr. Marvin Phillip. Mr. Phillip has dipped for position number 6. We now call on the principal of the Boca Secondary School, Miss Valine Hagley. And she dipped in Jesus' name and dipped the holy number 7. And we now call on Mr. Fenton Paul, principal of the Wester Hall Secondary School. And he has dipped for position number 3. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. First would be J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. Second, the Happy Hill Secondary School. Third, the Wester Hall Secondary School. Fourth, the St. David Catholic Secondary School. Fifth, the GBSS. Sixth, the Presentation Brothers College. And seventh, the Boca Secondary School. Let's hear it for your principals. And thank you for your attention. We look forward to the march past.
Indeed, we get set for the Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition. The boys are on display today. Defending champions, Presentation Brothers College, trying to hang on to the title. Past champions in Davis Catholic Secondary. 7 schools vying for the championship. There can only be one. GAPS Intercol Games 2026, the action continues. Getting set for the final track event in the morning session. The 4x100 meter relay seniors preliminaries. In the field, the sub-junior boys long jump continues and the senior boys shot put.
On Friday, March 27th, the Grenada National Cricket Stadium will be the battleground as the division of culture within the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture presents the Peter Phillips Drum Corps competition. And this one promises to be the biggest one yet. Drum Corps
is ready to show the amazing talents, the excitement, the anticipation. The Boca Secondary School is back and ready to defend. Who will be in 2026? Sometime 1 p.m. So get there early. Admission children you pay 5, adults you pay 10. So come rep your team, rep your school inside the Grenada National Cricket Stadium for the Peter Phillips Drum Corps competition. Friday, March 27th. See you there.
So at the northern end of the Karani James Athletic Stadium, the shot put boys senior currently into the final round of throws. 7 strong of the next PVC steps into the circle. It's 11.70 meters for Strawn. His best attempt, 11.83 meters. Tyrese Peters of the McDonald College, 11.73 his final attempt. Position number 2, Nathan Noel of the Najiko GBSS steps into the circle. It's 12.68. The final attempt now from the field leader, 14.62, Dakota Joseph, Najiko GBSS. And he gets a big one,
14.62, his best attempt. Thus, this one 13.94 meters, not quite his best, but ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist for the senior boys shot put from the Najiko GBSS, Dakota Joseph. Thank you very much. Russell, we're about to head back to the tracks for the first.
Well, we welcome you back to the live action at Intercol Games 2026. We're still in the preliminaries, and now we move to the relays. And we're going to start with the 4x100 meter relay for senior girls. And we expect to have here 2 preliminaries. In the first of the preliminaries, we should see McDonald College, Wesley College, Anglican High School, Hillsborough Secondary, St. Mark's Secondary, and St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, SAS. These are the 6 teams.
McDonald's College. Lane 2, Wesley's College. Lane 3, Anglican High School. Lane 4, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 5, Lane 6, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And Lane 7, Grenada Christian Academy.
So there you have it, the lineup for the 4x100 meter heat 1 of 2. McDonald College will have Abigail Williams, Onaya Charles, Summer Baptiste, and Carisha Noel. Wesley College, Sophia Patterson, Jada Joseph, Azaria Williams, and Francis Lewis. They're on the mark now. Jada Roberts, Kieran Gelino, and Rihanna Thomas, Angelique Mitchell for the Anglican High School. Kamaya Charles, Odisha George, Kiana Julian, and Kayla Lewis. As they up and running here is the 4x100 meter heat 1 of 2 in the senior girls Anglican High School, making up the stagger nicely here, going past Hillsborough Secondary. Anglican High School in the lead. SAS is in good contention as well. Grenada Christian Academy is also there, but Anglican High School with a slender advantage over SAS. Into the second hand over Anglican High School, makes it first, then it's SAS. 4x100 meter girls senior. Grenada Christian Academy is also looking good there on the outside. But Anglican High School is in the lead at the moment. Final handover. Anglican High School fumbles a little bit. Grenada Christian Academy comes out good. Here comes SAS in the middle here. But it's SAS that's looking and eating up very good ground here. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary in the lead. Anglican High School and Kylie Williams in second. And Grenada Christian Academy picks up the third spot as they look for positions into the finals.
Wow, really good, strong running there from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. They didn't panic. They were not at the front to start, but that final leg, they were able to come really into the position that they want. And from there, I mean, it's just to get home.
Christina Charles anchoring for SAS. And Kylie Williams is a junior, but she ran the seniors here for Anglican High School. Anglican High School fumbling batter. They may be disqualified too, as there seem to be a crossover in the lanes, but Christina Charles having a good day. The star athlete from SAS. Carifta medalist in the triple jump, gold medalist, and showing her prowess and her ability on the track as well.
Yeah, good to see Christina anchoring her team home. All they needed to do was to get the baton in a good position. And she had the presence of mind. She understood the assignment and certainly making the statement.
49.99 for SAS, 50.19 for Anglican High School, 50.91 for Grenada Christian Academy. I can tell you Grenada Christian Academy gave a very, very good account of themselves. At one time they were in the lead in this race, and going into the final handover, they maintain a good third position here. The top performer goes into the finals, and then the next 6 best times. There are 2 heats in this event as the 4x100 meter relay senior girls.
Joseph's Convent St. George's, lane number 3, St. Nicholas Catholic Secondary, lane 4, St. John's Christian Secondary, lane 5, Happy Hill Secondary, and lane number 6, Boca Secondary.
So we're getting ready for heat 2. Heat 2 of 2. Anglican High School, St. John's Christian Secondary. St. David, St. John, Happy Hill, they're up again. Boca Secondary.
Well, look at the quartet from St. David's Catholic Secondary. We have Sidney Douglas, Kayla Christopher, Tishana Bascom, and Shade John. An impressive team from St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Yeah, certainly impressive. St. Joseph Convent, they also have an impressive team. They're on their mark. So it's Convent in 1, St. David Catholic. Let's see. St. David Catholic making up the stagger pretty early as they head into the first handover. It's Shade John on the second leg. St. David Catholic, Boca Secondary, St. John Christian Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary is there. Handover made. It's St. David Catholic. Here comes the Boca Secondary. They're in second position, but St. David Catholic, they're running away with this one. There is no one really close. Here comes St. Joseph Convent, St. George. As the handover is made now, it's Kayla Christopher on the anchor leg. St. David Catholic, St. Joseph Convent in second position. Look at them go. St. David Catholic qualifying again.
Well, 51.09 on the flash time. You will look to see what the adjustment would be, but the adjustment is at 48.26, it looks like. A very impressive run by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. As we look back at the final handover here, Kayla Christopher, it was powering down the home straight to return an impressive 48.86 for St. David's Catholic Secondary, a place into the finals for sure.
Yeah, really good, strong run from them. So, top 2, St. Andrew's Anglican and the St. David Catholic. They have booked their automatic spots. It's just a matter of getting through the rubble to see who's next going to join them. But these two will go head to head, Leslie, for the finals.
So we speak a lot about the competition in the boys category, but in the girls category, an interesting competition is also brewing between the St. David's Catholic Secondary School and the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Anglican High School is also there, so too is the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. These, I think, will be the top 4 schools in the girls category.
Certainly the top 4 schools there.
Well, the heavens have opened up again. It's beginning to rain here at the National Stadium. We still have the 4x100 meters in the senior boys category in the preliminaries to come. And so we're looking forward to that as well.
So we still have the senior boys. We have 2 prelims there. It will be good to see some of the teams as they prepare. So we look back at the St. David Catholic Secondary School making their statement from the onset. They were out.
And by the time Shade John got it on that back straight, she really established a commanding lead over the second place winner, St. Joseph Convent. And then I think that looks like Tishana Bascom here. And St. David's continuing to extend the lead over Convent St. George. And then Christopher on the anchor really crystallized everything and put the icing on the cake, so to speak. Convent St. George giving good chase for the second position. I'm sure they would earn a spot into the finals, but St. David's Catholic Secondary will be the automatic qualifier.
Yeah. Automatic qualifier, St. David. Boca Secondary also may have just qualified. I think they came in 3rd there. So it's the top 2, then the next 6 best times.
Well, as the boys get ready, we can tell you the first heat we will see McDonald College, Wester Hall Secondary, SAS, J.W. Fletcher, and St. Mark's Secondary. McDonald College will have Tyreek Thomas, Jevad Nelson, Raheem Rayburn, and Omar Franklin. Wester Hall, Behari Moraine, Omarion Richardson, Michael Alexander, and we don't have the fourth name here. SAS would have Rick Cadet, Delron John, Christoph Callis, and Daryl Daniel. J.W. Fletcher would have Anton Alexander, Josiah Harris, Kevin Noel, and Shem Smith. And the St. Mark's Secondary, Jeremiah Matthew, Jaron Noel, Dante Oliver, and Rishon Charles.
Yes, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. You look at that lineup of Delron John, Darrell Daniel, Christoph Callis, and Anton and Rick Cadet. I mean, certainly you expect some fireworks.
Well, Delron John has become a sort of a relay specialist now. Remember in the sub-junior category a few years ago, he was very dominant. He was also he also represented Grenada at the Carifta in the Javelin, but unable to gain a spot in the straight finals for SAS. Now he's part of the relay mix, and so it's an interesting combination here. Daniel, we saw him in the 400 meters earlier on, so that's his actual second race for the day, the 4x1 seniors. And I think they will also get some good competition from McDonald College, Tyreek Thomas, Jevad Nelson, Omar Franklin, and Raheem Rayburn. Wester Hall Secondary, St. Mark's Secondary. So the stage is well set for these preliminaries in the relay events. The record here held by the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 41.30, a record they set in 2025 last year. And we recall this very impressive relay team of GBSS last year. Melio Blanco Bishop, Ethan Sam, and others making up that formidable quartet.
Yeah, certainly one will recall the quartet from the GBSS. I think Cameron Matlin was a part of that.
Correct,
quartet.
yes.
So, certainly one will recall they had to work for it. It wasn't a run through, as we may say, but they certainly had to work, and proving that that quartet really was a winning combination.
So in the midst of the drizzle, the athletes are still making their way onto the track, and we believe we may see the start momentarily of the 4x100 meters. Following that, we're going to have an intermission where we would have the march past competition, and we're hoping that maybe Sherry and Blossom can take us through. Absolutely, Sherry and Blossom will be taking us through the boys march past competition. I think we have some 7 schools participating in that. And so it'll be an interesting part of today's Intercol games, boys march past.
Well, before we leave you, Leslie, just some results coming in from the shot put for senior boys. And Dakota Joseph of the GBSS, he won the senior boys shot put, distance of 14.62 meters. Nathan Noel of the GBSS also in second position, distance of 13.59 meters. And Viondi Richards of the St. Rose Modern Secondary, he was in third at a distance of 12.47 meters. So that's the official results from the shot put senior boys.
I see we also have some results here from the sub-junior boys javelin. Aidan Bishop of SAS, 46.79. In first, Gamar Philip of the Boca Secondary in second, 44.95. And Caden Antoine of SAS in third with 38.20.
So as the rain eases, so will the action on the track. It will ease after the relay events. We will have the intermission. And then we'll get back to the track where it will certainly heat up as the athletes come out as the boys for the 4x1 qualifying. Athletes are back out onto the track.
And we did have an update from the boys senior shot put after 3 rounds. Dakota Joseph of GBSS was in the lead in 14.62 meters, and second was also from the GBSS Nathan Noel in 13.59, and Beyond Richards of St. Rose Modern Secondary was in third position on 12.47 meters. So GBSS 1 and 2 so far. I think that event is completed now, but the update we have after 3 rounds, GBSS was in position 1 and 2.
Yeah, we got the results in, so I think we
called it already.
We called it already. So we're ahead of things. So looking for the weather just to hold a bit. Can see some blue skies in the distance, which is good news. Means that we will have a continuation of events here. So just a quick recap of some of the qualifying that has already gone. Here we see Aidan Klein of the St. David's Catholic, that's the sub-junior boys 100. Certainly it has been a good morning of qualifying.
If we look back, Clyde, we can recognize and show appreciation for some very outstanding performances during some of the preliminaries. And if we start with the sub-junior boys, Dishon Oliver continues to do well in the boys category. And again, Haley Tyrrell coming in with an impressive record, continuing to do well. But also we saw young Newton of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School doing well in the girls. As we look back here now again from some of the preliminaries earlier on, Westerhall Secondary winning this heat and earning a position into the finals. We see the boys are getting ready for the 4x100 meters. If you look to the right of your screen, you can see them there getting themselves ready. And then as soon as that starts, we will bring it to you. In the junior category, Tishana Bascom continues to look good for St. David's Catholic Secondary. We also saw Kylie Williams and a bit of a disqualification in the 200 meters for our dear little friend from the St. Joseph Convent.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. We had 2 disqualifications during the prelims, and really, after working hard for the entire year, this is not the sort of result you will want to go up against your name. But it happens, and all we can say is that we will go back and work at it again.
And then we saw the 400 meters, the likes of the Annie Logie, Annalisa Brown. She was also in the 200 meters for the juniors, Annalisa Brown, Annie Logie. And then we also saw Daniel and some surprises coming out of St. Rose Modern Secondary, I think it was, and was it McDonald College in the 400 meters for senior boys. Junior Alexander and Daryl Daniel also holding their own, winning their respective heats. And the stage is well set for an exciting and close and competitive finals later on this evening.
Yeah, certainly well set. Also had some 200-meter qualifying in the junior category. So this again is something that we can look forward to.
Yeah, Kashi Stephen looked really well. So too was Philip Mitchell. The disappointment was a little bit from Giovanni Green, who ran a sub-22 in the Carifta trials and placed a distant second in his heat. I'm sure you'll get into the finals and maybe he's even his best for the finals. We will see later on for sure. But on the track now are the boys for the 4x100 meter seniors, McDonald College, Westerhall Secondary, SAS, J.W. Fletcher, and St. Mark's Secondary. The Grenada Christian Academy is also there in lane 2. Heat 1 of the 4x100 meters senior boys. They're up and running. It's a clean start. And let's see who is going to make up the early stagger. SAS making it up on J.W. Fletcher. McDonald College making it up on Westerhall Secondary. SAS out in a flash here on the second leg. Delron John running down the back straight here for SAS. Going past the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. St. Mark Secondary on the outside. SAS makes a nice clean handover. SAS in the lead here now, trailed by J.W. Fletcher. And then there is St. Mark Secondary. The final handover, it's Daryl Daniel. That's Christophe Callis for SAS. Better known for long jump and triple jump. Ran a 10.9 last year and is going to ease his way into the finals for SAS. A good run by J.W. Fletcher Catholic School.
Yeah, certainly impressive there, Callis, but spare that thought for the J.W. Fletcher. Really, they came out not really one of the favorites to qualify, but certainly they did the job.
J.W. Fletcher must be happy with his performance. All eyes were on SAS, but they ran a very good race to get the second position. SAS did it in 42.43 seconds, and they would earn a spot into the finals. Christophe Callis here anchoring them home. So J.W. Fletcher in 43.27 to pick up the second position.
J.W. Fletcher doing well here.
McDonald College picked up the third in 44.63. The top three performances in the 4x100 Heat 1 of 2.
So we're getting ready for Heat 2. In Heat 2 you will see the likes of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, Boca Secondary, Grenada 7-Day Comprehensive. Grenville Secondary should be here too, along with the Wesley College.
Well, John, there are actually going to be 3 preliminaries. We were saying 2. There's actually 3 preliminaries in the 4x100 meter senior boys. And makes it even more interesting.
So it's going to be interesting. Quite a few teams in the boys category. And that's senior boys, so it does say that we have quite a bit of senior boys around.
So Boca Secondary is expected to do well in this heat. So too is St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So we'll take the lane assignments.
Grenville Secondary. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary. And lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary. Heat number 2 of 3, senior boys, 4x1.
Again, the record in the 4x1 senior, 41.30. We saw 42.43 from SAS. Not a challenge to the record at all.
Still a long way to go. It's early days. Just may see them run a bit faster in the finals. So 4 set here to go. Heat 2 of 3. Here they go, clean start. Let's see who makes the early running. It seems to be Boca Secondary making some good ground. First handover, it will be Grenville Secondary. Boca Secondary doing well. Also, look at Grenville Secondary. They're motoring down the back straight. As the handover is made just about now, it's Boca Secondary. A bit of a slip up there from the Grenville Secondary. Boca taking control of this one. And it will now be handing over. Let's see, Grenville Secondary, Boca Secondary. Here comes Happy Hill Secondary. Happy Hill is running for his life, but Boca moving.
Well, this was a very interesting race for many reasons. There seemed to be, first of all, there was a very sloppy battle passing by Grenville Secondary School. Boca Secondary seemed to have had a lane mixed up at some point in time. And then, interestingly, on the last leg, they were cruising. Boca Secondary was cruising, and then he saw competition from left and right, and then he had to turn on the afterburners right there, you know, and a very casual approach to a 4x100 meters. But a very interesting race indeed.
Very, very interesting. You look at the approach, and it says that, you know, we're just going to cruise through. We're not going to put any fight in this. We have the other teams beaten, only to realize that they were right there.
So that's Deron Sincere there with a little bit of gamesmanship, if I want to call it that. Boca Secondary with 44.26. That would take them into the finals as the top winner here. Grenville Secondary was in second in 44.58.
Boca doing enough to get themselves in as we get ready for heat 3 of 3.
So the final heat would feature the likes of a St. John's Christian Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, St. George Institute, and the Hillsborough Secondary School. The quartet from the GBSS would come from the likes of Josh Thomas, Kamal Joseph, Kesai Moody, and Rishon Daniel. St. John's Christian Secondary, Isaiah Philip, Niron Theodule, Ian George making his first appearance on the track. Shannon Henry is also there, one to look out for. He was impressive in the 400 meters. And the Presentation Brothers College would have Kerwin Reno, Keon Jackasal, Nathaniel Douglas, and Ethan Ogis. St. George's Institute, Olawushinayo Abe, I hope I get the name pronounced correctly here. Jaime Fletcher, Aidan Purcell, and Daniel Douglas. And Hillsborough Secondary would have Zari Williams, Jalen John.
Yeah, good competition expected from this heat. Have the likes of the St. John's Christian Secondary.
So Moody will start for GBSS. I'm sure we will see maybe Josh Thomas on the anchor, maybe Sir Kamal Joseph.
This one will be very interesting.
Let's look for Shaper. They look very good in the Western Games. That's St. John's Christian Secondary in lane 1. Isaiah Phillips, Niron Theodule, Shannon Henry was impressive today. And of course, we know maybe the fastest boy on the secondary school level, Ian George. He's also there for Shaper.
Yeah, certainly expecting big things from Shaper. Expecting big things from the GBSS Presentation Brothers College. Some names that have been synonymous with sprinting in Auguste, Renault, Jackasal, and Douglas. So certainly it's going to be a game of execution here for these teams.
Ethan Ogis leading off for PBC.
Execution efficiency will be needed, and this will separate the teams at the end of it all. So a number of slip-ups in the previous heat. I don't think the teams have time. Let's see as they get off the mark. Early running, the Presentation Brothers College, they're looking well. And first handover made, GBSS with a good handover. Presentation Brothers College, they're looking good down the back straight. Here comes GBSS as we get into another handover. GBSS hands over first. PBC is still in the lead. Here comes the GBSS. Presentation Brothers College running well. Here we go, last handover, final handover. It's the GBSS. GBSS, but here comes Ian George. Keep your eyes on him. It's GBSS. Here comes George. George closing in quickly.
Wow, what a race.
The GBSS able to hold on.
I saw two very impressive legs here. The third leg for GBSS and that final leg, Ian George for St. John's Christian Secondary.
Now this one was really close. This is what having teams like the Presentation Brothers College, Shaper and the GBSS together. And look at that finish. It was really a tight finish.
In the end, GBSS won in 42-63, just ahead of Shaper. What an exciting finish that one was.
Now if the preliminary is this tight, can you imagine what will happen come the finals when you throw in the likes of the St. Andrews Anglican? Can you imagine what will happen there?
Well, Shaper was second in 42-66 and PBC in third in 42-72. I can tell you we're going to have a very, very good finals. The second heat was the slowest. The fastest time there was 44-26 by Happy Hills Secondary. I think it was. SAS was at 42-43. So SAS would have had the fastest time going into the finals. But I can tell you, with a certain level of assertion, the finals is going to be a cracker.
Yeah,
Shaper, I'm sure, would want to shape up to give that baton to Ian George a little earlier. And look at the banter at the end between these two. GBSS in Rishon Daniel really bringing it to him. At one time, he seemed to have been injured a little bit to me. He had a little impediment in his running, but still maintained his composure to bring an exciting finish to the the third of the three heats in the boys 4x100 meter relay.
Yeah, certainly the excitement is set and the atmosphere has been charged. It's going to be some fireworks come that senior boys 4x1 finals.
So that's the third appearance we've seen in the preliminaries for Josh Thomas of the GBSS. He was in the 110 huddles, he was in the 400 meters, and he was also in this relay. He would have to triple up on those later on again. So an athlete that would want to get a fair amount of rest between races and overnight as well. But he needs to make those valuable points for his team. As we look back here again, GBSS on that third leg was very, very efficient. Look at him go here. Very, very good run here, catching up with PBC. And then it was Daniel that's Rishon Daniel for GBSS. Ian George, no way yet in contention here. But look at the run back by Ian George from the St. John's Christian Secondary on the inside and really dipping, trying to get ahead, running out of real estate, so to speak. Maybe another 5-10 meters, he may have caught up with him. As we see a point standing in the girls category. Convent St. George, that would have been a long time ago, on 13 points. SAS in second on 12. Defending champions St. David's Catholic Secondary 9. And in the boys, we have SAS and St. David's Catholic Secondary up front at 8. GBSS in third on 3. Westerhall 1, Hillsborough Secondary 1. But that would have been a very long time ago.
Certainly, it would have been a long time ago. And so, hopefully after the break, we may just get the correct update.
Some of the strongest GBSS supporters you can ever see on screen here now. The likes of Vaughn Joseph.
Yeah, that's Keyshawn Mitchell. And that's the GBSS contingent.
We would love to see what else is in that cup there. We see water for sure going in. That's part of the GBSS posse on the stands. Bernard is here, so too is my good friend Dwight. They're up on the upper deck They will never miss an event that GBSS is participating in at the National Stadium.
Yeah, there are some persons you can certainly expect once you say athletics to be in the stands.
So we're going to segue to Sherry Ann and Blossom momentarily. They're going to take us through the March Past competition for the boys, which is about to begin. And when the events return on the track, we'll be back here to bring it to you live.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness the March Past
2026. On the field, you can see the Boca Secondary School Drum Corps, led by Drum Major Haley John. The Boca Secondary School Drum Corps is a two-time champ at our Drum Fest 2024 and 2025. And Miss Haley John, the drum major, was awarded Best Drum Major in 2025. Let's hear it for the Boca Secondary School Drum Corps. just to let you know what's happening, the judging for the March Pass has already started, and it started from the outside. So currently, the judges are going through the ranks, inspecting the uniforms, the costumes, and they're giving their grades. So in short order, the 7 schools will be parading across the lines so that you can see their wonderful displays.
Well, it's this time again. We're going to be here with you, taking you through the March Pass. We have 7 secondary schools in the boys division who will be participating. We have J.W. Fletcher. They're going to cross first, then Happy Hill Secondary School. We have the Westerhall Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary School, Presentation Brothers College, and the Boca Secondary School. Those are the 7 male teams that will be participating in the Classic Lighting GAPS Boys March Pass for Intercol 2026. And like 2025, the top 3 schools will be getting the opportunity to be a part of the military parade during the independence, as was done in 2025. So Blossom, what are your thoughts? The fact that we have it again, and the schools are ready to participate and ready to show us exactly what they have to offer. I know some people might be a bit disappointed because while I was reading the rules, I realized there will be no pause for displays.
Well, based off of last year, I think a lot of the schools went back to the drawing board and they took note of what needed to be done for this competition, because last year I think they were testing the waters, seeing what they can and cannot do, seeing what the other schools were bringing. But in 2026, I expect a heightened level of March Pass competition among the schools. So I'm looking forward to big things. I don't think it will be easy for Presentation Brothers College to regain the championship, because from what I saw just outside the grounds of the stadium as the schools were preparing, everybody's bringing their A game.
Right.
So it won't just be left, right, left. It'll be left, right, left with some little action in it.
Nice
and I'm looking
precision
forward to
so.
it. Exactly.
Right. Because the categories for uniformity, they would be getting 10 points, which includes the neatness of the uniform. It is important to note that 25 is the minimum, 30 is the maximum in terms of the number of boys that can participate. And the precision includes the coordination, the synchronization of movements, so that is 25 points. And prior to that, they would have been prejudged to ensure that they fall within the requisite numbers, and that is 5, giving them 30. And then marching, well, as you said, it's left, right, left hand.
and action.
Right, so the swinging of the arms is 10, it will be 10 points, lifting of the feet 10 points, eyes right, position 10 points, eyes front another 10 points. And then we have straight lines 10 points, and the crowd response, which forms part of the impact, is 10 points, which should give them a grand total of 100 points. So we await the schools to come on show so that we can see for ourselves.
Just on the far side of the stadium, in front of the secondary stands, we see the schools lining up in the order that they will be passing in front of the main stand and taking their eyes right. Again, for the lineup, it will be J.W. Fletcher Catholic starting the parade, followed by Happy Hill Secondary, Westerhall Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, the Grenada Boys Secondary, defending champions Presentation Brothers College will be in 6th place, and rounding off these 7 teams will be Boca Secondary School.
And I believe it is important to let the viewing audience know that the drum corps outside, I was told that is the drum corps of the Boca Secondary School. They would have won Drum Fest in 2026 and they have that 2025, and they have that competition coming up again on the 27th of March right here.
And I understand they're using this as kind of a warm-up and a build-up to next week's competition because there's an added pressure being the defending champion of any competition. And Drum Corps is no different. So I think this will be nice for Boca to see where they stand in a competitive environment and get ready to defend that title next week, God willing.
I do believe so as well. But as from our vantage point, we can see we are already seeing extra effort being given in presentation.
Oh yes, I can see the purple and orange of the J.W. Fletcher standing out. I can also see the fluorescent green of the Wester Hall Secondary standing out as well. So like I said, I anticipated the teams to come bigger and better in 2026, judging from what took place last year. And so far, I'm not disappointed because you can see they put in that extra effort. I also see Happy Hill Secondary with the purple, which is the color of their uniform. I see them with the shades of purple, their mascots, as well as the students doing the marching. So it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and I think it's important that we say a special good afternoon to all those of them aligned to the Classic Lighting for sponsoring the competition for yet another year. It is important when, you know, corporate Grenada comes and be a part of sport and youth development.
Oh yes, and Classic Lightning has also sponsored a number of the competing schools as well. Shows their dedication and their commitment to putting their best foot forward and putting their money where their mouth is and sponsoring some of these athletes or schools as well as the March Past competition. So just want to send some kudos to Classic Lighting Caribbean. And as we say here locally, big up your whole self.
Right. So I believe any time from now the Drum Corps will strike up. Well, they have. And we will see the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary taking it off, taking the lead.
Yes, in that ever bright purple and orange. We will also join the house commentary for some of the descriptions that some of the schools may have for their different presentations in this afternoon's March Pass, so you can look forward to that as well.
It is day one of the games, and the patrons should know that come tomorrow during day two of the games, you will see the female, the girls who participate in the March Past category of things.
Of course, and then we will see the defending champions, St. Joseph's Conference St. George's. Let's see if they will be able to bring their A game and successfully defend that title.
I just wish the camera was on you at this point in time. For all these antics that you have to put together here just to mention St. Joseph's Convent being the defending champs.
It's one of the benefits of being off camera. Your voice is calm, but your body language says something different.
Something completely different. Well, we'll just wait and see.
Let's wait and see. But in the meantime, we're getting ready for the boys' side of the competition with 7 teams. And hopefully in the years to come, we can see more of the teams competing in the March Pass, because I think it does great for them. Sometimes you don't excel on the track or in the field, and March Pass might just be your way of contributing to your school's success at these games. So hopefully we can see the numbers growing from 7 in 2026 to hopefully all the male schools.
Yeah, because if what we're looking at here is correct, we can fair to say that one of the schools that actually placed in the top 3 last year, they're not part of the March Pass this year, and that is St. Mark's Secondary School in the boys division.
So hopefully in 2027 and beyond, we can see
a
schools
return
in the double figures competing in the March Pass. And on your screen right now are the students of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. They will be the first team on parade here in the Classic Lighting Caribbean Boys March Pass of the GAPS Intercol 2026. And so far, Sherry, it seems that they are well coordinated with the left, right, left. I don't see any right, left as we put it. That was sharp. So JW seems to have put in the work to ensure that their precision is on top.
It's a competition, you know, and they have been doing well, so they would like, you know, to really give a good account of themselves and try to add to the bragging rights from Tantine.
Exactly. Become one of the schools in Tantine Bullets, perhaps.
Well, I
location.
think they ought to be based on the location.
I agree. It's one family, one area, so we can all join forces. I'm not sure what the holdup is that the parade hasn't yet moved forward. Hopefully we can get underway with that soon.
What we didn't seem to get on our listing is who will be taking the eyes right, but I guess when the cameras switch to that particular area in the stadium, we'd be able to get a visual so we can let people know who will be taking the eyes right.
Correct. As for now, we are on our way. Last year, if my memory serves me correctly, it was the president of GAPS, the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools. It was the president last year, so I'm not sure if that will be the case in 2026.
Of Secondary Schools and Chairman of the Grenada Secondary Schools Games Association, Mr. Victor Daniel, representing our chief sponsor, Classic Lighting Caribbean, and Mr. Reed McFarlane, Marketing Manager of the Communal Cooperative Credit Union. We're officially set to begin with the Classic Lighting Caribbean March Past competition. Day number 1, it is the boys. First up on parade, from Tantine Terrace in St. George's, is the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary.
That's a nice shot. And I believe any time from now, we're getting a spectacular shot there from the drone.
Oh yes. Ooh. And J.W. Fletcher as the leaders, they look sharp.
And based on what I've heard through the house mic, the eyes right will be taken by President of GAPS, Mr. Carl Andal, and also a representative from Classic Lighting Caribbean, Mr. Victor Daniel. And they're off, and the flag bearer is doing his thing.
Oh yes. Part of the entertainment comes from the flag bearer, and he's doing a good job.
J.W. Fletcher seems to like to have the dancing flag bearers, eh?
I like it. And to the folks joining us on social media, feel free to represent your schools in the comment section. I'm seeing a lot of hearts, green and purple hearts. I'm seeing gray. I'm sure that's for Boca Secondary School. Some green for GBSS, purple for J.W. Fletcher and Happy Hill Secondary.
It
so
could
feel
be
free.
Some green for Westerhall Secondary
Westerhall Secondary as well. That's right. So represent your schools in the comment section.
We still need to see some of the red hearts for the St. David's Catholic Secondary, some blue for PBC. We saw gray for Boca, and you know, just some orange love.
Some orange
love for J.W. Fletcher.
I'm seeing some blue in the comment section as well.
I'm loving that now. You see, we're seeing orange, we're seeing purple, we're seeing blue. That is how you're supposed to do it.
There's some white for the Anglican High School.
That one jumped the gun.
And I have to ask which school you're representing with that blue, because we have a few of them with blue this year. No, not this year, but we have a few blue uniforms.
I guess based on the March pass, I figured the blue should be for the cannons.
I saw some iguanas. That's a Wester Hall sex child. I remember the iguanas represent Wester Hall Secondary. I like to see it. And on your screen are the students of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, the first team in competition this afternoon in the Classic Lightning Caribbean Boys March Past Gaps Intercol 2026. Oh, nicely done with the gentlemen in costume.
Look at that. The display is encouraging. It's nice.
Oh, yes.
Who say our boys cannot make us happy?
Exactly. They're doing very well for themselves.
That was nice, Blossom.
It was some theatrics with the eyes right, adhering to the rules that they cannot stop, but they ensure that they paid homage to the eyes right tradition with the hats and the saluting. So good job to J.W. Fletcher Catholic.
Right, so we're going to see what's going to be happening now. One was just a little bit off. They didn't quite get
the eyes front
in sync, but nonetheless, they gave a good account of themselves.
Unless that was a plan for them to stay like that, because those in costume seem to have remained with the salute and tipping of the hat. So probably that was part of the plan for J.W. Fletcher.
And up next on the screen, we're seeing the Happy Secondary School. I believe they placed second, so it was second last year.
Oh yes, and they're looking crisp. Let's join the house announcer.
Defenders.
Raise our boys to respect women. Let us raise our boys to protect our women. Grenada, say no to sexual violence in Grenada. Stand up, lift your fists in unity, draw your swords in defense. March forward with justice, march forward with change, and in the word of Morris Bishop, forward ever, backward never. The HHSS Defenders. Ladies and gentlemen, the HHSS Defenders. Ladies and gentlemen, we present the Wester Hall Secondary School. The young men proudly steps forward on the theme, Young Builders, Building Dreams, Building Tomorrow. Clad in their bright neon green helmets and construction vests, with hammers in hand, we march as the builders of a brighter future. Like skilled workers on a construction site, we are laying strong foundations through knowledge, discipline, and determination. Each step we take represents a brick placed in the structure of our dreams, proving that the youth of today are ready to design, create, and shape a better future. We are proud young builders of Wester Hall Secondary School. We also recognize our responsibility to use our strength, skills, and voices to build a safer and more respectful society. The hammer we carry is not a symbol of harm, but of protection, accountability, and action. With it, we stand firmly against violence against women, committed to breaking down harmful attitudes and building up respect, equality, and dignity. We will use our influence to support, uplift, and defend, ensuring that every woman and girl can live free and from fear. Together, as young builders, we are not only shaping structures, we are shaping a culture where respect is the foundation and safety is standard. Truly building dreams and building tomorrow. We present to you Wester Hall Secondary School. Wester Hall Secondary School marches today not just as students, but as young architects of change, building dreams and building tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Classic Lighting Caribbean Wester Hall Secondary, trying to become champions of the March Past competition. Next team on parade, the next challenger, perennial contenders from Day by 8 in St. David's is the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Let's hear it for the St. David's Catholic Secondary, trying to grab the title 2026. Next up on parade, your defending athletic champions, from Tantine in St. George's, sponsored by Nagico Insurance, is the Grenada Boys Secondary.
Gentlemen, the rise of true greatness. Gentlemen, this is more than a name. It is a standard. At the Grenada Boys Secondary School, we are not just boys older or growing older. We are young men rising with purpose, transitioning from immaturity into discipline, from noise into character, from following into leading. True greatness is not given, it is built. Built in how we think, how we act, and how we carry ourselves when no one is watching. We are the future leaders, shaped not just by knowledge, but by values. The title gentleman is not worn, it is lived. Today, we stand not as boys, but as gentlemen. The Grenada Boys Secondary School presents Gentlemen.
Let's hear it for the boys representing the Grenada Boys Secondary. Next up down the track. Next up on parade, the defending champions from Old Fort in St. George's. It's the Presentation Brothers College. The defending champions trying to defend Presentation Brothers College. There's one final challenger left. One challenger left. From Boca in St. George, sponsored by Classic Lighting Caribbean. It's the Boca Secondary.
Our theme, Emerald Pride, Golden Future. Standing tall and proud, Boca Secondary represents strength, discipline, and unity. Clad in green, black, and gold, they carry the spirit of their school with confidence. They walk the path between tradition and the future. The gold detailing reflects the honor earned, not given. The sash marks distinction, a mark of honor, proof that we stand above. This isn't just fashion, it's a coronation in motion. With energy and passion, they march forward, not just as a squad, but as leaders crowned in pride. Ladies and gentlemen, who is the best? BSS, the Boca Secondary School.
And Blossom, that's it. That's the final school on parade in the Classique Lighting Caribbean Boys March Past Gaps Intercall 2026. We saw 7 boys' school giving very, very good accounts of themselves.
I have to say I was pleasantly surprised 7 times over because the boys really brought their A game today. And like I expected that they would go back to the drawing board and improve on what they presented in 2025. And in 2026, they really came out in full force. You can see that with the costumes. You can see that with their precision. And I am very happy with what I saw on display here this afternoon in the boys' March Past. Kudos to all 7 teams. Kudos to the teachers who have worked along with them over the past 12 months or so. It was definitely a sight to behold this afternoon.
Blossom, if we can just review from the first secondary school, the JW Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, they were in the orange and purple, and the flag bearer, he had it going on. He enjoyed himself. They looked good. They were in sync. What a sight to behold.
It was definitely, they started out on a good foot and set the standard at a high pace because they came out with all guns blazing. The flag bearer, I think the rest of the students fed off of his energy because he wasn't just holding a flag and marching. He really put on a display leading them from the front, and they capitalized on that energy that he gave off. And I was really surprised and pleasantly surprised with JW Fletcher in their bright orange and purple. They did justice to their colors this afternoon.
And if we can take it a step further, it did not have the display, but what the boys did was really, really impressive. And if we can move next, we had Happy Secondary School. They came out as defenders. They were impressive in 2025, and I'm telling you, in 2026, they really showed themselves. They were in sync. They had the correct numbers. They looked good.
They looked good. I liked Happy Hill Secondary, and they came out as the HHSS defenders. And I like their cause as well, that they came out in defense with the message in defense of
GBV.
Exactly, gender-based violence and showing support to our women. And I am very happy with kudos to them. And it wasn't just purple. They had a nice kind of camouflage going on with the purple.
Yes. It lifted it.
It lifted it, yes. You like that, innit?
Of course. There is something to smile about.
Yes, they did justice to Happy Hill Secondary. Let me take the opportunity to shout out Shortleg. I know he's happy. Pepsi, I know you're happy as well.
I want to believe that most of the Purple Hearts came from those two.
I want to believe so as well.
And also, as the Westerhall Secondary School, they too had a very positive message as well.
Oh yes, they did. And they did justice to the fluorescent green. Being that bright on a field, you need to come with your A game because any mistakes, you'll be able to pick it up. But they were sharp, they were precise, they came out in full force as the young builders. And I am very happy with what they brought here at the stadium.
I like St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Oh yes, the red was bright on the field. They came with a kind of back with the flags, and the eyes right was That's what I was going to say. The Eyes Right had its own theatrics going on, and they did justice to it because you can see they put a practice in, and they were the precision was there with all the stuff that they had to do, and they all did it well. So it was good to see that bright red on the.
And then we moved to one of the bullets from Tanti.
Yes, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. They also did justice and represented their school well. They had the precision going on with their green on display. So I was happy to see what they brought to the competition this afternoon, and they did not just hand over anything. They put on a strong competition this afternoon.
The boys on the hill, the old Fort Cannons, they actually had a sort of traditional aspect to them. They had the ever famous short knee. They too looked really, really good. They swung their arms in sync. They really defended.
I agree. To me, the marching was not as tight as they were last year. There were one or two in between, but I think they made up for it with the actual Eyes Right part of it. Their theatrics and the display and the presentation that they put forward with the kind of slow march with the bending down and the getting back up. And I think they did well bringing forth the short knee as well. That was a good touch, the powder. On full display, so they made up for what they didn't do in the actual marching. They made up for it in the Eyes Right.
Well, as we're looking at the drum corps, they're the reigning champs. That's the Boca Secondary School. They provided all the musical accompaniment. We want to say kudos to them, and also to the guys, the boys from the Boca Secondary School. They looked smart.
Oh yes, I love the black. Sometimes we think black as quote-unquote a dead color is not as bright, but it made them look extra sharp on the track in the march past. So I was happy with the black and how they brought it forth. They didn't just have it as a dead color, they made it part of their presentation, and it really worked for them because that's their colors for Intercol, gray and black. So kudos to the Boca Secondary, and being accompanied by your own drum corps, I think that adds an extra special something for the squad. So big up to Boca Secondary School.
Well, so viewers, I know that you did enjoy what it is you saw, the presentation of all 7 schools. We say once again a special thank you to Classic Lighting for making that investment, and also to remind all that come Independence 2027, the top 3 schools will be given the opportunity to be a part of the parade. You can, just sit home and just reminisce and just imagine what will happen on March 27th when they have the actual drum fest
competition
at the stadium. Because if this is what you're getting now without any big flair,
exactly,
you could just imagine the investment that these young people will put out to ensure that they come good and they give you a good showing.
I'm going to be looking forward to the match. The drum corps competition is always exciting, and the schools always take the opportunity to do more than drumming. They always have the theatrics with it as well. So drum corps is going to be another good competition. That's next week, Friday, please the Lord. Okay. So look forward to seeing Boca Secondary defending their title.
But Blossom, as we make our way from here and back down to the field, how was it for you this morning?
So far, it was good. I love the field events. I've been keeping abreast with what was going on at the long jump, the shot put, the javelin, and I was excited to see the competition. I remember for sure the junior javelin. The young man that was in second place, he took the last round of throws. He took the lead. And the one that was actually leading, he said, I ain't going down so. And he came, he put on that extra something that he needed and took back, reclaimed his championship spot. So the field events is always exciting for me, and it's one of the things that I look forward to at Intercol. And so far, so good. The students, you can see they put in the training, and we've not seen much injuries in the field events compared to the track. We've had 1 or 2 this morning, but I'm not seeing the injuries in the field events, and I'm happy for that.
Well, I had a similar case with the junior boys discuss. Deshaun Smart, he was leading up onto the point. You see, you had Kazim Telesport from St. David's Catholic Secondary, and then Kazim just came and made 1 throw, broke the record, and just said, this is it. Discuss is me. I am Discuss, so I am not going to allow Deshaun to just come and steal my thunder. 1 throw it was, and that's it. He broke the record and went home with that gold medal. And that record was set since 2017 by Calvin Lacrette.
Competition does great for a lot of these athletes. It gives them the extra push that they need when they come to their specific events. Sometimes when you don't have much competition, you don't really put out as
That's
best.
it.
But when you know there's somebody gunning for your
That's
title,
right. You give it your
give it
all.
your all, and kudos to them. I want to also make mention this afternoon of the winner of the senior girls shot put, Naomi Augustine of St. David's Catholic
Carifta
Secondary.
athlete.
She is a Carifta athlete, and she came this morning in the competition, and she said, you know what, I'm going for it. I want to show you all what I have. And she took the lead from the first round of throws, and she kept it, winning that event 10.73 meters, second place 10.22 meters. So she did her best this morning, and I just want to big her up for her victory in the senior girls shot put.
And as I take my leave too, I just want to say a big up as well to Michaela Patrick, the young lady from your alma mater who gave you all the first win, the first medal this morning, her gold medal in the high jump. She's also on the Carifta team, and she is so humble and polite that I do believe she can go far in the sport, as with a number of the athletes that we see outside. They are beautiful children. Some of them are well-mannered and humble and so, and I'm looking forward to go back down to the field because we're going to have some more of the field events. So at this time, I would like to turn back over to Leslie and his team so that they can continue with the running commentary.
And don't move. There's still time to get down here at the National Stadium. We still have a number of events to take place this afternoon. So after work, you can feel free to join us here at the stadium. And we have competition continuing tomorrow and Thursday. So
and don't forget, we will be back for the female version of the March Past tomorrow, God's
where St. Joseph's Convent St. George's will try to defend their title. Until then, stick and stay right here.
Event number 1, the girls long jump, sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the Westmoreland Senior School, Dominique Joseph. This is a 4.89 meters. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph Conference, St. George, Leah Rose Charles. 5.35 meters. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Selena,
5.38 meters. These are your medalists for event number 1, the girls long jump, sub-junior. The boys javelin throw, sub-junior. Taking home the bronze medal from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Caden Antwine, 38.20 meters. Your silver medalist from the Boca Secondary School, Garner Phillip, 44.95 meters. And your gold medalist from the McDonald College, Adon Bishop, 46.79 meters. Your medalist for the boys javelin throw, sub-junior. Event number 32, the boys discus throw, junior. Taking home the bronze from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Kyle Abraham, 40.27 meters. Your silver medalist comes from the same school, Nawasa Sass. Deshaun Smart, 47.66 meters. And ladies and gentlemen, taking home the gold medal today and wrecking the 51.50 meters record and turning it into 53.77 meters, Kazim Phillips from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Event number 62, the boys shot put senior. In third and taking the bronze, Viondi Richards from St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Nathan Noel. And your gold medalist from the GBSS, let's hear it for Dakota Joseph. These are your medalists for event number 62, the boys shot put senior. Medal presentation for event number 27, the girls high jump junior. Your bronze medalist, Dwenaya Alexander from the Grenada Christian Academy, 1.45 meters. Your silver medalist, Kaylani Kwashi from the Hillsborough Secondary School, 1.48 meters. And taking home the gold, let's hear it for Mikila Patrick from the St. Joseph Convent St. George, 1.57 meters. Let's hear it one more time for your medalists for event number 27, the girls high jump junior. Event number 61, the girls shot put senior. Your bronze medalist from the Wester Hall Secondary School, let's hear it for Teresa Joseph, 9.99 meters. Your silver medalist hails from the Boca Secondary School, Carissa Felix, 10.22 meters. And leading the three, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Naomi Augustine, 10.73 meters. Your medalists for event number 61, the girls shot put senior. We would like to congratulate all athletes for their stellar performances here today, and we would like to thank Honorable Delma Thomas for assisting us with the distribution of the medals. Over to you, announcers.
And welcome back to a live presentation of the GAPS Intercol Championship 2026. Session number 2, your afternoon evening session. And first event on the track. Short sprints. We are going to start with the 100 meters dash for sub-junior girls. All of these events this afternoon going into the evening, they're all finals. And the track events from this morning give you an informed idea of who one can expect based on the early morning's run. So event number 11, 100 meters sub-junior girls. Clive, rather interesting field that we have here.
Yeah, certainly it is a pretty interesting field. We expect Haley Tyrell, who has really been in some good form. She's been scintillating form throughout the past few weeks coming into this. And so one expects that from the preliminaries this morning, she looked really good. She came in first position in her heat in a time of 12.27. So one expects that, you know, she can maybe go a bit faster and take victory here as the sub-junior Intercol champ. But it would not be a straightforward run. I can tell you that. We still have Tamara Newton of the St. David Catholic Secondary School, who run a time of 12.66.
Yes, it's Newton, in fact, distinguished herself rather early in her heat, and she won rather comfortably. A 12.66 timing of 100 meters sub-junior girl. That's a good time.
So these are good times indeed, and we are really looking forward for quite an exciting 100-meter dash final for the sub-junior girls. We also have Leah Rose Charles. She did 12.80 in her preliminary this morning, and 12.95 from St. David Catholic Secondary's Rena Hosford. So it's a four-way race, we'll see, as it looks on paper in terms of the times. Leah Rose Charles of St. Joseph Convent, St. George's, she has the third fastest time there, and in number 4 we have Rena Hosford. So it's going to be quite interesting. It's a final, and it's down to execution.
Well, very much so. It promises to be rather really competitive.
Well, we still have Romaine from McDonald College. I think she ran a really good race this morning to win her heat. That's Ashel Romaine in a time of 12.90. So definitely there is some competition in this. It will boil down to the execution, how well you start, how well you progress through your dry phase, and then the overall acceleration.
Yes, with 5 of the 8 persons in these finals under 13 seconds, one can expect almost a blanket finish at the finish line. Let's see what the execution looks like.
And we need to remember that last year, Haley Tyrrell, she had a false start in the 100 meters, and it'll be time for redemption. So I think she'll be coming out to do something extra special. So all that lays the table for an exciting race today in the 100 meters final for sub-junior girls.
Yeah, it certainly will lay the foundation. They've gone through the preliminaries, and now you're on the big stage. There will be a bit of nerves, but I'm sure that these girls will be itching and eager to be crowned a champion of the Intercol sub-junior girls.
Yes. So remember, it's all finals this afternoon here. Some 22 finals that are down to be decided, and one can expect keen competition in all 22 field events as well as events on the track. We're going to bring all to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in St. George.
And I have a point standing that I like to share. This is the latest that we have, and you fans at home, we know you're interested in the scores because it's a competition, and it's all about the points that are going to be scored here this afternoon. So let us look at the female section. Anglican High School is currently on 2 points. Bishop's College also on 2 points. MacDonald College 2 points. Westall Secondary on 3 points. Grenada Christian Academy and Westmoreland Secondary 3 points. Then we look at the top 5. In the 6th position on 6 points, it's Boca Secondary School. In 5th position, Happy Hill Secondary on 8. St. David's Catholic Secondary, currently on 9 points. In 2nd position on 12 is the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, and leading the pack on 13 points, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. What say ye, gentlemen?
Well, it's day number 1. It's a good thing nothing is decided until day 3. So it's who don't have good foot usually take in front. We'll see how this really ends. But the competition promises to be quite keen. Clyde, do you have a distribution of the points from 1 to 8 in these finals?
Yes, certainly the individual points you get for an individual win, you get 7 points, 5 points for second, then the 3 for third, 2 for fourth, and 5th up to 8th, you get 1 point. So there's a lot to play for. The 1 point do add up, and it can keep the leader. It can keep the challenger or bring the challenger to be a leader. So everybody in the top 8 will be getting points, and that will be very important for many of these schools.
So it's handy to finish.
So I know you'll be waiting for the boys' position, the male section. Let's look at it. Currently we have 4 teams on 1 point. So that's Hillsborough Secondary on 1 point. St. John's Christian Secondary also on 1. Western Hall and the Presentation Brothers College are all on 1 point. GBSS currently on 4 points. That's your top 5, so it's not everybody, but we're just looking at the top of the scale still. GBSS currently in 5th position on 4 points. Boca Secondary on 5 points, they occupy the 4th spot. In 3rd, we have MacDonald College on 7 points, and we have joint leaders on 11 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Day number 1, the Intercol 2026. Clyde would have talked about the individual scoring, just to go over them. In first place is 7 points, 5 for second, 3 for third, 2 points for fourth, and 5, 6, 7, and 8 position, 1 point each. That's for individual events. For the combined events, it's 13 points for first position, 9 for second, 5 for third, 3 for fourth, and 2 points for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Team events, the relays.
Yeah, certainly the team events, the relays carry almost double, 13, almost. I guess they did not want to double them, but certainly a lot to look forward to when it comes to the team events.
Big points.
Big points. And many times this tends to separate the groupings, tends to push the leaders further, and the stragglers, they stay even further behind.
And sometimes it comes down to the final day with the relays to decide a championship.
feel 2026 seemed to be a year. It's shaping up to be a year where it just may go down to the final day to decide who goes home with the bacon.
Well, it's 10 years since 2016 when the final race actually decided the Intercol championships. So it was indeed a historic race, and history tends to repeat itself, and it sometimes goes in the decades.
Yes, so, ladies and gentlemen, I think Bernstein would have just aged himself. I give you an idea of make reference to looking at the 2016 Intercol Championship live, and not from a participating point of view, give you an idea of how young the gentleman is.
So as we look outside, we realize that we'll be having some brief interruptions in terms of the rain. The weather has been fluctuating. Like weather actually changes. They say that a woman's mind changes like the weather. And today we're experiencing a lot of changes in the weather.
Well, it's true to form. The meteorological station at Point Celine, their forecast is a 70% chance of rain with intermittent showers, and I think that's what we are having. Intermittent showers right throughout the day. And they did also give us an indication for tomorrow, so we expect a lot of sunshine tomorrow.
Yeah, we had the sunshine with us for most of the day, 1 or 2 intermittent showers. It does look a bit cloudy in the foreground if you look at the top of your screen. But one will hope that this will blow by pretty quickly and we can continue with the action.
Local knowledge would dictate us that the rain, in fact, do come from the Dabo side of the stadium here, and the Dabo side indicate that we probably have a 5-minute shower not too long from now, but indicating also it's not going to last long. This is a local meteorologist talking here from muscle memory.
If we look on the screen, we notice that we're seeing the huddles being put into place. So it means that what we're seeing in front of us in terms of the scheduled events may very well not be what we may have first up. But as we speak, we see that they're removing the huddles. So let's wait until we get confirmation as to the events that we'll be having, and then we'll be bringing it to you live.
You're not missing any action on the track, nor on the field. Yes. Getting ourselves all ready. Certainly the officials are for the resumption after the intermission.
So I think what we will do is that we can take a break, and we will be back with you momentarily as the weather becomes more appropriate for track and field.
for the resumption. We're going to give an update of the score. Both divisions. We have 3 schools sitting in 9th position on 2 points. They are Bishop's College, Anglican High School, and McDonald's College. We also have 3 schools sitting in 6th position on 3 points. Western Secondary, Grenada Christian Academy, West Poland Senior School. In 5th, 6 points in the girls division. Booker Secondary. In 4th position, 8 points. Hillsborough Secondary. Your top 3 on 9 points so far. Secondary. In the 2nd position, 12 points. These are Anglican Secondary. And out front, by the very same margins, Convent St. George, 2 points. The girls, we get ready for the middle division. We have 8 folk schools in it. They are St. John's Christian, Western Secondary, St. Matt's Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary. They all have 1 point. In the 7th position, so far, with the Tremendous College, position on 3 points. In Poland Secondary. On 5 points, Walker Secondary. Top 4. On 10 points, McDonald College.
In 3rd position, on 11 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary. In the 2nd position, on 12 points, the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And out front, so far on 4 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary on 16 points. Your score update.
So we're going to set to get back on the track, resume
evening session, day number 1, session number 2, 2026 GAPS Intercol Games. All events in this session are finals. This is where we decide the points and decide the medals on the track. 1500 meter run. Junior girls is ready to begin. Some 22 athletes listed right now for this World Cup. Big win for this one. National champion for this event, analyst of Rome, with classified over secondary. We've got the national performance, the GCI behind.
And welcome back. Welcome back to the live coverage of the GAPS Intercol Championship 2026. We are in a holding pattern. We had a slight drizzle just now. Showers of blessing, one might even add. But we are getting ready to go back on the track. And Clive, you want to give us an updated score where things stand at this time?
Well, the updated score, as I have it, the girls division, and this is being led by the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. They are on 13 points. The St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, they are on 12 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, they are on 9 points. The Happy Hill Secondary, they are on 8 points. And Boca Secondary on 6. So that's your top 5.
Top 5. Bernstein, the point standing to date. Anything to add here?
Well, in the boys division, we have a new leader. Let's just look at the top 5 as we get ready for the 1500 meters for junior girls. Boca Secondary is on 5 points. Magnal College in 4th on 10. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3rd on 11 points. SAS is on 12 points in 2nd position. And currently in the lead on 16 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Okay, we are readying ourselves for the 1500 meters. For juniors. We have some 22 athletes registered to participate in this one. Meet record of 4 minutes 40.30 seconds. That was established a long time ago in 1999. Daniela Abraham. The girls 1500 meters up next.
Oh, it's been a long time since this record has been established. Conditions pretty cool. One will hope that someone within this lineup maybe can equal or maybe break that record. We've not really seen much of our female athletes running close to the 4 minute 40. So maybe today we can see them really put in the big effort.
From my count from where I sit here, looks like we have a starting list of about 14.
So we
should get to know way shortly.
Again, the conditions will be good for 1500 meter running. It's not too humid. Still, there's a nice little breeze blowing across the ground. Something that would help to keep the athletes a bit cool. And they do not want to be cold, they want to be cool. So that they can give it their best.
Two athletes from St. Joseph's Convent and St. Andrew or Grenville. See an athlete there from St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Carriacou is represented here. Bishop's College. St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Boca Secondary School. Anglican High School is also here, as well as SAS.
You can see some of the athletes just trying to keep themselves warm so they get ready for start of the 1500 meters.
On your screen, two athletes there from Hillsborough Secondary School, two from Anglican High School. St. Joseph Convent Grenville, another two. Boca Secondary School, two.
Well, you have some good names in this one. Kayla Abraham, Micaiah Frederick, of course our national under 15, sorry, our national champion at the 1500, Annalisa Brown, she's there.
So this should make for some good competitive running.
You also have Xenia Alexis from the McDonald College, so field is well stacked with young ladies that are competent enough to run some good times.
The odds-on favorite will be Annalisa Brown, the Boca Secondary School.
Within this field, one may still hope that there's someone who can really put a challenge to Annalisa Brown.
The challenge might just come from Micaiah Frederick.
Brown has distinguished herself as the under 15 athlete, on the 1500 meter athlete to beat.
Certainly for the year, she has been a dominant one.
So we're getting ready to see the start.
Slight malfunction there apparently with the starter's gun. He will reload, so to speak, and we start again. Make an attempt to start again.
So here we go. It's the start of the 1500 meters, 1500 meter run for junior girls. Anglican High School, Boca Secondary, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Your top three at the present. St. Joseph Convent is there. Also, Grenada SDA, another St. Joseph Convent athlete. Happy Hill Secondary and Boca, all in the mix. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. quite a tight bunch here. It's quite early in this race. The girls' 1500-meter run for junior, chasing a record of 4 minutes 40.30 seconds. A record that is going into its 27th year, held by Daniela Abraham. There is a slight gap now opening up between the leading pack. That's Annalisa Brown and from St. Joseph Convent, Grenville. St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Now a list of what started off as 22 individuals being registered has dwindled down. But we can identify in the leading pack Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville is represented by Michaela Abraham. So Abraham is there. Anglican High School, represented by Kamaya Lewis. So this could be part of our leading bunch of girls. The junior girls, 1500-meter run, event number 44, but it's our first official event on the track, the first final. So it's Brown of Boca Secondary. Anglican High School is right there. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, your top four. Opening a gap of some 20-25 meters from the rest of the field, giving themselves some comfort at the front, being able to strategize and make sure that this head or lead pack will be the ones going for the medals. If any of the other girls have to challenge, they have to start going to work right about now, or else it will be all over. This is event number 44, the girls' 1500-meter run for junior. Annalisa Brown just jogging and taking control of this race at this point in time. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George is right there. That's James. Ariana James is right there. Also, the Anglican High School. That's Nelson, or is it Lewis of the Anglican High School? So it's Lewis. So it's Lewis. It's Nelson. So it's Nelson of the AHS in third position. Annalisa Brown still leads. And Ariana James. That's your leading pack. Annalisa Brown. James it is. And then Nelson. So this is a final lap. So here we go, down the back stretch. Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary. They're just about a little less than 200 meters or so to go. Annalisa Brown, she's quickening her pace. So she's there. But here comes a challenge from St. Joseph Convent. James. Will James be able to challenge you? But Brown with a little burst of energy at the end. They're timing it well to the finish. Outlasting James, the charge from James there. Annalisa Brown, your winner. We wait for the rest of the field to come in.
I love this event. Annalisa Brown knew she had the kick. She knew she was just waiting, hoping that maybe someone would have challenged her, and the challenge came. But she showed that she's just running composed. She already has this on the wraps, and I mean you saw it there. We spoke about it earlier when we saw in the heats for the 200. She does have a kick at the end. And so you saw it right there on your screen. Annalisa Brown, well done.
Yeah, pretty good challenger from James. One got the impression all along that Brown was playing possum. And in fact, she did just that. 10 meters from the end, seems as though James was going to catch up with her. But to no avail, Annalisa Brown turned on the afterburners and winning quite comfortably in the end.
So it was indeed a smart race from Annalisa Brown, and bearing in mind that it's a competition, she doesn't actually have to go for the record because it's one that will take a lot from her, but knowing that she has a number of events to do. She's been smart. I think it's part of the strategy been put into effect here by the Boca Secondary School.
Yeah, really, it's good. That's good running, good thinking, good execution. You saw it. She didn't try to run too fast because she understands that, look, I have to take part in another event shortly. I have command of it. I'm just going to stay ahead. And James putting in that burst of energy there coming up the straight. But certainly, Brown knew what she had, and she was just saying to her, hold on there, darling, hold on.
5 minutes, 21.48. There she is there. 5 minutes to the end.
Yeah, hold on there, man.
5 minutes, 22.08 seconds. The second place finisher in James. And Nelson, a pretty spirited run from Nelson there. At one time, she looked to be in it. But then in the end, the stronger athlete came through. The boys are up next. The 1,500 meters for boys, junior. And we have some 32 athletes registered. This one. We get a good idea of what the final listing will be shortly.
Well, I certainly like the event that has just been completed. It sets the stage again for what would be a very interesting finish to day one of the GAPS Intercol Games. St. Joseph Convent, St. George may have just stretched their lead a little further.
I think they have. Even ever so slightly. Well, it's not 32 athletes here at the starting line, but Clyde, Bernstein, this is a large field.
It's quite a large field, and it shows that this is...
Here we go. It's the junior boys, 1,500 meters, quite a large field, and very early we expect to see one of these or two of these taking the lead and trying to separate themselves. Here goes the GBSS boys. St. David's Catholic Secondary is there. So Michael Moses, Jordan Griffith Hazard, and that's your lead right there. Quite a big field. As they round just about the 300-meter mark. Michael Moses, your 5,000-meter winner from the national championship, and he's there. We know that he has the stamina. Griffith Hazard has been running the 1,500 pretty well. You have the likes of Zion Blackett, the St. David's Catholic. You also have right there Kidon Hile. So Blackett moving to the front. Here comes McDonald College. Roger Cummins of McDonald College. He's moved into second. Moses now pushed to third. So it's St. David's Catholic in Zion Blackett. Blackett, finalist from the national championship. Here goes Moses as an athlete tumbles there. Moses back in the lead for the GBSS. Here comes St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, just jostling himself into third position. Still Michael Moses of the GBSS, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary. MacDonald College is there. As the field tapers off, you have a leading pack and the others trailing. Just about 5 meters lead for the leading pack over the rest of the field. Michael Moses, he's closely followed there by the athlete from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. This is good running. They have separated themselves. As we see another move from the athlete from SAS. So it's GBSS out front, SAS, followed by St. David Catholic, SAS and St. David Catholic. That's your leading pack. Moses looking comfortable at the front. Here he goes. We're getting ready for the bell lap. It's the bell lap. One more lap to go. Will the challenge come? Yes, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary moving to the front. It's St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, GBSS. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary in third position, followed by the two athletes from the St. David Catholic Secondary. Nothing much to write home about as Moses makes a move again. It's the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Kidon Hile, he's there. He's there with Michael Moses of the GBSS. It's Moses and Hile. Moses and Hile. Who has the strength? Who has the stamina? As they round the 200-meter mark, somebody will make a move now. It seems to be Moses looking to make a move on Hile. Moses, Hile. Here they come. 1500-meter junior boys. Hile moves to the front as he rounds the bend and head for home. Here goes Moses with a move. Does Hile have what it takes to hold on? Here they go. 1500-meter. It's down to the sprint. Hile, Moses. Moses, who wants it more? Moses picks it right on the line. This is 1500-meter running, ladies and gentlemen. And what a performance from these two athletes.
Oh, and it continues right throughout the season. All the long middle distance races came down to their finish line. And from here, ladies and gentlemen, Moses seems to be the winner. In a 1500 meters, we go into the photo finish.
1500 meters is no longer a boring race. It goes right down to the finish, full of excitement. That's what Intercol is all about, excitement galore.
And Hiller thought he had it won. He was doing the right thing. He hugged the inside lane, and still Moses was the stronger one at the end.
Well, we know that
that's an incredible race.
We know that he has the strength. He's a 5,000-meter runner, and certainly he shows that he's full of stamina. He can respond. He responded well as we look at him coming around the bend, just teasing his way through. He made a move. He stood back. He waited. Eventually, he began the kick.
Absolutely, and I tell you something. If you look at Clyde, there is no fault here of Hilaire, no fault of Hilaire. He hugged the inner lane, and this is what he's supposed to do. But Moses was strong enough to go around him. He had the strength to go around him, and in the end, winner by a whisker.
Yeah, 4 minutes 25.79 for Michael Moses. 4 minutes 25.85 for that's Jamari Williams of SAS. So we thought it was Hilaire, but it's actually Jamari Williams of SAS coming in second. Zion Blackett of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. He came in third, 4 minutes 33.14. Caleb Williams of PBC. So PBC getting on the board. Certainly a really good race. So the evening session has started. The excitement has started.
Yeah, if you're looking for excitement on your day one, you certainly would have had your fill right there. The boys, 1500 meters, juniors. The record in that event stood at 4 minutes 19 seconds flat, and to finish at 4 minutes 25.79, it gives you an idea how close this was.
So we're getting ready for the 1500 meters for the senior girls, and already we see the start here. It's a field of some 20 athletes, but looking on the track, the numbers have certainly dropped, but already it's Wester Hall Secondary, already Annie Logie of St. Joseph Convent St. George already been cited there. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. In the lead pack also Boca Secondary, McDonald College also in the mix. It's a girls 1500 meter run senior. The record here 4 minutes 49.90 seconds. A record established in 2001. Stephanie Ferguson, originally of McDonald College. That's your record holder. And it's Wester Hall Secondary in the lead, running strong, trying to just break from the field there. It's Mahan, Lexon Mahan it is, of Wester Hall Secondary, being chased there by Logie and Alexander of St. Joseph Convent St. George. And then from Boca Secondary, looks like Saraya Phillip. So that's your top four. McDonald College in Kayla Olive is also in the chasing pack. So there we go again. Mahon, your leader. Logie, Annie Logie and Alexander of St. Joseph Convent St. George, sandwiching Mahon there. The lead pack just continuing to establish some comfort in the 1500 meter run for senior girls. The chasing pack is not allowing them to break away from them. Olive is just keeping the leaded pack in striking distance. Olive of McDonald College, she wants to be reckoned with in this 1500 meters for senior girls. As we go down the backstretch another time, it's Wester Hall Secondary, Lexon Mahon. That's your leader, being challenged there by Annie Logie and Kiana Alexander of St. Joseph Convent St. George. From Boca Secondary, Saraya Phillip is right there in the mix. And Kayla Olive, that's your top five. That's your lead pack. These are the ones who are in contention at this moment in the girls' 1500 meter run for seniors. As they go around the top turn, just around the 200 meter mark, it's Annie Logie and Kiana Alexander, 1-2. Lexon Mahon of Wester Hall Secondary, she's right there. Sarah Phillip also in the mix. And Kayla Olive, that's your lead pack. The bell has been rung. It means that there is one final lap to go in the girls' 1500 meter run for senior. The Convent girls are now taking control of this one. They have strategized well. Their plans seem to be working. They have gone to work. And as we see, things are happening. It's the convent girls in 1 and 2 at the moment. Annie Logie, Kiana Alexander, St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Soraya Phillip and Olive, Kayla Olive of McDonald College. That's your top 4. But the convent girls are showing that they have planned well, that they have strategized well, that they are putting what they've practiced into focus and into work here as they go stride by stride. Now it's a competition between the two to decide who is going to get gold and the silver. And there's a slight lead. Annie Logan now about to separate herself from her teammate. But it's not an easy feat for Annie Logie. But we know she's got the strength, she's got the speed, and she's saying to her friend, I know I'm better than you. I'm your leader. You follow me. And that's how it goes. 1, 2, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Annie Logie, your winner. Kayla Olive, 3rd position for McDonald College.
Oh, that's what you describe as a rare tactical race by the 2 young ladies there from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And spare thought for Alexander here. They're not as heralded as Logie. Not as heralded as Logie was coming into this event, but she certainly held her own and held her own well with about 80 meters to go. They were neck and neck right to the finish, and then Logie separated herself, the class that she has shown all year, to win by some 20 meters, and in the end it was fairly easy for Logie. But again, a very competitive race from a 1500 meters up to about 80 meters to the end. This is what you call good competition.
Really good competition. They strategized. I think they knew exactly what the potential was that they have, and the potential to get 1st and 2nd. Really important points for St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And so they did what they had to do. They remained together. But Logie saying to her compatriot in Alexander, hey, you know I have this in the bag. Don't worry, I can take the lead. And took the lead, she did.
Yes, a wonderful run there. Didn't come anywhere close to the record, the existing record. There's Logie there cruising 20 meters gap between herself and her compatriot Alexander in 2nd position. The record here would have stood for some 25 years, established in 2001, 4 minutes 49.90 seconds. The winning time there for Annie Logie, 5 minutes 13.93 seconds. And it continues, the trend continues. Good participation in the longer middle distances, and fantastic competitive running right to the end.
So it's more points for St. Joseph Convent, St. George. It's day 1, and they're setting up themselves nicely for what's to happen in the upcoming days of this 2026 GAPS Intercol.
Well, as we said earlier, it's all finals, afternoon all finals. So we get ourselves ready. The 1500 meters for senior boys. And if the other 1500 meters was anything to go by, this one promises to be a nicker. But all year we have been talking about the field, the quality, but certainly the level and degree of participation. And here with the senior boys, there's no exception. We have some 27 athletes registered here. And 10 years ago, you would never see that, Clyde.
Yeah, certainly you would never have seen this. And we expect that this senior boys will also go down to the wire. We've seen it through the national championships. These boys, they don't let up. Certainly, there will be some big challenges taking place here.
Yeah, there's a big name as a record holder, one Kendall Simon. His record was established in 2003. Anybody come close to this would have been doing quite well. 3 minutes 57 seconds. And let's put nothing past these young men here today as they are on this status line, getting ready to have real keen competition. 1500 meters senior boys.
Here we go, 1500 senior boys, and looking to establish themselves quite early. I can tell you that Keith Charles is there, and certainly that's a name that we all know when it comes to 1500 meter running, and he's looking to get himself to the front. So it's Keith Charles, and he's followed there by the two athletes from SAS, that's Josiah Simon. So it's Charles out front looking to lead this one. It's the 1500 meter senior boys. So they're going into another round the park. It's Charles still leading. Grenada Christian Academy, Charles. McDonald College putting in a run. That's Michael Thomas Jr. He's looking to get himself to the front. So it's McDonald College. Sorry, that's St. Mark's coming to the front. St. Mark's Secondary. And nicely bunched still together. The lead pack not really spreading out as yet. It's still early days. Kevin Fleming of the St. Mark's Secondary is at the front, leading this one. McDonald College and Thomas Jr., he's now making his move. Josiah Simon of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary also making a move. So we have a bit of tussling at the front. The lead just seems to be changing ever so slightly. As the boys round the bend and looking to head into the straightaway. The lead pack of just about 6 athletes being led there by Josiah Simon of SAS. Keith Charles making a move. Kevin Fleming is still there in second position. And here we go, it's the bell lap. And that's the bell. It's SAS, Josiah Simon holding on, still looking strong. Here comes Charles making his move. Charles looking to establish some distance between himself and the other competitors, but he's not allowed to leave them as Simon makes a move. Then here comes Thomas making another move. Charles still looking to hold on. Thomas, McDonald College at the front. Keith Charles looking to put some pressure on him. It's going to be a sprint to the finish, I can guarantee you this. Let's see how they go. McDonald College, Michael Thomas Jr. He's pushing, he's moving, he's looked the stronger of the athletes as he makes his move. And here we go. McDonald College is going to take this one. It's going to be a battle for second position. McDonald College, Michael Thomas Jr. with the victory. And that's one happy looking young man right there.
putting the Kirani James Athletic Stadium to silence. Yes, I have done it, I have done it, I have done it. That's
If you
what
could
he's
read
saying.
his lips, he did it. He did it.
So we have seen the completion of a another exciting 1500 meter run. Michael Thomas Jr. taking this one, showing that he has the strength. At this time, we want to let our Facebook viewers know that we have reached the 8-hour limit, and so we have already, and we are in the process of ensuring that you do not lose the broadcast. So we have created a new live. So in about 10 minutes time, you can always join and pick up from where we are. We have reached the limit, so we just want to let you know that we have already put systems in place so that you don't lose anything. You can always rejoin the live from that new page.
Another wonderful exhibition of long distance running. Yeah, Michael Thomas Jr. He had a point to prove. He proved his point, and he did so after 4 minutes and 22.58 seconds. That was his winning time, and not the favorite coming in on paper, but he certainly put all the critics and the prognosticators to listen.
As I always say, favorites don't always win.
What a wonderful run. What a wonderful run. 4 minutes, 22.58 seconds, the winning time for Michael Thomas Jr.
So there's a bit of the scoring for you. Grenada Boys Secondary, that was the latest scores that we had. And so it's now up on the board. Of course, we had a number of 1500 events. So from here, these scores will change. But certainly with the 1500s completed, the point system in place, we will see some shift from here. So we are with the updated point standing.
GBSS in position number 1, SAS in 2, and that's on the male side. 3, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, McDonald College in 4, 5, Boca Secondary School, 6, St. Rose Modern Secondary School, Presentation Brothers College in 7, 8 is Hillsborough, 9, St. John's Christian Secondary, 10 position. That's the first 10 spot, St. Mark's Secondary School, Westerhall, and the outside in 11 looking in with 1 point.
So we've come to the end of some exciting 1500 meter events, and they lived up to the expectation. The excitement continued right onto the end. Beautiful running, intelligent running, and as we can see, the athletes are all set to give up their best today in order to make sure that
So it's day 1 of the GAPS Intercol, and I put it down to it's the 2026, the decider. The decider. 2 teams locked on 21, and somebody is looking for 22. Where will it go? That's the decision that we await at the end of day number 3. We will all find out. As I welcome back Leslie Smith, and you're going to hear a new voice to the Intercol stage. She's been featured before in Samantha Worms. She's here joining us, and so we're bringing you finals evening on the first day of the GAPS Intercol 2026.
Well, Clyde, what we've just seen there was just some exciting races. At 1500 meters in the boys category, the senior boys, was it the senior boys or the junior boys? Junior boys. Moses, what a race it was. I mean, wow, it was just an awesome race.
Certainly it was an awesome race. And this is what we've come to expect. We've seen it at the national championship, the 1500, the 800, even at the primary school games. You saw the distance running coming down to the wire, and I mean that says a lot for our athletes.
I agree with you guys very much. When it comes to Moses, to be honest, no surprise because we know he delivers well. But I think it was very admirable or very brave of the SAS athlete to try to stay on his heel and try to give him some sort of competition. We can all agree that Moses, as good as he is, had to work for it. It wasn't handed to him, he had to work for it. And that is what I saw of all the 1500 events this afternoon, save and except for maybe the girls one with the two young ladies from Convent who literally just played along and then eventually they just ran away with the race. Annalisa teased the young lady quite a bit, you know, but she knows how to run her race. It shows that she knows who she's running with. She knows her competitors. And that is exactly what she did. She just, you know, gave them a little something to feel. And then when it was time to run away with it, she said, you know what, I'm going to seal the deal. You hold your horses. I'm going to do what I have to do. So I must agree, gentlemen, the 1500 events have been quite entertaining this afternoon.
Absolutely so. And we have we have much more exciting events coming up. We will still have the 100-meter hurdles for the seniors, the 100-meter dash for the sub-juniors, and of course the 800 meters in the sub-junior category, the 200 meters for the juniors, as we see the girls for the 100 meters in the seniors getting themselves ready. And the long jump for the senior boys is also in progress. It's coming to a close in a moment, and we'll try to update you on the positions in the long jump senior boys. But quite an interesting day so far.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting day, and I mean, I'm just anticipating what is to come because we have some events that I know many supporters will be glued to their screens just to ensure that they do not miss anything. We still have the 100s to come in the sub-juniors.
Final. We're going to give you a lane assignment. We're into lane number 1. Representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Natalia Strawn. In lane 2, Nia Alexander, Paris Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary. Fastest in qualifying. We're into lane number 3, Carla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary. In lane 4, Boca Secondary, Syria Phillip. Lane 5, Lincoln High School, Jada Roberts. We're into lane number 6, out of St. Angela Lincoln Secondary, Christiana Charles. Lane 7, within Classic Light in Boca Secondary, Nikaya Roberts. Right to lane number 8, representing the Anglican High, Ariana Williams.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the lineup for the 100-meter girls senior. I can tell you, Kayla Christopher looks in good form. Christina Charles is no slouch here from SAS. Soraya Phillip of the Boca Secondary, one that can create some upsets. And we also have Jada Roberts of the Anglican High School. They're getting ready now. 100 meters for seniors. .100 meters hurdle seniors. Coming in with the fastest time was Kayla Christopher of St. David's Catholic Secondary, and she had a close second position in the preliminaries from Christina Charles. So Christopher at 15:30, Christina Charles at 15:48. And then the next best time would have been 17:68 by Jada Roberts of the Anglican High School. So the run-ins would definitely come from lanes 3 and 6, the two fastest times in qualifying. And it's very close indeed between these two, 15:30, 15:48. This may very well go down to the photo finish.
Yeah, we expect it to be a close one between Christopher and Charles. They both nicknamed CC.
Well, they're up and running. 100-meter hurdle, senior girls. And Christina Charles looking good. So too is St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kayla Christopher. Christopher with a slight lead over Christina. Christina moving nicely now. Christina in the lead and she dips for the tip. It may just well be Christina Charles stumbling into the tip, and that may just give her the gold medal.
May you say it won her the gold medal. She bagged it. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes. But again, the young lady, the athlete, Kayla Christopher from St. David's Catholic, gave her a fight, but it came down to who wanted it most. And that is it. That is where we saw Christina saying, I want it, and I'm going to dip for it. No matter what I do, I'm going to dip for it. Beautiful run by these two young ladies. Of course, SAS bagging the points here, and St. David's Catholic taking the second place. So Christina Charles walked away, 15.24. Kayla Christopher coming in with the fastest time. She had to settle for, well, she settled for the second position.
Yeah, running just about the same time, Christopher, maybe 1 second difference to what she ran in the preliminary. But certainly Christina Charles dipping under what she did. She did 15.48 and now she's done 15.24. So clearly she really wanted this. She did what she had to do. At a certain stage she was somewhat behind, but I think she knew her height, and in terms of her striding, you can see it right there. She understood that she just needs to stride, clear the hurdle, and once she can do that, she will get past Christopher. Christina Charles, job well done.
Well, Christina Charles may be better known for the triple jump and the long jump, and she has a gold medal at the triple jump at Carifta, and coming here and doing well, winning the gold medal in the 100-meter hurdles for the senior girls.
I wonder if any of you noticed that she clipped a hurdle. So that could have costed her a bit, but of course she was able to recollect herself and carry herself across the finish line in fine style, beating her chest as if she, I accomplished it. This is what I set out to do, and I did it, and I have now claimed my place on the podium, and I've given my school some much needed points.
Well, much needed points indeed, because there's a battle going on between the St. Joseph Convent St. George's, the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and SAS as well, the top three in contention here. So some valuable points here. 7 more points added to SAS, as 5 points for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School for the second. And maybe we should have looked to see the other positions in the race as well, but no doubt St. David's Catholic Secondary and SAS only having one competitor in the race, so it would not have made a difference with the other positions up to position 8.
Oh, that was a really good and display of hurdling. Of course, the time 15.24, nowhere close to the record set by Shante Augustine, but certainly we're seeing that our athletes are getting better and better at the hurdle event.
Absolutely. I mean, Shante Augustine was a class by herself when it comes to the technique. She has that down pack, and she's doing pretty well at the collegiate circuit at the moment. And I want to shout out Roger Augustine, her dad, and her #1 fan, as the boys get ready for the 110-meter hurdles. It's going to be another cracker. We have some top-class athletes here. We have 2 from St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 from SAS, 2 from GBSS, 2 from Presentation Brothers College.
Well, I wasn't here this morning, but it must have meant that the trials or the preliminaries this morning was no easy walk in the park, and everybody, what we know is that this lineup is the elite. They would have worked, they worked for it, and they are here this afternoon. So this is no, is no chance. So to see schools with 2 athletes coming in, and not just one school with 2 athletes, we have PBC with 2, St. David's with 2, GBSS with 2. So it's there's only St. David's, I believe, with 1 athlete. So whichever way we look at it, schools are going to be bagging points. Oh yes, St. David's also has 2 athletes.
For St. David's Catholic Secondary, Deshaun Jones. Lane number 3 should have been occupied by Markel Daniel. That's vacant. Lane number 4, representing the Nawasa SAS, Rick Cadet. Lane number 5, Najico GBSS, fastest in qualifying, 15.18 seconds. Bronze in 2025, Josh Thomas. Lane number 6, representing the Nexa PBC, second fastest in qualifying, Ethan Auguste. Lane number 7, 2025 junior champion in this event, Najico GBSS, Kamal Joseph. And lane number 8, representing the Nawasa Sassia junior gold medalist, Golden Joseph Jr.
Well, there you have it, the lineup here for the 110-meter hurdles, some pedigree, some former champions, and some fast times as well. 15:18, the fastest time by Josh Thomas, 15:21, Rick Cadet, and 15:22, Ethan Auguste, the 3 top times going into the finals.
Well, you have 6 athletes under the 16 seconds, so that tells you that it will be an execution race. I think it's going to go down to who can execute the hurdles the best, that will come out on top here.
This is going to be a cracker. As you said, 5 athletes under 16 seconds. Technique, speed, grit, determination, all on test here today. And this is the 110-meter hurdles for the senior boys. The record 14.71. Kyle Ned of SAS, the current record holder. This is anticipated to be a great event. Times are really, really close. A good start would be important for these athletes. PBC with 2, SAS with 2, GBSS with 2. St. David's should have also been here with 2. But lane 3 is scratched at the moment. There is no Markel Daniel. That is the anticipation that we see from the spectators who are here. They're up on their feet. Some are still sitting. I recognize my good friend Shelley there, a past pupil of the GBSS. Strong supporter as well. She believes in her alma mater.
Here they go, clean break. Let's see. Up early, Thomas. Someone has fell, but the athletes are really nicely bunched together. And it's, as I said, it's going to be down to execution. It seems to be St. Andrew's Anglican. It seems to be St. Andrew's Anglican. It's really tight on the line.
Rick Cadet has brought home the bacon for SAS, so to speak. But he had good challenge from Josh Thomas. A number of athletes crashing into the bars. But look at the competition here between Josh Thomas and Rick Cadet here. It was a real test of speed and technique. in the end, Rick Cadet beats the chest to say, I'm the winner, I'm the champion of this event.
Well, this race was, there's a winner, there are winners in it, but I must indeed say, Smith, it was, for want of a better term, a messy race. I did not so many, I guess it comes down to nerves and all of this that's going on in the atmosphere right now. We had quite a couple of athletes tumbling over. Look at Ogis from PBC, one of the favorites. In fact, at one point he was in front of the race and he just couldn't get back up. And his stumble made way for GBSS and SAS to fight to the end. And of course, the GBSS, the SAS athlete is walked away with the bragging rights. Boy, I felt sorry for that chest. Rick really gave the chest a good pounding. You know, after that long race, the chest was still able to take the hit. And Josh settled for second, and Kamal settling for third. So GBSS, second and third, but bragging rights goes to Rick Cadet of SAS.
Yeah, certainly. It came down, as I said at the start, it's going to be about execution. These boys are fast. And so whoever executes and executes the best, and there you saw it, Rick Cadet did the job. And so he gets his team on points.
This one had us on our edge a bit when we saw one fall and the second one falling. Oh my. But I guess it comes with the territory sometimes.
Well, there you have it, the results of the 110-meter hurdle senior. A close one indeed. And the excitement really continues here. But a crescendo of crashes into the hurdles. The first to go down was the athlete from SAS. That's Golden Joseph Jr. out there in lane 8. And Ethan Sam, who came in with a really good time. As we look back here, wow.
You
Golden
really have
actually,
Ethan Sam on your mind. Ethan O'Keefe.
Ethan O'Keefe, I beg your pardon. And he crashed there almost into the way of the GBSS athlete. And then Josh was trying to give all he had in the end. A very heavy workload for Josh today as well. But he looks to be made of some kind of metal that can withstand these pressures. And he still have the 400 meters to go and the relay. So his work is not yet complete. So what we're going to do now, we have Sherian down on the ground who has an interview, and we're going to go over now to Sherian to see who she has to speak with.
Congratulations, Christina. You won that 100-meter hurdles, 15.24 seconds, and you were overjoyed. You said that win was special to you. Special to you, why?
I had to make my father, my mother proud, and especially my coach tonight, Simon, and the rest, big up yourself.
Hurdles it is not new, but it is fairly new. Tell us about the work that went into today.
Really, actually, I haven't put in the work for hurdles, to be honest. I haven't.
So how do you feel overall?
I feel proud of myself, not even getting a good week of training. I'm coming out here with a PB of 15.24. I'm very, 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 very proud of myself.
Well, congratulations again. That was Christina out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, the winner of the 100-meter hurdles senior girls, 15.24 seconds.
And before we go to the next medal presentation, news just coming to hand indicates that SAS was disqualified in that 1500-meter run. We will try to see if we can pull that one back for you to see exactly where the DQ was, but that's information just coming to hand. We know there are quite a number of these rules that many of the athletes are not familiar with, but I know many of the schools would have done some extra work to prepare their athletes for these kinds of disqualification. I can tell you there are 3 video referees who are looking at every race: Karim McDonald, Nicholson Thomas, and Dwayne Francique. These 3 are glued to the sets, looking at every race, rewinding, looking at slow motion, and so they have judged a disqualification in the 1500 meters for SAS.
I believe too that, those of us looking on, we are not on the field. We may be quick to say, well, we're going to take the medal presentation.
It is. Your medalists for the boys long jump sub-junior. Medal presentation for the girls 1500 meter run junior. In third and taking the bronze, Shernaya Nelson from the Anglican High School. In second and taking the silver from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Ariana James. And your gold medalist from the Boca Secondary School, Anna Lisa Brown. 5 minutes, 21.48 seconds. Your medalist for the girls 1500 meter run junior. Medal presentation for the girls 1500 meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from the McDonald College, Kalia Olive. 5 minutes, 20.01 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Kayana Alexander. 5 minutes, 15.63 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Annie Logie. 5 minutes, 13.93 seconds. Your medalist for the girls 1500 meter run senior. Medal presentation for the boys 1500 meter run junior. In third and taking home the bronze from the Presentation Brothers College, Caleb Williams. 4 minutes, 34.27 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Zion Blackett. 4 minutes, 33.14 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Mikael Moses. 4 minutes, 25.79 seconds. Let's hear it for your medalist for the boys 1500 meter run junior. Medal presentation for the boys 1500 meter run senior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Mark's Secondary School, let's hear it for Kevin Fleming. 4 minutes, 24.37 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Christian Academy, Malton Lindsay. 4 minutes, 23.66 seconds. And your gold medalist from the McDonald College, let's hear it for Michael Jr. Thomas. 4 minutes, 22.58 seconds. Your medalist for the boys 1500 meter run senior. Once again, we congratulate all athletes for their performances here today, and we want to thank in a special way Senator the Honorable David Andrew for assisting us with the distribution of the medals.
We're getting set to head back
We
onto the
welcome you
track
back
for
here
the
to the events, but
sub-junior girls
I was
100
mentioning
meter
moments
dash
ago that there was
final.
a disqualification in the 1500
Lane
meters
assignments
for
in this one.
juniors.
Running out of lane number
SAS
1,
athlete
representing
being DQ'd. We're going to show it to you quickly before we go into the next events on the track, just to appease those fans from SAS who are concerned about the disqualification. It was actually a trip up with the athlete from McDonald College, but we go trackside for the lane assignments.
And Karifta qualified. Now Wassa Sass, Haley Terrell. Lane number 4, national bronze medalist representing GTC Anglican High, Conor Marie Monroe. Lane number 5, representing Classic Lighting McDonald College, Ashel Romaine. Lane number 6, representing Wagiti Sonova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tamira Newton. Lane number 7, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Leah Rose Charles. And lane number 8, your 2025 bronze medalist, representing Nawasa Sass, Denise Mitchell.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignments for the 100-meter dash sub-junior girls. A lot of pedigree in this race here. The obvious favorite is Haley Terrell of SAS. She's been doing exceptionally well throughout the season. Her personal best been 12.17. But she would have very good competition from Tamara Newton, who has been on her heels throughout the year. Denise Mitchell of SAS is also one to look out for. Leah Rose Charles of Convent St. George, first year sub-junior. And she would also be one who will be looking for a medal in this race. Haley Terrell making the Carifta standard in the under 17 girls category and has been running really, really well this season. Fall start last year at Intercol, and they're up and running here again. The 100 meters sub-junior girls. Haley Terrell already in the lead here. After 50 meters, she's pulling away from the rest of the field. Will this be a record-breaking performance? I doubt it is. The record at 11.7, and we look to see what time she would have returned, but a great race indeed by Haley Terrell of SAS.
Well, what did you expect? Remember, she came into this race as the favorite. She has been running well all season, and this, the Intercol stage, to be honest, we did not expect anything else of Haley Terrell. And of course, she delivered today. This was her race. This is her race. This is her pet race. And she got a chance to redeem herself. So she took this race in a time of 12.26. Tamira Newton of St. David's Catholic, 12.65. And Ashel Romaine of McDonald College, 12.81. Conor Marie Monroe settled for, well, she had to settle for the 4th position, 12.89. But all the stage was set and has been Haley Terrell, 12.26. She's adding more to the bag. There's nothing more we can add to this. It was expected that Terrell will deliver. I was just hoping that she would gun down and give the record a run for its money. I guess we have another year or so to see if it can happen. I don't know. I think this is her last year in it. But no surprise. And let's be honest, there was no surprise there. I like upsets, but this one was a given.
Yeah, certainly a given. Tyrell living up to the expectation, and she was determined after that fall start in the prelims last year. You saw the determination throughout her season, the 2026 season. Everything in her way, she would have turned it into goal. And here at the Intercol stage, she turns this run into a gold medal.
Well, a great run indeed by Haley Terrell as she continued to impress. And one of the bright prospects that we have for Grenada. And she's still under 15. The boys are on the track now for the 100 meters in the sub-junior category. Another very impressive lineup here. A number of the guys sub-12. We have 4 of them, or 5 of them sub-12 as we go trackside for the lane assignments.
Your national champion, 11.72 in qualifying. Now what's the sass? Deshaun Oliver. Running out of lane number 4, representing Wagati Sanova, St. David's Catholic. Your national bronze medalist, Christian Collins. Lane number 5, 11.66 in qualifying. Wagati Sonova, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Aiden Klein. Lane number 6, fastest in qualifying, 11.51 seconds. Nachiko, GBSS. Akel Briggs. Lane number 7, 11.81, representing the Nawasa SAS. T-Sean Lambert. And running out of lane number 8, representing the Classic Lighting West Hall Secondary, Terion Samuel. That's your start.
Another impressive lineup again. So
dash.
again, 2 from the
Final.
GBSS, 2 from SAS, 2 from St. David's Catholic Secondary. The boys are ready to go.
Yeah, they certainly are ready. This one we expect to be a cracker. Have some very big names throughout the primary system, and now they're in the secondary system, and you hear their name continue to call, continues to ring throughout Grenada, and so it's a big stage for these boys. It's all about who takes home the gold. Need to keep the nerve here, ensure that they get a clean start. Here we go, clean break, early run-ins. It seems to be Oliver. It seems to be Oliver. Here comes Briggs from GBSS, but it's Nawasa SAS. It's Nawasa SAS taking this one. Another victory in the sub-junior category.
What a pretty interesting race. Deshaun Oliver, again, like I always say, you know, there are athletes that when they step on the track, they just know what they have to do. Briggs came in with the fastest qualifying time, but Deshaun Oliver has always been a thorn in his side, and Deshaun Oliver, 11.42. Akel Briggs, a bit behind, 11.70. St. David's Catholic, 11.96. That's Christian Collins, and Aiden Klein from St. David's Catholic, 12.04. So Deshaun Oliver shut it down. He exerted his dominance from the go of the bullet, and of course he was able to get across the line in fine style. These students have a level of determination on their face that, you know, they come with a purpose, and they are going to achieve that purpose. Now, you know what I understand about Intercol? We all want to win the gold medal, but it's clear that it's more than just I want to win the gold medal. They are bagging the points for their team. It's a big team effort here, and SAS is doing just that.
Well, good points for SAS, good points for GBSS. As a matter of fact, they would have achieved the same number of points in that race, so it would not make an advantage over the other. But again, great competition. Oliver delivered as expected, and the sub-junior boys are another competitive area for those schools.
It's beautiful watching Deshaun Oliver and Akel Briggs. I mean, I know Akel Briggs from primary school, so looking at him now on this stage gives a sense of pride. And of course, Deshaun Oliver again, these two young men were competing at primary school level, and here they are continuing to compete at the secondary level.
Yeah, certainly it's been that sort of afternoon.
So what we're going to do now, we're going to just show you back the infringement from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School that resulted in a disqualification in the 1500 meters for junior boys. So there you see the athlete from SAS out in lane 2 and trying to go over into, it was in lane 1, trying to go over into lane 2, just clipping the legs of McDonald College in the process. He tumbled, and this resulted in the disqualification, putting maybe a bitter taste to what was indeed a very exciting race between Moses and I think it was Williams from SAS. So we just wanted to appease, you know, all your fans who were concerned about the disqualification, what exactly happened there to result in the disqualification. So the high jump for junior boys is continuing. And an athlete from Sasse attempting 1.73 and has been successful in doing so. Junior boys high jump. Quite a number of athletes are still remaining in the junior boys high jump. Tevon Hall is also there, but we see Wester Hall secondary attempting and a failed attempt at 1.73.
The junior boys are going after a record of 1.95 meters. That record was set in 2001.
So what we're going to do, we're going to go down to Sharon again, who has Rick Cadet with her for an interview, and then we're going to resume with some more live action. Sherry?
96 seems to be a rather impressive time for you here. The gold medalist for the 110-meter hurdle senior boys, Rick Cadet. Congratulations again. But first, 1 Corinthians 9:24. What does that mean to you?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it says, whosoever win the race shall receive a prize.
And you got the prize?
Yes, I did.
How much of hard work went into today?
Well, a lot throughout the season. I was not performing as well, and last year, them destroy me, but this year I came for revenge.
So, there was a little bit of a fumble coming down, maybe after the 80-meter. Tell us, how did you recover from that?
Well, I just kept my composure, and I continued my race, lean forward, and execute.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the 110-meter hurdles, Rick Cadet, out of the St. Andrew Anglican Secondary School.
Well, indeed, revenge he got. He said he came back for revenge after being destroyed last year. And Rick Cadet, with that scripture written across his forehead, was a man with a mission.
Well, it says that in a race there are runners, but only one gets the prize. He probably has a different version, but what he is certain of, that he is the only winner, and the prize is his.
Very much so. I never knew that the scripture said that. However, I learned something today.
Thanks be to Rick. The girls are on the track now for the 400 meters seniors. The girls 400 meters seniors, the next event on the track. And we're going to go trackside for the lane assignments.
They've got 2 in this final. They're sitting up top the points table here on day number 1, session number 2. Lane number 8, representing the classic lighting of Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip. Lane number 7, representing GTC Anglican High, Cariana Gelino. Lane number 6, fastest in qualifying, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Gold in the 1500 meters, Annie Logie. Lane number 5, silver in the 1500 meters, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Kayana Alexander. Lane number 4, representing the classic lighting, MacDonald College, second fastest in qualifying, Kalia Olive. Lane number 3, representing GTC Anglican High, Amaya Henry. And lane number 2, representing the Wagati, Sunover, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sade John. And lane number 1, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. That's your start list for the senior girls 400 meter dash.
There you have it, the start list for the 400 meter girls senior. Fastest time coming in here is Kayla Olive of McDonald. Sorry, she had the second fastest time. The fastest time was Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. So it's going to be a duo between these two, but Annie Logie with a much more impressive time of 57.69 as opposed to Olive's 59.79.
Annie would have Annie just ran, just a while ago, she ran the 1500 and won. So let's see how much more she has in the tank.
I wonder how much time she had to recover from such a race. Let's see what happens.
Well, we saw Shade John in the preliminaries. She basically jogged the 400 meters. Let's see what she can do here now in the finals. So there they go, the 400 meters senior girls. Annie Logie already looking good out there in lane 6. McDonald College in Olive also making up some stagger on the other athlete from St. Joseph Convent. That's Kiana Alexander. But that's the leader here now, Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. On the inside from the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph is also looking good. But Annie Logie is leading this one here, heading towards the 200 meter, the 150 meter mark. Annie Logie in the lead here, commanding lead 2, just coming off the 1500 meters. Not much time to recuperate, but Annie Logie is establishing herself. St. David's Catholic Secondary in Shade John is making a run for it. Not a favorite event by any means, and Annie Logie is going to win. Shade John will pick up the silver, and Olive of McDonald College will pick up the bronze medal.
A very comfortable run for Annie. Clearly she had something in the bag. Still, we just saw her running the 1500, but she was able to sprint around the track again and bag the first place position for her school. A comfortable run for Logie. No challenge really. Shade tried her best to put some pressure on, but if you know Annie Logie really and truly, this was not much of a competition for her. Very relaxed young lady, and she went around the track in the 400 sprint, 58.98. Shade John, a minute, just about a minute, a little over a minute, and Olive from McDonald College, also over a minute, and Soraya from, I think that is the Boca Secondary School, taking the 4th position.
So there we had it, the results of the 400 meters seniors, and those athletes really gave a good account. Good to see Shade John still picking up a silver medal in this not being her favorite event. Kayla Olive, who came in with the second best time, had to settle for bronze. Soraya Phillip, who has shown a lot of improvement over last year's season, picking up the 4th position. And some good points here for St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the quest to defend the girls' championship.
It's worth noting that Kayla Olive was also in the 1500 meters for the senior girls. So being able to cop that 3rd place is a plus for her, and points in the bag for McDonald College.
Well, there's going to be a cracker coming up next. If we're going to see anything close to what we saw at National Champs, with a 47.74, 47.76, and I think 47.77, the top 3 competitors. Well, Keelan Moses is not here, but Daryl Daniel is here. Also, we have Josh Thomas, Kamal Joseph. It's going to be a cracker going into these finals here. Junior Alexander is also there.
And Deron Sincere. So this is going to be a big one.
It is the final. It is the final. The boys.
400 meter dash, senior. We're getting ready for your lane assignments. Ready for lane number 8. Representing Presentation Brothers College, Taj Thomas. In lane number 7. Wesley College, Keston Thomas. Lane number 6, from the Grenada Boys Secondary, Kamal Joseph. Lane number 5, from the St. Angelican Secondary, Daryl Daniel. Lane number 4, representing St. John's Christian Secondary, fastest in qualifying, Jamu Anju. Lane number 3, representing St. Angelican Secondary, Junior Alexander. Lane number 2, representing Nagico GBSS, Josh Thomas. Lane number 1, representing Classic Light in Boca Secondary, Deron Sincere.
Well, there you have it. These fine young men who will be contesting in the 400 meters. We saw Daryl Daniel doing a 47.74 at national champs. Deron Sensei has done a 48 for the year. He's not in good form at the moment. Junior Alexander had an impressive run. Shamar from Shaper was very good as well as they get set. Man versus man here in the 400 meters seniors.
It's going to be a banger. Let's get ready for this one. And it's a clean start. Already we see Sass, that's Daniel there in the middle of the track. Running down GBSS, that's Kamal Joseph already. So it's Kamal Joseph and Daryl Daniel in the mix. In lane one, we saw a glimpse of Deron Sensier with just about 200 meters to go. It's Joseph, but Daniel is already on his heels, making up the stagger. We got to head into the 100 meters. Who is going to take it? It's going to be exciting to the finish. But Daryl Daniel is holding on. He's pushing his way. A strong run on the inside. It's Sass. 1-2 at the moment. Sass is going to be 1 and possibly 2. What a win. What a bag of points.
And he puts his crown on. He is the king. He has exerted himself as the champion of that 400-meter sprint. Sass taking the first position. Daryl Daniel, Sass 49.31. Junior Alexander, Sass second, 49.84. Kamal Joseph had to settle for third from GBSS, 49.89.
Well, you know what I pick up from this race? The timing wasn't all that great. I mean, 49.31 for senior boys is not the best time. 49.84 for second, but nonetheless, a gold medal is a gold medal is a gold medal. Congratulations to Daryl Daniel. He came into the finals as a favorite, having won at the national champs, delivered. And Junior Charles, who was in the finals last year, didn't do too well, coming back and picking up the silver this year. A great 1-2 performance for Sass.
Great 1-2 indeed. Junior Alexander reminds you of Junior Charles, but this is Junior Alexander today, not Junior Charles.
Valuable points here on display, on offer. Valuable points taken. We see the high fives going up from the contingent from Sass. They know what that means to them with regards to their championship contest. And we're going to go back down to Sherry and Noel, who has Haley Tyrrell with her, the winner of the 100 meters sub-junior girls.
We're saying congratulations now to Haley Tyrrell, a time of 12.26 seconds as the athlete out of Sass, 100 meter sub-junior gold medalist here at Intercol Day 1. Speak to us about the race.
Well, I executed my race very well. I pushed up the blocks. Well, I almost stumbled, but that can set me back. This year is my year, and I will make my coach proud, my family proud, and everybody proud.
You have been having a pretty good season this year. Is that all as a result of the hard work?
Well, it's all because of God. God first, before everything I do. But I would like to thank my coach and for giving me the motivation that I need, because during training time he will be rough on me, but I know that rough training ended me up to this brilliant results.
Well, congratulations again, and also congratulations to you, because you are a member of the character team 2026.
Yeah, I am, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank God.
Let's wish you all congratulations. That was Haley Tyrrell, the winner of the sub-junior 100 meter here at Intercol Day 1.
Well said and well spoken, Haley Tyrrell, giving God the praise and giving her coaches also the praise for the results that she have delivered here. And a great, great prospect for the future is Haley Tyrrell.
Very graceful indeed. Very graceful in victory. And that's what we want to see. And that's the way we want to hear our athletes express themselves and feel comfortable in front of the microphone.
I like that she said, he was rough. I don't think he was rough, but maybe he was a bit tough on her. But she acknowledges that the toughness was for a greater gain.
Well spoken, well said.
So exciting events continue. We will hope to give you a point standing, but from my rough calculations, St. Joseph Convent, St. George is doing pretty well. St. David's Catholic Secondary has earned some valuable points, so too is SAS. And then in the boys category, I think we may just have a change in the lead now from my calculations. Or it may be very close indeed. We had a disqualification from SAS, which would have allowed the gap between themselves and GBSS to widen, but in the recent events completed, SAS coming back and establishing some lead over GBSS, those two who are really pushing hard for championship honors in the boys category. But we'll wait to see what the point standing looks like now in both the boys and girls category. These two divisions are really, really competitive.
Yes, indeed. It's anybody's game. We're hearing about a new record. We'll bring you up to date with what record has been established.
Sounds as though it's a record established by Cornell Pear in one of the multi-events. We're not too sure which event it was, but we heard for sure that it was Cornell Pear establishing a new record in one of the multi-events. We'll try to get it for you momentarily and let you know. But these athletes have been going through some grueling events. We saw them in the hurdles. We saw them in the long jump earlier on today. And they have, I think, 8 events they're competing over the 3 days. And that may have been the last event for today. But these are grueling events for these multi-athletes. So there's going to be another medal presentation. So we're going to segue to the house mic, and as soon as the action resumes on the track, we'll be here to bring it live to you. Stay tuned.
Well, congratulations is in order. 11.42 seconds gave you that gold medal, 100 meter sub-junior boys. How elated are you, because you have been putting in the work?
Well, we put in the work every day consistently because we want to get the both boys and girls, and we go with this and jump up in the big bash.
That was a rather competitive race. Coming in from the semi-final, we had the better timing coming out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. So what sort of mindset you went into that race with?
Well, the mindset is you just execute the games right and get the gold medal, come out on top.
At which point coming along that 100-meter stretch, you decided that you had to push even harder?
Well, it had a part there, but I would say it started because I didn't really find I come out on the start very good because I feel like I could stumble. Yeah.
Well, congratulations again. That's the winner of the 100-meter sub-junior boys, Deshaun Oliver, out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School.
Christina Charles, 15.24 seconds. Your medalist for the girls 100-meter hurdles senior. Medal presentation for the boys 100-meter hurdles senior. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Carmel Joseph, 16.20 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, yet again, Josh Thomas, 15 seconds flat. And your gold medalist from the Nawasa SAS, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Rick Cadet, 14.96 seconds. These are your medalists for the boys 100-meter hurdles senior. The girls 100-meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalists from McDonald College, Ashel Romaine, 12.81 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Tamira Newton, 12.65 seconds. And your gold medalist, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Haley Tyrell. 2.26 seconds. Medal presentation for the boys 100 meter dash sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Christian Collins, 11.96 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Akel Briggs, 11.70 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Deshaun Oliver, 11.42 seconds. Your medalist for the boys 100 meter dash sub-junior. Medal presentation for the girls 400 meter dash senior. Your bronze medalist from McDonald College, Kalia Olive, 1 minute, 0.81 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Shade John, 1 minute, 0.17 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Annie Logie, 58.98 seconds. Your medalist for the girls 400 meter dash senior. Medal presentation for the boys 400 meter dash senior. Coming in third and taking home the bronze from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Carmel Joseph, 49.89 seconds. Your silver medalist hails from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Junior Alexander, 49.84 seconds. And taking home the gold today from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Darrell Daniel, 49.31. Your medalist for the boys 400 meter dash senior. We would like to thank Minister Andy Williams for assisting us with the medal presentation for today, and congratulations to all athletes for their stellar performances. We look forward to for more action on the track as I turn you back over to the announcers.
We welcome you back to the live track and field action, and we have another interview lined up with Sherry and Noel. This time she's speaking with Annie Logie of the St. Joseph Convent St. George, the winner of the 1500 meters in the senior girls category.
58.98 seconds, Annie. This is not your best yet, but you came out for the gold medal here at the Intercol Day 1. Speak to us about your race and whether it was challenging because you didn't get the time that you normally look forward to.
Well, my time in the heat was actually my personal best, but I just came out from the 15 and kind of went straight to the race, so I was a little tired, that's all.
Do you have any other events?
The 4x1.
Today?
Yeah, later this evening.
Do you think you'll have enough recovery time?
Hopefully. Hopefully we'll have enough recovery time.
Congratulations to you again. That was the winner of the 400 meters senior girls, Annie Logie, out of the St. Joseph's Convent St. George's.
Well, Annie Logie, she also won the 1500 meters. That's a teammate there from the St. Joseph Convent St. George's when they were battling in that 1500 meters and coming back in short order to win the 400 meters. A lot of workload here for Annie Logie.
And definitely, she'll have to stretch herself.
The 800 meters junior girls are lined up on the track now, and they're getting ready to go. 2 laps around the track for these athletes. 800 meters junior girls. Oh, it looks like the sub-junior girls. That's the sub-junior girls, actually. They're chasing a record established by Annalisa Brown in 2024 of 2 minutes, 23.86 seconds. We have 33 athletes registered here. It doesn't seem as though we have all competing. I see 2 from the Happy Hills Secondary School, 2 from Westmoreland Secondary, 1 from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Westerhall Secondary is also there. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. A moment ago we saw an athlete from SAS. 800 meters sub-junior girls. The high jump junior boys still in progress. The bar now at 1.82 meters. Presentation Brothers College having an attempt and has a failed attempt on this occasion. SJC now joining the other athletes on the track for the 800 meters sub-junior. The Montrose SD, I beg your pardon. As we see SJC now taking their position to the right of Happy Hill Secondary. The rest of the athletes a little bit late. I see Gavia Walker there too from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. And on the other side we have Boca Secondary. Hillsborough Secondary also there. 2 sections actually now, so most of the other athletes just joining. 33 athletes registered for this event. And one beckons on the question whether or not there needs to be a preliminary now in the morning for the 800 meters, because it's so compact and so difficult to manage a race with 33 registered athletes. So this is something that is worth consideration for the organizers. These 1500 meter events and 800 meters are very crowded indeed, and I think at least the 800 meters could go to preliminaries.
I think so too.
We would avoid incidents like clipping of another athlete, and then you have the disqualification on all of these things. So it is something for them to consider. I have to agree with you guys.
What can be done also, considered also, is doing it maybe over 2 days. So you can do the preliminary on one day, the finals on another day, to allow the athletes to rest, especially those who are also competing in the 15 and the 400 meters.
Well, certainly. It's something that the organizers should take note of, and let's see what happens next year when this event rolls around.
So we just saw a failed attempt from GBSS at the high jump at 1.82. I think it's only 4 athletes remaining in the high jump. On the runway now is Tevin Hall of SAS, attempting 1.82. As the athletes are called to order for the 800 meters. A clearance by Tevin Hall at the start of the 800 meters for sub-junior girls. 33 athletes registered here. 2 laps around the track. McDonald College and Anglican High School already taking early lead. Gavia Walker of SAS moves into the 3rd position. St. David's Catholic Secondary in 4th, but it's Anglican High School who is at the lead at the moment. Anglican High School, McDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Bunch of athletes trailing behind. 4 athletes moving away from them. That's Anglican High School, McDonald College, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and the Walker of SAS. Then we have Convent Grenville, another athlete from SAS. SAS looking for valuable points in the championship quest. St. David's Catholic Secondary is there. They in a straight line just about the 400-meter mark. Just going to cross about 1 minute 8 seconds on that 400-meter split. McDonald College moves into the lead. St. David's Catholic Secondary in second. Gavia Walker moves nicely into second position now. She has developed into a fine athlete. Sass in second and third. But going down the back straight is McDonald College looking very, very comfortable indeed. Emma Frederick of McDonald College, she is no slouch in this event. She comes in with a lot of pedigree, a lot of talent. And she has two athletes in blue from Sass trailing her for the gold medal. With just over 100 meters to go, it is McDonald College. McDonald College in the lead in Emma Frederick, followed by Sass in Tishanti Gibbs, and then Gavia Walker. But it is Emma Frederick of McDonald College. Frederick of McDonald College is going to win this one easily. She's still pushing hard, but no need to do so. She wins comfortably in the end. And for Sass, it's Tishanti Gibbs who picks up the silver medal, and Gavia Walker, also of Sass, picking up the bronze medal. Good run indeed from these athletes. St. David's Catholic Secondary picking up the 4th position. And the Grenada Christian Academy looks as though they picked up the 5th position.
So Emma Frederick of McDonald College, she took this one with a time of 2 minutes 22. Tishanti Gibbs of Sass, 2 minutes 25. And Gavia Walker, you could say a well-known name of Sass, 2 minutes 32. Shaquanda Paul from St. David's Catholic, 4th place, 2 minutes 36. So that was the 800-meter sub-junior girls run.
So some much needed points for St. Andrews Anglican Secondary here again. So as we see Emma Frederick in the shot, taking control of the race and doing what she does, which is she's a winner. And she continues to stride to the finish line, in charge, in control, uncontested, right up to the finish. Frederick it is, McDonald College, your winner. Sub-junior, 800-meter run for girls.
Well, congratulations to McDonald College, who remembers the likes of Kim Frederick and others from McDonald College, blazing the trail over the years. Ferguson and others who have really done great work in that long and middle distances over the years.
And Emma Emma has established a new record, erasing the record set by Annalisa Brown, 2 minutes 23, to set a new time of 2 minutes 22.
Congratulations in order for Emma Frederick. We almost missed that one. Thank you, Samantha, for picking that up. A record-breaking performance by Emma Frederick in the 800 meters for sub-junior girls.
Yes, congratulations to Emma Frederick. Congratulations to McDonald College, now emerging as a force to be reckoned with again after some years in the doldrums.
The boys are getting ready for the 800 meters sub-juniors, and we have another long lineup here. 29 athletes been registered. All the schools are well represented here. McDonald College, Grenada Christian Academy, Sass, St. Mark's Secondary, Grenville Secondary, Boca Secondary is there. Happy Hill Secondary, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Wester Hall, Grenville Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Bishop's College, PBC, GBSS, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. They're all in this lineup here, the 800 meters sub-junior boys.
And this 800 meters is going to be an interesting one. We see the like of Hammond Frank and Tyrese Brave Boy, two of the more outstanding middle distance runners. McDonald College must never be discounted when it comes to the middle distances. So here we go, and already we see some movements from Presentation Brothers College. That looks like Brave Boy. Brave Boy, and then we have a big collision there. So it's Presentation Brothers College. On paper, it's Brave Boy and Hammond Frank, but let us see what happens. It's PBC, SAS follows, and it's Tyrese Brave Boy, followed by Perryman of SAS. It looks like Perryman of SAS. So it's Brave Boy and Perryman. As we look at the early stage here, it's Perryman of SAS taking an early lead. Also, Frank is there, and from the Grenada Christian Academy, also in the mix. Could be Simon there, Caleb Simon, but we continue. It's building up to be an interesting one. It's Brave Boy and Perryman, and they keep going. The shades of the two athletes there, maybe giving them something extra. But here we go again. It's Brave Boy. It's Tyrese Brave Boy of PBC. And Perryman not giving up. Here comes Simon. But here we go again as we head into the final 100 meters. And here they go. No giving up. It's Perryman and Brave Boy. Brave Boy and Perryman. But he's holding on. He's holding on. And holding on he does. Brave Boy for PBC winning the 800 meters for sub-junior boys. What a race.
What a race indeed here. They were jostling for positions. SAS tried on several occasions to go past Brave Boy, but Tyrese Brave Boy held his composure, maintained his form, and in the end it was just too much for the young man from SAS. Brave Boy running a very good race indeed.
Very good race. In fact, Brave Boy dominated this event at the PBC sport meet, and he has been running quite well right through the year. So not much of a surprise here. What was surprising was the expected more in terms of competition that really didn't come. And apart from the athlete from SAS there, that's Perryman, there was nothing else to really pose a serious challenge. And in the end, Brave Boy and Perryman, easy 1-2 in the circumstance, winning this one. A time of 2 minutes 12.20 seconds for Brave Boy and 2 minutes 13.12 as Perryman in second position, and Caleb Simon in third position, 2 minutes 15.92 seconds. Some distance behind there. What's the record for this meet here? The meet record here is 2 minutes 05.05, established in 2018 by one Elvis Gay.
So as we segue to the high jump junior boys, the bar now set at 1.85 meters. Athlete from GBSS going to make an attempt here now at 1.85. Failed attempt on that occasion. We're trying to get the names for you.
Emron Anthony of GBSS.
And that was his final attempt at 1.85. So Josh is doing all he can today. He's in the long jump as well. And that's a lot of work for this young man. Tevon Hall of SAS is still in the high jump. He's attempting the 1.85. This is his third attempt as well.
He has been jumping quite well.
Already won the 110 hurdles, the 400 meter hurdles today. Failed attempt by Hall of SAS. That would have been his last attempt as well. Still have another GBSS athlete who will be attempting 1.85. That would be his final attempt as well.
That's Xavier Roberts.
Long jump senior boys still in progress. Presentation Brothers College on the runway. Douglas of PBC.
3 rounds, top 8 has been decided, currently sitting in the number 3 position.
Seems to be a jump just under 6 meters there, or maybe in the 6 meter area.
That's just here, Joseph, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Well, the high jump is over. We're going to try and get you the official results, but what we can tell you, the last 3 athletes remaining, 2 were from GBSS, 1 from SAS. We're going to try to get the results in terms of who placed first, second, and third. Good competition from these youngsters in the high jump. Long jump continues. SAS on the runway. SAS has 2 athletes there. That's Christophe Calise and
Rick Cadet.
Rick Cadet, who won the 110 hurdles earlier on. He's back in the long jump. This long jump was won by another athlete from SAS last year who competed for Carriacou. Opted to go for the multi-events this year.
That's Randy Jones.
Rick Cadet on the runway for the high jump, from the long jump. Looks a much better jump than the previous athlete, but it's a no jump.
Up next on the track will be the girls 200 meters for junior. That's junior girls, 200 meters, and that is next.
So we do have the results for the boys high jump. In first position was Trevor Hall of SAS, 1.82 meters. Aaron Anthony of GBSS was second with 1.82 meters as well. And Alden Cadeau of PBC was third in 1.79 meters. The top 3 in the boys high jump. Trevor Hall of SAS, 1.82. Aaron Anthony, GBSS, 1.82. And Aiden Cadeau of PBC, 1.79.
Lane number 7, representing Classic Lighting, Western Hall Secondary, Kevon Joseph. Lane number 6, fastest in qualifying, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown. Lane number 5, representing the Nawasa SAS, Brianna Oliver. Lane number 4, representing the GTC Anglican High, Kylie Williams. Lane number 3 is the 3rd fastest in qualifying, representing the Wagiti Sanova St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tishana Bascom. Lane number 2, representing Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Serrana Hall. And running out of lane number 1, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Duenia Alexander. It's your junior girls 200-meter dash final.
Well, the Intercol record is held by one Alison George. She established this record in 2004, 23.27.
Frederick, St. Mark's Secondary.
23.27 seconds. The top finisher, or the top semi-finalist coming into this final, says Annalisa Brown, some way behind the record time. She came in here with 25.21 seconds. That's Brown. Four athletes under 26 seconds.
And they're off. It's a clean start. Annalisa Brown is making some movements already on the athlete from. She's in full control. It's Annalisa Brown. Here comes Bascom on the inside. It's Bascom on the inside. Annalisa Brown on the outside. She's got strength. She's got power. It's Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary, your winner of the girls 200-meter dash for junior.
Well, she came in with the best time, but she didn't have everything her way. There was, in fact, some serious competition there. Coming out of lane number 3. And the athlete there from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, that's Tishana Bascom. She gave her a run for the money, for her money. But in the end, it was Brown. She She continues her winning ways at these meets. This day number 1. Annalisa Brown, your winner, at 24.51 second, and in second position, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Tishona Bascom at 24.90, and at 24.95, Micaiah Fredericks. She got a bronze medal in this event. Up next is the boys' version of this.
Well, tell you what, this was a really well executed race. Brown showing that she has the strength, and when you look back at the replay, you're going to see that she came off the curb just in about second position. Bascom was closing in, but she had the strength to really drive home, and this is what we keep talking about, this young lady and the strength that she has when it comes to closing off her events. She's a really, really strong athlete.
Yes, and she has the right attitude. A winning attitude actually counts for a lot in any of these events, and certainly in the sprints, it sometimes makes a difference between first and second position. Here she is there, right at the top of the 100 meters, nice and calm, and she a bit of a challenge in lane 3 from Bascom, but there is Brown. You can see the form that she exhibits here, and easily in the end, with something to spare, one would imagine.
The boys are next. 200 meter dash, juniors.
Your national champion representing the classic lighting gold secondary, Javelin Green.
Lane number 7, just outside the medals in 2025, representing the Nagico GBSS, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 6, 2025 sub-junior champion, representing Nagico GBSS, Cachet Stephen. Lane number 5, settling for silver in 2025. He's back in 2026. Nawasa Sass, Philip Mitchell. Lane number 4, representing Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary. Third fastest in qualifying, Relani Bascom. Lane number 3, representing Classic Lighting, McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane number 2, Nexa PBC, Marquis Castle. And running out of lane number 1, representing the Nawasa Sass, Dante Oliver. That's your start list for the junior boys 200 meter dash.
So there you have it there, the 200 meters dash of junior boys. You couldn't get closer than this. Two athletes in side by side, lanes number 4 and 5. That's Bascom and Mitchell coming into these finals. Mere dot of a second that would have separated them, 21.96 and 21.98. Most of the running would come from lanes 4 and 5, not discounting the lanes number 8. That's Giovanni Green from Boca Secondary School.
Well, tell you what, you look at this field, it is a field that says these are the best of the best. These are the young juniors that have been making waves throughout Grenada for the past few months. Giovanni Green, Cachet Stephen, Philip Mitchell, Relani Bascom, all names that have been there. It's been spoken. Now it's crunch time. We're here for the big final, 200 junior boys. Which way will it go? On the starters orders. And here we go, clean break, early running, let's see. Still even, it's pretty even. We expect it to be even. Here we go, Mitchell coming off the curve. He's in first position. Mitchell, here comes Green. Green on his outside. Philip Mitchell, Giovanni Green. There is the Philip Mitchell. He's moving away. Philip Mitchell, that's the name. He takes it over Giovanni Green. Green had him at the national championship, but Intercol 2026, Philip Mitchell says, hey, I am the champ right here.
Here he is there with 80 meters to go, and he established a lead of some 8-9 meters. And in the end, you must say for 200 meters, it's seemingly easy in the end because he did win with some distance to spare. That's Philip Mitchell.
A big win for Mitchell, indeed. He might have said to himself, redemption is nigh, redemption is mine. He's now the 200 meters champion. Intercol
21.56.
A good time, a good run. Here he knows that he is the winner. Philip Mitchell of SAS, 21.56. Boys 200 meter dash champion in the junior division.
Yeah, really good stuff here from Philip Mitchell. Taking this one. Again, Green was casual in the prelims. He made it into the final, and there you saw what sort of potential he has. But again, you have to remember, Philip Mitchell, he's the young man that does not give up. He's always putting his best effort.
So in fact, they came in here as the top 4 200 meters junior athletes. They delivered. What was different here from the nationals was a shuffling of the pack, but same 4 guys that who have been doing this all year. And if in fact there was any smacking of a disappointment, it might have been Cassius Stevens, who came in here with the best time and finishing in 3rd position.
Well, that tells you that if these 4 boys continue to run the way they are running, it means that Grenada should have a pretty decent 4x1 junior team.
A time of 21.56. That's a good time. It's a good time in any competition. Of course, the record holder in this event was 20.60. There's some ways to go to catch up with those times. That was established by one Karani James in 2008. But up next,
is the heptathlon, girls 200 meter dash open.
So the heptathlon, girls 200 meters. That's an open event. There are 4 girls. There, 200 meters. 200 meters heptathlon. Girls. That's there.
So it's day 1 of the GAPS Intercol Games 2026, the decider. And it's really shaping up to be a very, very interesting Intercol Games. This is only day 1, and there's so much action on the track and in the field. It's not going to be an easy victory for anyone.
Christian Secondary, Soraya Walker. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Teresha Bain. Lane number 3, Wagiti, Sanova, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Celine Charles. Running out of lane number 1, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Azia McFoy.
That's the lineup there for the heptathlon.
Section 1 of 2.
Heptathlon girls. This is the final event. Day 1, they would have completed the 100 meters hurdles, high jump, shot put, and the final event for the day, 200 meters.
So the girls have had a tough day. They've already done 3 events, and this is the final event. Remember, they are multi-event athletes. Well, it's one event, but with multi-disciplines, and now they're down to the final event for today, the 200 meter dash open. So it's McFoy of St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Charles, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Bean of Happy Hill Secondary, St. Joseph Convent. That look like Soraya Walker. She's from St. John Christian. Anglican High School, Smith, Rogers of SAS, and from the Boca Secondary, Melina Joseph.
.200 meters heptathlon girls. It's an open event.
So these girls will be happy to complete their 200 meters and get some rest, some much needed rest.
And they're off. It's event number 4 for the girls in the heptathlon. And we were seeing some movement from Anglican High School. Anglican High School it is. With just about 100 meters to go. Anglican High School, Boca Secondary is on the outside. St. David's Catholic making a go for it. St. John's Christian is also there. Harpville in the mix. But it's going to be General Smith, Anglican High School, your winner.
Two sections. This is section 1. And the winner in section 1 here is from the Anglican High School, General Smith. Here she is there at the top of the curve. With 100 meters to go, she was clearly in the lead. She maintained that lead with a bit of a competition. The athlete there from St. John's Christian Secondary School and St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Walker in lane number 5. And Charles, that's Celine Charles in lane number 3. So General Smith, your winner in section 1, off to the girls heptathlon 200 meters.
So as we look at it again, Smith coming off the curve with a lead, and all she needed to do was just to hold her form and focus on the finish, and finishing she did in first position. A good run from General Smith.
It's all about points, so the time matters. She finished here with 27.95, and Charles from St. David's Catholic Secondary School 28.31, second position.
Number 8, Classic Lighting, Harpville Secondary, Arisha Regis. Lane number 7, GTC Bishop's College, Montisha St. Bernard. Lane number 6, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Maya Robinson. Lane number 5, Wagati Sonova, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Jania Hazard. Lane number 4, Grenville Secondary, Antonia George. Lane number 3, Nawasa Sass, Jarisa Mark. And lane number 2, representing the GTC Anglican High, Rachel Etienne. Second and final section, heptathlon girls, 200-meter dash.
There you have it there. Good first heat. Fast heat, 27.95. And the winner in that heat number 1, or section number 1, that was section number 2. On the starting orders, should be off shortly.
Well, the record time for the 200 heptathlon is 27:04.
So they're officially up and off. 27.04 seconds is the record.
As we look to see who will take the early run-ins, it seems to be the athlete there from Bishop's College. She's out front in the lead. That's St. Bernard, Montisha St. Bernard, Harpville Secondary School in Regis is pushing in some challenge. So too is Hazard of the St. David Catholic Secondary School. But Montisha St. Bernard, she takes this one. It's going to be interesting to see the time.
Yeah, in the end, St. Bernard seems to have won this and won this quite easily. 26.48, significantly faster time than section number 1 that finished at 26.95. So that's 27.95, 26.48, the winning time there for St. Bernard. Bishop's College.
And that's a new record for the heptathlon 200 meters. So St. Bernard has just established the record for the 200 heptathlon. It means that she would get some big points in this event.
And she didn't just break this record, she demolished it. 27.04. That's the old record, and here she is there right at the top of the 100 meters, making her way home and increasing the distance and increasing her speed, and in the end seems to have eased up just a bit. Well, not really eased up that much, but in the end winning and winning quite easily with 26.48 seconds, establishing a new record.
So these girls have finished. As we look at it here, you notice that from the start she had a really good start. She came out in front from the beginning, and she just maintained that speed up the stretch, finishing strongly is Saint Bernard, and gaining some very big points here in the 200 heptathlon girls open.
Has had a second position from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and Arisha Regis with 28.09 seconds from Happy Hill Secondary School, finishing in third position. Again, this is all about points, so your time determines how much points that you get, that you carry into day 2. This is the end of day 1 for these ladies. Heptathlon at 200 meters crown their day of 4 events, and they will start again at day number 2.
And mentioning the word points, here is a point update. It's the most recent point update, and I'm going to start with give you every score for every school. And let's start with the female team scores. There are 3 schools on 1 point. Grenville Secondary, Grenada.
141 points. St. David Conference St. George. And out front by the Boris of Margins, Nawasa Sasa on 42 points. That was the girls. We're going straight to the boys.
So on screen there you have
2 schools on top 10 position with 1 point. Happy Hill Secondary, Wesley College. In 11th position we have 2 schools on 2 points. Hillsborough Secondary, Westerhall Secondary. In 10th position on 3 points, St. Rose Modern Secondary. On 9th position, St. Max Secondary, 5 points. In 8th position, St. John's Christian Secondary, 6 points. In 7th position, on 10 points, Grenada Christian Academy. In 6th position, on 13 points, Boca Secondary, your top 5. In 5th position, McDonald College, 22 points. In 4th position, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 24 points. Your top 3 in 3rd position on 26 points. Presentation Brothers College, your top 2 in 2nd position, 55 points. Nautico GBSS, out front by just 3 points. The Nawasa Sasa, they are leading in both the boys and girls division. The team get it. It is just day 1.
So there you have it, viewers. The points update. SAS currently leading in both the male and female categories. Is it possible? Is it possible? Will it happen? The double for SAS. Only time will tell.
And Nawasa leading here, both male and female, by the slimmest of margin that one can possibly imagine. We still have a few more events to complete day 1. Again, all final events.
So certainly day 1 setting the pace, and you can just imagine what day 2 will bring as we draw closer and closer to the end of day 1 in this, the GAPS Intercol 2026. It's decision time right here at the GAPS Intercol.
As we come towards the end of day 1, we couldn't get any closer in terms of the point standing. Competition has been keen. All the races have been quite competitive. The excitement has been there and shared. And this all prelude to day 2. If you are looking.
So let's take the match pass results.
Position number 2. 2025 champions. Presentation Brothers College. And your champions of the Class of 19 Cooperative March Past Competition. 2026. The boys of the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
And as a result of the match pass there, drawing some excitement. And we have an interview now. We go down to Sherian for an interview.
Really trying to get all along to the actual record, but you still end up with a goal. Speak to us about some of the challenges there today.
Well, you know, I try my best to come and compete. I had a lot of ups and downs going through the season, and I wanted to come here and do my best.
The athlete from PBC and GBSS were very, very good competitors. What exactly did the coach say that you needed to do in order to come out on top?
Jump 1.83 to win, because going through the season, 1.8 was the only thing that was jumping. So he told me, done 1.83 and I would win.
And how do you feel overall?
I feel good. I feel very happy of myself.
Well, congratulations to you. That was the winner of the junior boys high jump, Trevon Hall, out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, a height of 1.82 meters.
So that was Sherian Ndong with the interview. And so we're getting ready for another event on track. It's finals evening here at the Intercol Games. All events here are finals. We're getting ready for the 400 hurdles. And that will be, as we take we will go shortly for the lane assignments as the
final. Right for lane number 8, representing Nawasa Sas, Kenzie Mudu. Representing McDonald College, Chelsea Providence. Lane 6, representing Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Johanna Hall. Lane 5, Abiola John, Nawasa Sas. Lane 4, Wagati, Sonoma St. David's Catholic Secondary, Sydney Douglas. And ready for lane number 3, fastest in qualifying, GTC Anglican High, Shania Nelson. Lane 2, representing Wagiti St. David's Catholic Secondary, Delina Joseph. And right for lane number 1, Sierra Augustine, representing Grenada Christian Academy.
Started 9. So we're getting set for the 400-meter hurdles, junior girls. An impressive lineup here. And again, we just heard coming in with the fastest time, it is Sahana Hall of the Boca Secondary. Shania Nelson of Anglican High School coming in with the fastest time here. So the hurdles are sort of a novelty event for these young ladies. That's in the junior category here. And they're looking for the gold, the bronze, the silver medal, points for the schools as well.
Yeah, certainly looking for some big points here. They're under the starters' orders. They're asked to stand. So we will have a restart of this one. As Augustine, Joseph, Nelson, Douglas, John, Hall, Providence, and Mudu take to the hurdles. Nelson with the fastest time. Can she go even lower? Or can someone else within close vicinity. Make it Hall, John, or Douglas. And can they cause an upset here? Or will Nelson stay true to form?
Well, it's only day one of Intercol Games 2026, and the amount of excitement and maybe expectations, disappointments for some as well that we've seen throughout the day is just unsurmountable at this time. Unbelievable, an unbelievable atmosphere down here at the National Stadium, and the expectations, the build up to Intercol Games was so intense. I've never seen so many trivia questions on social media. I've never seen so many ticket giveaways. I've never seen so many banters, new soca music dropping, videos, you name it. It all happened leading up to Intercol.
Yeah, it certainly did, and I think the day one has certainly lived up to that hype that has been created, and it's good to see that there is competition among the schools.
Immense competition, that is. St. Joseph Convent to me were very, very impressive today in the girls category. They led for most of it. SAS only recently went past them, but the discus events have not been added, and St. Joseph Convent had 2 positions in the top 3, so we should see some movement there again. Samantha, you're smiling, I wonder why.
I think you made that comment just to see my reaction, knowing that I'm very proud of my past school. I remember years when we were not even there in contention. So it is indeed beautiful to see them performing today, holding their own. I mean, why not?
Well, Mrs. Filbert and the staff up there at the Colmet will be very proud of you as one of the girls, as they call you guys, right? SJC St. George doing well on day one of Intercol 2026.
My fingers are crossed that they are going to maintain. And maybe, just maybe, this might be the upset we're waiting for.
Okay, Sammy, let's not take it too far now, but we're getting ready for the 400-meter hurdles in the junior girls category. Again, we have Augustine, Joseph, Nelson, Douglas, John, Hall, Providence, and Mudu.
Yeah, not certain what the holdup is, but we're looking to get this one out the way as we draw closer to the end of day one. Teams will go back and look at what happened, how make their assessment, what could we do different, what did we do well. Certainly, you know, the managers and the coaches will be sitting and putting their plan going forward, how they can come back into this one.
Well, they're going to re-strategize as a common phrase that they often use. We're going to go back to the drawing board. This drawing board must be very, very confused and complicated now if it's the same drawing board they're all using. But the point is made that there will be a lot of discussions overnight, a lot of team meetings, discussions, looking to see what kinds of adjustments are needed going into the events into day 2. I can just imagine the kinds of hurdles and team meetings that will happen overnight.
Yeah, certainly you want to make sure that your students stay on the ball, especially the teams that are within striking distance of each other. You want to press home your advantage, and if you're just lagging behind, you want to ensure that you have the right motivation to get yourself ahead.
And I mentioned in the introduction this morning that the defending champions, GBSS and the St. David's Catholic Secondary, would be the 2 obvious favorites going into Intercol 2026 by virtue of them winning last year and the performances throughout the year. But I also mentioned that they would be hard-pressed to retain those championships because of what we've seen throughout the season with the other schools in both the boys and girls categories, how impressive they were throughout the season. And we've seen that level of competition amongst those schools as well. But very interestingly, I saw a brilliant run from an athlete from the St. John's Christian Secondary Shaper in the 400 meters. He looked really good. Ian George, of course, from Shaper is doing well. As We're getting ready for the start now, and we're going to continue the conversation a little later on. 400-meter hurdles, junior girls.
Here they go. 400-meter hurdles. Let's see who's the first to clear the hurdle. It seems to be the Anglican High School. St. David Catholic Secondary is there. Boca Secondary also in the mix. It's Boca, St. David, Anglican High School. Here we go as they go up the back straight. 400-meter hurdles. That's the junior girls. Seems to be Douglas with a lead. Douglas clearing her hurdle. Here comes Boca Secondary. It's Serrana Hall right there. Anglican High School in Nelson right on the heels. But here comes Nelson as she comes around the final curve and heads towards the straightaway. It's Nelson. Nelson taking charge, taking control of this one. She's going to run away with it. St. David Catholic a bit winded, but Nelson looking strong and powerful, and she's going to cross the line. First position, gold to Shania Nelson, Anglican High, taking this one.
Well, I must indeed say the 10 bullets are up. They are gunning. They are happy. This one was theirs. This one is theirs. They are claiming this one. Quite a strong run from young Nelson. She started off very well. She held her own. A little competition from the athlete from St. David's, but she was able to come back and really dominate this race and take the first position. So Shania Nelson, 1 minute 7. Abiola John from SAS took the second place, 1 minute 15. And Sydney Douglas from St. David's, 1 minute 16. So there was a comeback. There was a fight back between Abiola John and Sydney Douglas for the second and third place.
Well, the young ladies are really winded in this event. We saw Boca Secondary having some difficulty going over one of the hurdles. And then St. David's Secondary and Sydney Douglas really struggling towards the end to allow Abiola John of SAS to come back to take the silver medal. Again, valuable points here on offer for the schools in championship contention as the boys make their way onto the track. We saw a record-breaking performance in the preliminaries in this event by Tevon Hall of SAS in this 400-meter hurdles. He just came from winning the high jump moments ago. So I'm not sure how well rested he is now competing. He's already made the Carifta standard and a member of the Carifta team for the Easter weekend.
I'm noticing that a lot of the athletes are
So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick interview from Sherian before we go into the finals of the 400-meter hurdles.
We are here now with undoubtedly one of the fastest juniors that we have on the island here in Grenada, Philip Mitchell. A rather competitive race, some very good athletes. 200 meters, you went in with the fastest time. And speak to us about the execution.
So I executed the race as I was supposed to, and I finished. I started strong, and I finished it strong.
You see, competing with them, you won some, you lost some. So what is it you went home and say, hey, Philip needs to do this if Philip has to get the gold medal?
I said to myself, I must break PB and make Carifta. For Carifta.
And your timing here today, is that another of your PBs?
Yes, it was.
Well, congratulations. That was Philip Mitchell, the winner of the 200-meter junior boys here at Intercol, day one.
Well, 21.53 Philip Mitchell as we go trackside for the lead assignments.
Representing the Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kimon Joseph. That's your start list for the junior boys 400-meter hurdles final.
Well, there they are all lined up nicely here. Joseph Philip Hall, Simon, Philip James, Coutain, and Edwards. Fastest time coming in here was by Tevin Hall, 55.04, a new record. We also had impressive times of 57.89 by Anthony Phillip of PBC, and from GBSS, Alion James, 57.88, the top three finishers in the preliminary. Let's see if Tevin Hall can go lower than 55.04. We mentioned moments ago, he just moments ago completed the high jump where he won gold medal, and they're up and running. 400-meter hurdles, junior boys. Running out of lane 3 is Tevin Hall, the current record holder in this event. And already looking good is Tevin Hall. That's Noah Kutain for GBSS here, also in good contention. Presentation Brothers College is also there. In the likes of Anthony Phillip. Here is where Tevin Hall is making his move here now for SAS in lane 3. Tevin Hall is in the lead here. And PBC giving good chase in Anthony Phillip. But Tevin Hall in the lead. SAS moves into third over Noah Kutain, who is struggling. Tevin Hall going over another hurdle here on the straight. And Hall is in the lead. PBC is giving good chase in Anthony Phillip. Hall still maintains the lead here. A battle for third and fourth, but it's Tevin Hall. Tevin Hall. And it's 55.71 on the flash time. Another impressive run by Tevin Hall in the finals of the 400 meters hurdles for juniors.
And Tevin Hall stops, he takes a breath, he breathes in the fresh air of victory as he was able to take the first position for his school, Nawassa SAS, and they are looking to bag as much first place as they can. Nexa PBC took the second place, and of course SAS again, Nawassa SAS, would have closed off the top three, taking the third place. So SAS first and third, Tevin Hall from SAS 55.73, Anthony Phillip PBC 57.16, Michael Simon of SAS again 58.44.
Well, it was another performance that would have broken the record as well of 55.71. The record is at 56.94. Corey Joseph. So there is your record breaker, Tevin Hall. The folks in Granbra must be celebrating here. Record-breaking performance from Tevin Hall and winning the high jump only moments ago.
Yeah, certainly showing his strength. He's a strong athlete there, Hall, having competed in the high jump just a few moments and coming back into the hurdles and really just ensuring that he brought home the gold. And as Samantha said, he takes in the fresh air of victory.
We say you were savoring the moment.
So he gets in closer. So you look at the replay again. You look at the athletes all behind him. They seem to be struggling. He has the lead. He has the strength. And very important, as he clears that final hurdle, still the technique intact. It tells you that he's a strong man.
Very much, and very much so. He had his race. He knew how to execute his race, and he did just that. So in the end, he was able to be victorious.
He's also a good 400-meter flat runner. If you recall at the relay champs, that junior boys relay, where we saw that blistering third leg from SAS, that was Tevin Hall right there on that as well. But the Octathlon boys 400-meter dash is up next. There are two flights. And we will see in lane 2 Javelin Noel of GBSS, Jamari Fletcher of SAS in 4, Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary in 5, and Alistair McPhee of St. John's Christian Secondary should be in lane 3.
Well, guys, they're not ready to start yet, but I'm noticing today that we're seeing a lot of the same athletes in multiple events, not just the multiple discipline events, but it shows that these athletes are strong, I guess, to be competing from since morning to now. Some of them having to come off like a Hall just off of high jump onto the tracks. And I'm wondering, maybe we can have a wider pool. I don't know.
So it speaks a lot about the management of the teams and also about the depth of the teams. We know for a fact a school like GBSS would have lost a lot of the senior boys. That's why we see in the Kamal Joseph and the Josh Thomas having to really double up looking for those valuable points for GBSS. Last year we saw Kyle Ned doing the same thing for SAS. He was like an Iron Man last year.
Goes in lane number 4. And running out of lane number 2 from the Nagico GBSS, Javid Noel.
And just to continue the point, Samantha, and again, it speaks to the depth of the teams and the management of the teams as well. Look at a guy, for example, as the name is slipping me here now, but he won the long jump last year in the senior boys. He's now campaigning for SAS. He campaigned for Bishop's College last year. And he's not even competing in that event this year. He's doing the multidisciplinary event. So that speaks again about the depth of some teams over the others. And that is a consideration that must be looked at in terms of how the athletes are scheduled over the 3 days.
Because you don't want them to get exhausted. You want them to give their best. And it's when they're at their best they can really crack records. An exhausted athlete is not going to be able to do that. So it's something to consider.
And then we look at the girls category. The same thing is happening. The Logie, the Annalisa Brown. We know them as distance and middle distance runners, but they're now doing the 200 meters and 400 meters and winning as well. So their workload is amplified. But again, they have very fast recovery rates. They're strong, and they are delivering points for their schools.
Yeah, the schools depend on them to deliver points, but as we rightly said, the management of the athletes is very important. And so there are instances where you may just decide, hey, you got to miss one. As much as the school may want the points, the athletes' health and safety is more important. Here we go. It's the Octathlon boys 400 meter dash heat 1.
So we have Javid Noel of GBSS, Jamari Fletcher of SAS, and Cameron Richardson of the Grenville Secondary. And Jamari Fletcher is making up the stagger, and Javid on Cameron Richardson of the Grenville Secondary School. Javid Noel running out of lane 2 for GBSS. They're running for a good time and for points as well. That's the final event on day 1. But Jamari Richardson of SAS is looking good in this 400 meter event. And now we see a big move here by Javid Noel of GBSS. Grenville Secondary is still looking good. He's tied up a little bit here. And Jamari is trying to catch up on him. But Grenville Secondary is holding on strong. He's holding on very, very strong indeed to win this flight for the heptathlon. SAS in second and GBSS in third.
Well, it's go ahead.
It's a really good, strong run. He actually ran like a strong man there. You can see him coming off the curb, and he's really pushing everything, pumping, arms is flaying here and there, but he's moving forward to the finish, and that is the result. That's what he wants. He gave it his all.
Another bad time indeed, 51.92 for Cameron Richardson of Grenville Secondary, 52.75 Jamari Fletcher, and Javid Noel 53.74.
Well, I don't know where they get the energy from to be able to do this at the end of the day, considering that they've been doing so much for the day. So these 3 young men, I take my hat off to them for being able to run and do such good times.
Well, we still have another 7 of them in flight 2 in the Octathlon boys event. Quanal Pear will be featured in that one. Randy Jones, that's the name I was trying to remember. He actually participated for Bishop's College last year, won the long jump, and can't make the long jump team this year for his school because of Christophe Callis and Rick Cadet, who have gotten the gold and silver already today in the long jump for senior boys.
Keon Jackassel.
Randy Jones. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Wester Hall Secondary, Tyrone Batiste. Lane number 5, record holder in this discipline from the Nagico GBSS, Quanel Pear. Lane number 3, from the Classic Lighting Boca Secondary, Trevon Joseph. Lane number 2, from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Kwani Morel. And rounding out your field, running out of lane number 1, Nexa PBC, Keone Jackassel.
Well, this race has some pedigree. I can tell you, Randy Jones won the 110 hurdles. Quanel Pear broke the record in the shot put moments ago. And now they go in head-to-head in the 400 meters. I think Quanel Pear should have the edge on on Randy Jones. I've never seen Randy Jones do a 400 yet, and Cornell Pay did a 48, I think, earlier in the season. So he is supposed to get some valuable points here. They're up and running.
And here we go. It's the competition that we've been speaking about. Pay versus Jones. Pay taking a slight lead over Jones. So head into the 200-meter mark just about now. Pay looking strong and powerful. But Jones seems to be relaxed. He's fading a bit. But here goes Pay. He's pushing. He wants a good time here, Cornell Pay. And so he's pushing. Here comes Jones. Here comes Jones in second position, but it's Cornell Pay. He's going to run to the line. He's running strong, Cornell Pay. Winning this one. Jones has to settle for second. In third position should be Boca Secondary with PBC in fourth.
Cornell Pay has had no competition in this event. We know him as a 400-meter runner. I know him as an athlete from since he was a little one, and he continues to show that he knows how to dominate certain events, and this is his pet peeve. This is his baby. So we expected that 48.60. Randy Jones from SAS 50.64. Trevon Joseph from Boca Secondary 53.67.
And you know what? This new record set by Cornell Pay here would have won him the gold medal in the flat 400 meters. The fastest time was 49 point something by Darrell Daniels. So again, GBSS looking for a gold medal in the multi-event, but they could have secured a gold medal in the flat 4 based on the times returned earlier on today.
And this brings us back to that conversation we were just having. How do you put certain students where, you know? But the truth is, Cornell is moving to the multiple discipline event, so maybe, you know, they're seeing what we're not seeing. But he is a strong 400 runner. That's his race.
So in the end, he may very well get the gold in the multi-events. He already has a new record in the shot put, a new record here in the 400 meters. He was second in the 110 hurdles. And we would try to get you the point standing in the Octathlon later on before we close off today. But an interesting competition is brewing there between Cornell Pay and Randy Jones of SAS.
I believe this is his second year competing in the multiple discipline events. He did it last year, and of course maybe that was just his touch year. Let's see how it goes. So this year he's a bit more seasoned, more experienced, so he's probably going in with a different mindset.
Well, he broke his own record there.
So what we're going to do, we're going to go down to the house microphone for another medal presentation.
Aiden Kador, 1.79 meters. Your silver medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Emron Anthony, 1.82 meters. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Tevon Hall, 1.82 meters. Your medalist for the boys high jump junior. Medal presentation for the girls 800-meter run sub-junior. Your bronze medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Garvia Walker, 2 minutes, 32.20 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Tishani Gibbs, 2 minutes, 25.37 seconds. And your gold medalist from McDonald College and establishing a new record, Emma Frederick, 2 minutes, 22.81 seconds. Your medalist for the girls 800-meter run sub-junior. Medal presentation for the 800-meter run sub-junior boys. Your bronze medalist from the Grenada Christian Academy, Caleb Simon, Your silver medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Nicholas Perriman. And your gold medalist from the Presentation Brothers College, Tyrese Braveboy, with a time of 2 minutes, 12.20 seconds. Your medalist for the boys 800-meter run, sub-junior. The girls 200-meter dash, junior. Bringing home the bronze from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Micaiah Frederick, 24.95 seconds. Your silver medalist from the St. David Catholic Secondary School, Tishona Bascom, 24.90 seconds. And your gold medalist from the Boca Secondary School, Annalisa Brown, 24.51 seconds. Let's hear it for them one more time. And finally, your boys 200-meter dash junior, your bronze medalist from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Kashay Stephen, 22.34 seconds. Your silver medalist from the Boca Secondary School, Giovanni Green, 21.89 seconds. And your gold medalist from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, let's hear it for Philip Mitchell, 21.56 seconds. Your medalist for the boys 200-meter dash junior. We would like to thank the Honorable MP for assisting us with the distribution of our medals here today.
We welcome you back to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for live events. We're getting ready for the 4x100 meters seniors, but before we do that, we have a short interview again with Sherry and Noel.
The Honorable Minister for
so we go over to Sherry for this
the distribution
interview.
of our medals here today, and we congratulate all athletes for their success.
Number 3.
29.87 meters. That is your distance as a second-year junior here in Intercol in the discus. Speak to us about that particular performance and how do you feel overall about what you've done here today? Was that your achieving goal?
No, it wasn't. My personal best is actually 30.97, and I was looking to pass it today so I could make the character team, but I didn't, sadly. But I am happy with the first place that I got.
What do you think would have hindered you from achieving that goal today?
Well, right now I'm not 100%. I have injuries, and I think like if my injuries were sorted out, I would have been able to perform at my best.
Well, congratulations, same way. You've done your school well, getting the goal here and in the junior girls discus.
Get close to the crowning the champion.
Thank you, Sherry, as we get set for the 4x100 meters senior girls.
Senior girls 4x100 meter dash. The relay is up next.
Yeah, this one is going to be a classic one. We have some of the perennial champions here. And they all represented. So it's Happy Boca High Anglican High, St. David's, St. Andrews Anglican, St. Joseph Convent, Grenada Christian Academy, and McDonald College.
Well, St. David's came in with the fastest time of 48.38 seconds. And next to them was Sassin 49.99. And then Anglican High School.
Here we go, 4x1. Let's see, early running, Tishona Bascom. She has made up the stagger. Handover made just about now. McDonald College is looking good. St. David's Catholic, St. Joseph Convent, St. George Anglican High School is also running well. So too is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. The handover made. St. David Catholic Secondary, they have left the blocks. And here comes Anglican High. Here comes St. Joseph Convent, St. George. And right about now, it's the final handover. And here we go. Handover made. Kylie Williams and Kayla Christopher. Christopher with the lead. Christopher pulling herself away. St. David Catholic Secondary, they're going to take this one. Anglican High School second, and in third position, Boca Secondary.
Well, this one lived up to expectations with St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and Boca Secondary had a good run. Even the Grenada Christian Academy was in contention there. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, and Kylie Williams, a junior, being elevated to run here for the senior relay team, holding her own to pick up the silver medal for her team.
Well, Annalisa Brown, she is the powerhouse on the anchor leg for Boca Secondary, but guess what? The teams got it in front of her, and the work was too hard. So St. David's Catholic Secondary, they came out victorious here, 49.12.
Well, a while ago we saw Jerry Bascom beating the drums there. He's the father of Tishana Bascom, and good reasons for Jerry to be celebrating because St. David's Catholic Secondary has just won the 4x100 meters for senior girls.
Well, tell you what, that has just put the St. David's Catholic Secondary into a different sphere. Anglican High School, Boca Secondary, pushing Convent, pushing St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary to the lower region. So again, as we go along, this competition is yet to be concluded. I believe day 3 will decide who goes home tops.
Well, St. David's Catholic Secondary are really hard pushed. They were in third position moments ago, and that would elevate them maybe into a second position, if not at the top, because SAS would have gained some valuable points here as well. Maybe not in the top 4, but 2 points here. They won 42 from the last score we had here. The last scores we had, we're going to give you the top 5 in the girls category. Before the last event, we had McDonald College on 22, Boca Secondary on 28, St. David's Catholic Secondary on 34, St. Joseph Convent St. George on 41, and 1 point ahead was St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary on 42. In the boys category, again, McDonald College in 5th position in 23 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary on 24, Presentation Brothers College on 31, Grenada Boys Secondary on 57, and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary on 70 points.
Well, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, now as SAS is showing that they are forced to be reckoned with already from day one, trying not to leave anything up to chance. We don't know what the end of this day will hold. Relays really do make a difference on points and positions, but...
Well, this is the last event for the day, and SAS is in it, so too is GBSS. So what we can safely say is that SAS would end day 1 in the lead of Intercol 2026.
Yes, Leslie, we can say that safely.
But bragging rights is on the track now for the 4x100 meters senior boys. GBSS holds the record for this event. A record they established with this formidable quartet last year in 2025. 41.30. And they're going to be looking to challenge that record. They will be pushed by the likes of SAS. Look out for the guys from the Boca Secondary School, St. John's Christian Secondary, with Ian George on the anchor, could create an upset as well. They were very impressive in the preliminaries. That's St. John's Christian Secondary. The fastest time coming in is SAS 42.43, then 42.63 by GBSS, and 42.66 by St. John's Christian Secondary. They're up and running. The final event of the day, the 4x100 meters for senior boys. SAS and GBSS looking good. So too is St. John's Christian Secondary, but SAS and GBSS going straight down the back stretch here. They're battling really, really hard. Delbron joined for SAS. They're going to make the handover now. SAS just marginally ahead of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. These two would continue to battle on day 1 of Intercol 2026. Is the final leg here. Daryl Daniel versus, not too sure who's there, but SAS is in the lead here. Daryl Daniel for SAS. What a run, SAS is lengthening, it slows down for the tape. Showmanship not called for at this moment. 43.28 on the flash time. SAS winning the 4x100 meters.
And now Nawasa SAS dancing to show that they have won the 4x100 meter senior boys. Many teams, only one group, only one team winning. And in this one, Nawasa SAS, Najiko GBSS had to settle for second. And like you said, don't rule out Boca. They took the third place. And St. John's Christian Secondary gifted the fourth place.
SAS ran 41.49. Had it not been for that showmanship at the end, that record could have been questioned here. The record is 41.30. SAS ran 41.49. GBS also second in 42.01. Boca Secondary third in 42.32. And maybe a record avoided here by SAS.
Maybe. I hope these are the discussions they will have when they go back to camp tonight. We are going after the records.
Well, it's excitement. We ask for it as we look back here at the 4x100 meters for senior boys. An event living up to expectations. We always knew it was going to be between SAS and GBSS. We did not see St. John's Christian Secondary featured as they did in the heats. They came in fourth overall, but it was a battle in the end on the final leg, handed over just about the same time, and then SAS really pulling away from GBSS.
Setting a relay team is strategy. Even if you have four of your fastest runners, there is strategy that must be employed when you are setting that relay team. So you have to have an idea of what your competition is and where to put your best runners, what you are looking for in your runners. So sometimes, we put our strongest runners at the end. Some teams put it at the second leg. Strategy, and which team comes up with the best strategy, which team can do that flow from one to the next to the next to the next. So this is all a matter of strategy. You just don't know.
And what that means is that when there is uncertainty, you want to ensure that you get the baton around as efficient as possible. You could put all the strategies in place, but once you're not getting that baton to the finish line, then the strategy doesn't work. So all the teams, I think they did well to ensure that they got the baton around. Again, having the different persons, I think when you have a quartet that is more or less equal, it's easier than when you have to figure out which is your stronger to put where. It can all go south. So certainly St. Andrew's Anglican showing that they have a well-drilled quartet. Most of the boys are running pretty steady, and so they are the victors in this event.
Well, we're getting a view of the spectators. I tell you, the spectators, the adult spectators, are having more of a ball of a time at Intercol than the students. I mean, it was like this event is for our adults. They're jumping at something. And it looks like your point standing. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, this is the male. They are out front. 88. Grenada Boys Secondary behind 66. Presentation Brothers College, 4th place, 40. St. David's Catholic Secondary in the 4th place. PBC, of course, in 3rd position. It still is anyone game at this point, but GBSS and SAS are still fighting at each other.
Yeah, the battle is on. The battle is certainly on. SAS with a good lead as we close day one of the GAPS Intercall. Certainly SAS will be looking to consolidate here, go back to the drawing board. Guys, we did well today. Let's look tomorrow. They will not focus on what has already gone, but I believe they will look forward. GBSS will do the same thing. They will try to put today behind them and get themselves round up again, ready to go for day two. We expect the same thing to happen with the girls. I did say to persons, I believe this year, at the end of day one, it will not be business as usual. We do not expect that St. David's Catholic Secondary will be way ahead as they normally would be. You're seeing it. You're seeing that this year it's a competitive year. Will they emerge? We are yet to see. But I like the sort of competition that I'm seeing coming in 2026. It's a decision year. I keep saying it.
Certainly it is. It is quite a tense year. You don't know where it is going to go. I mean, even in the boys' race, one would say, well, look, it's almost, it is right in front of you. But here's what, we still have 2 more days to go. And anything can happen. A dropped baton in a relay. If we look back, GBSS lost the whole Intercol because of one race, you know. So we don't know what tomorrow is going to be like. I'm rooting for the underdogs. I want to see some unfamiliar names come up and make their schools feel proud. I want to see Boca Secondary push their way to the front. I want to see Presentation College not settle for third. I don't know what you're going to discuss in your camp tonight, but what are you going to go back to the drawing board and say? I want to see what Happy Hill has in store. Could we see Happy Hill causing an upset tomorrow, please the Lord? I'm John Amu. I'm going to be here for the entire day tomorrow, please the Lord. So I want to see some. Those of you who in the camps who are listening, know that I want to have something to shout about up here too. I want to see some newness come out tomorrow. But it has been a good day for both the boys and girls.
Well, I think there has been some really of Westmoreland Senior School. They are way up in the rankings after they won. You look at newcomers such as SGI, they are on the board with points. The Westall Secondary, they won this event a couple of years back, and they're now, you know, in the mix, always around the middle of the field. We will love to see them get up into the top tier. And so certainly, from what we're seeing, I like the level of competition. I like the anticipation. I believe that we will have some persons needing to have their pressure tablets. Yeah, these people would have to get their pressure tablets. We have some replays. We're going to look at them just as a means of reviewing the day, keeping the viewers in tune with all that has taken place. Day one, decision. Well,
we saw some exciting race as we look back here to the 100 meter sub-junior boys. That's Oliver of SAS here winning that one very comfortably indeed, the 100 meter sub-junior boys. And SAS in a very dominating mood in the sub-junior categories with this young man, Deshaun Oliver, who we've seen all season and doing very well.
Yeah, we have
SAS now, just a quick points update. SAS on 104, GBSS on 77, and Presentation Brothers College on 36, St. David's on 26, McDonald College on 25, Boca Secondary 19, and Grenada Christian Academy on 12. So SAS with a commanding lead here. Some 27 points, I make it, that they lead over GBSS. As we look back to Tevin Hall in a record-breaking performance here in the 400 meters for junior boys. Tevin Hall, having won the high jump moments before, coming back to set a new record twice for the day. He established a good mark in the heats and then savoring the moment at the end of the race. That was the junior boys 400 meter hurdles. And we also saw some good performance. The junior boys 200 meters, maybe one of the most expected races, as well as the senior boys 400 meters. Here we look back at the 200 meters junior boys. Philip Mitchell of SAS coming up the turn. Maybe Giovanni Green was just ahead of him, but pouring his way. Giovanni Green may regret the slow time he ran in the preliminaries to get an outside lane and having to settle for second position. In the girls category, St. Joseph Convent is in the lead on 55 points, St. David's Catholic on 53, SAS in third on 51, the top 3 schools in the girls category. Congratulations to St. Joseph Convent, St. George, on day one, not for the entire 3 days yet, just to say that day one they have been very impressive and the likes of Annie Logie and others have really propelled them into the lead after day one. As we continue with the highlights, we look back here now at Philip Mitchell completing the 200 meters. Sorry, that's Dante Oliver completing here, I think, what would have been the 100 meters into the finals. And he continues to be another standout athlete at Intercol 2026. The 400 meters senior boys was another one that we expected to be very close. The times were not that very impressive. The winning time was just under 50 seconds. And even Cornell Pear in the Octathlon had a better time than the straight 400 meter runners. But it was Daryl Daniel who would have qualified for the Carifta team who won the 400 meters for senior boys. As we look back here to the 400 meters for senior boys, two athletes from SAS. There was also, I think, Josh Thomas from the GBSS in that one as well. Junior Alexander did a lot of early work on the inside, but from the 150 meter mark, Daryl Daniel really moved into the lead, and it was difficult to catch him from there on. Daryl Daniel winning the 400 meters for senior boys. SAS picking up the double on this one with Junior Alexander coming in for the second, GBSS picking up the third. Some valuable points here for SAS in this one. So again, it was a day in which we had some very keen and exciting competition. At the end of the day, SAS leads in the boys category. St. Joseph Convent St. George leads in the girls category. SAS with 104 points, GBSS 77, and I think it is PBC on 36. In the girls category, it is St. Joseph Convent St. George on 55, St. David's Catholic Secondary on 53, and SAS on 50 points. So here's where we're going to leave you for this evening. We ask you to rejoin us again at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, as Intercol 2026 continues. So on behalf of all of us here in the commentary position, now we have Clyde John and Samantha Worm, Bunstein and Bernard, and the entire production crew. See you again tomorrow for some more live action at Intercol 2026.
Do you live or own a business in Calavini, Marianne, Hopevale, Westerhall, or surrounding communities? The government of Grenada invites you to a town hall meeting this Wednesday focused on Grenada's healthcare transformation and Project Polaris. Hear directly from the project team, ask questions, and gain a better understanding of the new hospital development in your community. The town hall meeting is on Wednesday, March 18th, 6 p.m. at the Westerhall Secondary School. The Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet will be attending. You are an integral part of this conversation. Join the Government of Grenada, 6 p.m. Wednesday, March 18th at the Westerhall Secondary School. Come out and learn more about this exciting project happening in your community.
Kites in the sky, families on the beach, good food, good vibes. It's the Easter season, but parents, remember this. Even on holidays, your parenting duties continues. If they're at the beach, stay within arm's reach. If they're flying kites, keep them away from the roads and electrical lines. If they're out, know where they are, who they're with, and what time they're coming home. And remember, if you're liming, somebody must stay sober to supervise. More free time means more screen time. Monitor online activity, maintain curfews, keep structure in place. Because safety starts at home. This Easter, let's protect what matters most. A message from the National Parenting Program, Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. Empowering parents, protecting children.